Yeah, no lights, nothing, nothing's on. We got like what like your camera's like turned and messed up, and so hi everybody, welcome to an exciting live hospice edition of,
Understatement.
of a Friday Walnut stream. So with the best intentions of getting here to the studio, getting this all accomplished, get this all set up. I, for some reason, decided, you know what, I have friends. I need to get my friends into things I'm doing instead of just going solo in everything I do. I really should learn how to just go solo and do everything by myself because I didn't do that. I brought my friends along and they decided to, you know what would be a great idea? To play a Magic the Gathering game. What, like 15 minutes before we go live? Let's deal cards. Let's get in. Come on, Harry. You should get in this too. Nah, what bad thing could happen? I don't know. Like we get late, we don't really get a side check, and it's mics and everything else messed up. Producer Paul over here figure out nothing works. Producer Paul, you're over there in the corner.
Well, Harry, quite frankly, this is your own fault for inviting me, for being my friend. Like,
your seat this way.
The writing was on the wall when you sat down at that table at a Rupert's event. So.
I could stream the game. You wanted to see the game, Ace? Is that what you want to see?
Yeah. No. See. I was over here testing a concept for more content with Nice, and you were just poo-pooing it the entire time, Harry.
No one wants to see the stream. See that game, okay? No one wants to see
that game was over next turn. Either he got rid of that angel, or like my unnecessary is gonna like pop that little mog and right after the game.
All right.
But it was down to like one turn. Either just rid the indestructible or I win.
That happened.
I don't know
words.
any of
words.
the words you said.
You said words.
Though you said you did say words. I didn't know what any of that meant. And yeah. So I'll try to do a quick introduction. Unlike the other Friday shows, our introduction is going to go through fast. We've got producer Paul over here, late on, sitting over in the corner, trying to get things set up. Then I always wanted. You know what? I'm going to break with addition. We got Vincent sitting here. Brought him along.
Hello.
And, it's a break of tradition. Supposed to put people in seniority as they come to the network. So technically, you would be always last.
Yeah,
I feel bad for that.
It's fine
because you show up, you put the work in, but when it comes to it,
I was set up in my spot early, and as soon as I got here, declined joining their Magic game because Paul was like, "Hey, you should join. You have plenty of time."
Yeah, plenty of time to play this game. And then Ace over here encouraged them to, get everything. And let's see, and I use Paul, what's that word?
Jora?
To give.
Immercruel?
Suspend. I don't know what that means. Sounds amazing.
It's like words. I don't know.
Yeah. Sounds amazing. I don't know.
See, and that's the thing I love most about Magic. It's the thing that I love that Harry has.
Yeah. Oops.
Antipathy towards.
Oops. Added right onto the stream and try to add into while he's eating. He's just smashing something. My bad, right home.
It was a really, really high stakes game because he had a ton of stuff that he would also have like 4 cards on the deck that makes his stuff more expensive. So if he can't pay for it to get rid of this one card, he loses next round because his whole board goes away.
And then of course we got guests coming in. We got James East coming in, guesting here on this show as we and then Brian Holt, who's late, look like he's eating dinner. He's denies eating dinner. Rhino, can you talk? So let me make sure we got you. Got to use the words, Rhino.
He's busy eating egg rolls.
I know.
You've got to add me in. I can't talk to you unless you have me in the show.
We got you solo layout. It's solo layout.
Green.
Huh?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
You're here. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're in the stream. We can hear you.
We have you virtually represented.
Yeah, it's because remember I told you I never worked on that. I never worked on it.
I can hear it all through this.
So it doesn't matter what I look like.
I have no idea what everyone this is.
Keep talking, right home.
Are we gonna put me on or not? I mean, video wise, that's fine. I just I'll stuff my face a little bit more if we're not putting me on the show on the camera.
Is he salty that he's not? Is he prima donna? Like I got all dressed up. If I'm not going to beat my face.
No. I'm not. I'm in my robe. Don't tell me that I got all dressed up.
Is that a Gryffindor robe? You guys can't see Reinhold in his Gryffindor robe. Really, Reinhold? Oh, it is. It is.
It is Gryffindor robe.
What a beautiful disaster this is turning out to be.
Yeah. We only have 3 headsets for 4 people.
Yeah, I thought there was supposed to be because there should be a 3rd headset. That's why I brought mine.
Mm-hmm.
So we should have 4, but I don't know where the other headset is, and I'm wondering did he put it up? Did he do something with it? And because there should be another one here on the table, and there's not, and I'm upset.
I'm upset.
Yeah. As I could give Paul the single ear, the One Wing Angel headset.
I mean, probably.
I'm fine with that. I use terrible audio equipment all the time. It's called my home setup.
That's fine. So Ace, if you could, are we coming through clear? Do we sound okay?
You guys sound okay, except for James was a little low.
Apparently, he can't hear you very well because just the mic.
Can you see if his mic's muted? Just talk. Yes.
I've not been taught.
I haven't been taught how to.
Just James, talk, please. Keep talking.
Can you hear me, Paul?
Oh no, he's muted.
Yeah. So one of those is whatever one he's at is probably the one that's low, all the way down on the far left. That's not red.
All right.
See all those things that are red? It's not gonna be one of those. Okay. These start talking.
Can you hear me? Nope, nothing yet.
That could be one of those.
Okay. Easy solution. Easy solution. Easy solution. We'll just switch this mic for that one because this mic works. If we can unwrap it up from around this.
Are you drunk? Are you trying to unwrap that drunk? Look at him. James is quiet. Okay. Hey, we got Kurt.
So let me know when we actually go live because
we are live. We are live.
Ryan,
we are live. We are actual live.
Professionalism.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we are. Yeah, thanks. So
much better, James.
You can hear me now, right?
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
See, fix it.
Yeah.
Quick, easy, hot fix.
Obviously, the problem was Spangle. He did something to the mics.
Yeah, let's just blame Spangle. It's easier. It's his job to set the boards up so producer Paul can easily have easy mode over there, and
make sure there's enough headphones and
because we're missing a set of headphones, which I could probably go through the boxes and find one, or go get the single one. I'll probably get the single one up once I go finish up this cup of coffee.
Which is fair.
And quite frankly, I've put in for the training class to be taught how to do all this stuff, and I've gotten nothing except silence from upper management.
You know what? It's probably because you got that reprimand for playing cards 15 minutes before the show in your file.
Look, if I'm not on clock, that's my time.
All right.
Is it though?
All right.
Really?
We're probably gonna have to dock producer Paul's pay for the month.
It was literally like a Yu-Gi-Oh match. You were literally watching like someone's gonna get sent to the Shadow Realm next turn. So it's high state. You should have put money. You should put money down. You could have made like $10. Easy. Easy.
Yeah. You know what? I probably would, but I think YouTube disagrees with the betting on unless I'm
not even on Twitch either.
Unless I'm some sort of weird syllables and then making a bunch of money.
You get a gift for there we go, Twitch. Yeah. We get a gift for winning.
A gift based on odds.
We're not doing anything illicit. We're just giving gifts.
This episode, which we wanted to do, one, talk about what we want because this is our Friday show. This is our long form show, which allows us to have nice conversations, just talk. It helps us be a little bit more open ended. Lets us just roll things off.
Conversation.
Yeah, have conversations that allows us to.
The first 10 minutes proves that out.
Exactly.
When you mean 10 minutes, we're gonna be 4 hours of this.
I know, but the first 10 minutes we've already shown that we just kind of talk about whatever. We don't have a format and people talking and then calling on someone else to talk and monologues and everything else, except for when I just keep going and nobody will shut me up.
That's not true. We do, but we just kind of let you ramble because we talk about shit that you don't care about as well. So it's only fair.
We inflict information on you. You get a chance to.
It's only fair.
Well,
You
Reinhold,
want
your
to intro, or do you want me to just go?
your contract with the network says you get 5 filibusters per episode, so I try to let you get your quota in.
It's easier to do on a 4-hour show. I tell you that.
He's trying to hold it. I was like, I want to get 5. I'm gonna hold these up like alts.
I'll hold the cards up.
The show moderator, like, I'm not sure if that counts as a rebuttal.
Did you have to
So I
crawl
did
on
have it-
stage to do this with rebuttal?
Did have a fun thing happen last night
And what's that?
or early this morning. I found out that a copy of a movie that I have not been able to see for years because it's been impossible to find. Someone had loaded it to the Internet Archive, and I can now watch it. I downloaded it, put it on my Plex.
Excellent.
Nice.
What movie is that?
It's Pirates of Silicon Valley, the true, real examination of Jobs and Gates history. The one true story.
Sounds riveting.
Oh, it's hilarious. Noah Wiley plays Steve Jobs, does a great job. What's his name from the 16 Candles and from Breakfast Club? I can't remember his name right now.
You're really selling this. Okay.
The geek guy. The geeky kid. He plays Bill Gates. Oh,
Okay.
so good. They gotta play Steve Ballmer. That's hilarious to listen to. It's really good.
No Wozniak?
No, there's a Wozniak. Wozniak's one of the main storytellers. So it's basically Wozniak telling the story from the Steve Jobs sides, with Steve Jobs just doing his thing, and Ballmer telling the story from Bill Gates' side, with Bill Gates doing his thing. Anthony Michael Hall. That's it. Thank you very much, Greg. I couldn't, for some reason, old man brain couldn't bring it out.
Craig's sitting there like, man, how can Reinhold remember all this stuff, but it comes to this actor, Reinhold's just like,
Names.
Valley,
I am
Pirates.
terrible with names. I'm so terrible with names.
It's amazing watching nieces.
Character names, that'd be fine,
sparse
but real
information.
names.
Which is fair.
But it's
I'm worse with
classic.
most
Awesome.
names and faces unless I'm actively watching the show or care about the show.
The best part about the movie is, seriously,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
a scene in the movie where they're talking to IBM and selling them DOS,
funnier
which they
this way.
don't have yet.
It sounds like a Charlie Brown like
Yeah.
parent, like, like
And then what happens is the scene stops. The guy playing Ballmer kind of steps out of the picture and says, "This should be taught in schools. This should be hung in, as a picture." And they turned it into like a painting. So they sold IBM. Not only did they sell them something they did not have, they got them to agree that they retained ownership and could sell it to other people too, because IBM didn't care about software; they cared about the hardware. So they're like, "Yeah, you can do, yeah, whatever. You just go ahead and go." That made him insane. That's what made Microsoft
I'll take
insanely
it.
rich.
the only person I can reach for this one is really short cord.
Oh, it can only be Paul.
Sorry.
Oh, the short corded one winged angel is
you
a
give
dog.
him Paul the Burger King drive-through headset.
Make sure you want to use the green one.
Okay.
Use the green
This is why we play Magic before the show. It's-
Honestly, I think
getting into my Guild Wars 2 time. Just letting you know.
Ace is right. Yes, does automatically sound better than the Ashton Kutcher
It is.
Steve Jobs movie.
Tons better. Tons better. It's real. It's realistic.
I
It's
still
bad, but
wish.
it's
I
great.
just wish Apple listened to Wozniak and had Apple make an Android phone. Think of it amazing. Just one time to do an Android.
That was most of the
That's
Steve
the
Jobs
best
side of
thing that
the
is
movie
good.
was, it was Steve just not listening to Wozniak. Wozniak's trying to say, I'm trying to be the brake pedal to you crashing into the wall.
Mhm.
Listen to what I'm saying. And he wouldn't do it. So finally, Woz said, I'm out.
That could probably reach me. Him unraveling it.
He's talking very softly to you, really loudly, Reinhold. I apologize. But yeah,
No, that's all right.
yeah, they're trying to say this thing's going to reach. It's not. Well, Look how tight that is. See how look at this.
Look at all this. How tight this so tight. Get out of here.
Oh my god. Oh, that's awful. That's awful.
Yeah, it is. That's fine.
Okay. Well, problem solved.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it? Is the problem solved?
I don't know.
I don't know. Brian has to talk first so I can figure it out.
I know. Niece, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear.
Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Unfortunately, we can all hear Reinhold.
Unfortunately, I agree. Yeah.
Everybody's here on a Friday night. Everyone loves the Friday night show. Hey, Christy.
Welcome, everyone.
Look at everybody here on a Friday night hanging out, So, do you guys want to just jump into the topic, or you guys still want to get acquainted and keep talking, and everyone gets?
Do we actually have a topic?
Yeah, we were gonna have an actual further discussion on the AI stuff
Yeah.
as more of a conversation instead of it being a.
I should have programmed an AI and just had it do my part.
This is my topic. Is it?
What you didn't want to
Is
talk
this
more
right?
about?
Is this-
We're not really
does God love you?
He's talking to the microphone.
What was it?
He was showing that
No,
he wants to
it's-
talk about
yeah, that's why I put it-
goblin short stacks. That's what he wants.
Yeah,
to
we're
talk
not-
There's a frog. There's a frog.
We can
girl.
talk about Goblin short stacks after 11 o'clock. That 11 to midnight, you can talk about Goblin short stacks.
All right, it's gonna get filthy. Yeah, I like it.
All right.
See-
You hear that,
see,
Zekri?
You've done this now.
Hear that,
What have
Zekri? You
done?
get Goblin short stacks after 11.
What have you done?
Yeah, we'll talk about him. All right.
Time for some Pratchett. Oh my god.
No.
No,
Oh,
we're
yeah.
not going to let Reinhold talk about Pratchett.
So in the first book called The Color of Magic,
All right.
All right, nap time.
which technically wasn't the first book. There was actually a book before that that was completely different. It was more sci-fi, but
What?
we'll get it. Yeah, he
Hold
wrote
on,
a book
what?
before the Discworld series where he talked about a disc type of world, but it was a science fiction book. And he was kind of fleshing out his ideas in that book. So it was really good, but it was like a prequel to it.
Yeah. Neat. Didn't know that.
So Harry, I talked it into existence. By the way,
What?
remember how we were talking about the whole Superman legacy that people are like, as I brought up the concept that they're going to do gay John Kent.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that that James Gunn is hinting at that's what he's going to do.
Oh, dear
And I'm
God.
just like, oh my god, what have I done? I've spoke this into existence.
Like a gay Superman.
Basically, in the comics, they made John Kent.
You better
Yeah.
hope he's a bottom, bro. You better
That's-
hope he's a bottom.
Yeah, it's Clark Kent's son, right?
Yeah,
John Kent.
yeah,
Yeah.
they made John Kent. Yeah, and that's why they didn't have the reason they weren't doing Henry Cavill is they're gonna let him still be Superman. Superman Legacy is gonna be about John and not Clark.
For sorry if I'm wrong, but those comics didn't sell.
No, it got canceled.
Yeah. Why would you do a movie about a comic that doesn't sell, other than Marvel?
I mean,
It was ahead of its time.
Controversy.
yes,
advertising.
2022 was ahead of its time.
It's not ahead of
Way ahead of its time. Nobody was ready for that last year.
When are you gonna get like furry acceptance? Like like it could be like a son of Batman. You like Dick Grayson or something, right? But he's a furry.
So like
But
you
isn't
really
there
just
some-
want,
Brother in Christ. It's a comic called Batman. He dresses as a Batman.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's
What about Lobo?
Of course.
Come on.
honestly, we need a Lobo movie.
They said there's going to be one, but they're talking about Jason Momoa playing Lobo.
He could, or Batista. Batista could be a good Lobo.
Batista doesn't
Or-
want to do
oh,
basically
superhero
Dragon.
movies
Roman
anymore.
Reigns.
No,
I think he could do it.
I doubt it.
He
doubt
need
it.
some coaching. Get him some
Not-
get him some
pass,
acting
hard
coaching.
pass.
Get us some acting.
We need a
coaches.
Nicolas Cage Lobo. That's all I'm saying.
If it was animated, yes, I could watch that.
No, it would be Nicolas Cage, Guy Gardner.
See, I could watch
See,
that.
that would be amazing.
Yeah, I'd watch that. That'd be
That's
awesome.
how, that's
It's
how
gotta
you
be
get that's how you
crazy,
get people to watch
crazy
Green
Nicolas
Lantern.
Cage.
Exactly.
Yeah, but no, all right. So like honestly, if you really want that furry movie, you would go for just a Raven Beast Boy rom com.
Mhm.
That's all you want. Same thing. Same
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Mhm.
Beast Boy. Can you do the horse again? It's like, all right,
Yeah,
I
I
see.
mean, you've got the X-Men with Beast, right? I mean,
That is
that's
his
a
whole point,
furry.
is the point.
Okay. All right. I didn't want that, but now I want that. I want Pat McAfee as Booster Gold.
You didn't know you wanted it until
Yes.
now. Now you can't live without it.
Yes.
Like a Raven movie would actually be pretty good. Like all the goth girls that love Halloween will eat that shit up, like straight up. Like you release it near like October, no, like maybe September, when like people like all the girls are going to Hot Topic and buying their like Jack Skeleton stuff.
Mhm.
Ooh, like $1 million right there.
Secret. I don't know if they're cutting it out or they're not speaking into their microphones. They have bad.
I am speaking directly.
Some of them
to
have
my
very
microphone.
bad mic skills. I'm looking at.
I'm like
Nice.
right on top of it.
Looking at Nice. He does not spit the hot fire. But no, Pat McAfee is Booster Gold. I want
Yeah,
this.
I'm
I want
down for
this
that.
now.
That makes sense. That
Mhm.
just makes sense.
Please, James Gunn, get us that. Get us that movie. But do not mess up Blue Beetle.
Make it Ted Cord, not Jaime. They're gonna probably make it Jaime, but it should be Ted Cord.
Oh, God.
Because that's Booster Gold. Having a Booster Gold movie without Ted Cord Blue
Mm.
Beetle in it makes no sense.
None.
None. Like that's
No.
that's
It-
like his emotional crux.
It's Morbius without Spider-Man.
But that made more $1 billion though.
Oh my God.
It's more.
That's
of a
not a
time.
fair comparison. So you're saying that in Booster Gold he's gonna say it's boosting time, and that's when his powers activate? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, honestly.
I'm boosting.
I'm boosting out.
It's Booster Gold, so if he finds out he's trending for saying something like that,
You know
he would do that.
would.
He's like, "What do you do? Hold on, I've got to say it's boosting time right here because to make it hits the trend, this is where I have to say it." It's like,
They're gonna use this shot. in the
did
trailer.
you just use the time machine?
Yes, yes, I
Trend?
did. Yes, I did.
In the far future, superheroes are all about clout.
God damn it!
Mm.
Oh God.
It would only make sense if he says the boost in time for like marketing purposes like that in the movie,
Mhm.
where he's like, for clout, right? He's on TikTok. He's like, make sure you're vaccinated because it's boosting time. Like he holds out his arm. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, bro. COVID's still going, I guess.
Yeah, like I think the other one that's pretty because like I don't know if you guys remember like Freakazoid from the 90s.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
So when Freakazoid, like when the producer would show up and go like, "Hey, Freakazoid, can you use the Freakmobile? We're trying to sell more toys."
That's what Booster Gold would just do. He's like, no, don't worry, Ted, trust me. I'm from the
That makes
future.
me
I'm
realize
from
how
the future.
badly we need a Freakazoid movie.
What about the chin?
There was something posted on Twitter probably about 3 or 4 days ago where I guess it was the anniversary of the final day, the final episode of Freakazoid. It was the recording of it.
Mhm.
And they were like, because on the recording of it, they had basically all the characters that had been in Freakazoid come on stage and sing a song together. And apparently when they recorded it, they were all in the studio together. And that was like their big
Oh,
fun last moment. And one of the participants was talking about it. So
I mean,
I don't
anything
remember
could
who it
happen. Animaniacs came back,
yeah.
so they could easily do Freakazoid again.
and then got fired, then get canceled again.
I mean, probably.
What about like the old MTV animation, like
All right,
the Max?
So apparently, Escalja, they said they can't hear you.
I've not been talking much, but
Did you
It,
know the
it doesn't
Max
sound
did
like it
crossover
sounds
with
like your
Batman?
voice is coming through somebody else's
There
microphone.
there is a the Max Batman comic.
The Max.
Right. Yeah.
Like the
your
head?
mic's not on.
Yeah.
well, that's good to know.
Yeah, I'm hearing you through Harry's mic. I can tell.
Oh,
I
thanks
mean,
for saying something sooner, right? Hope
He's
we
only said the most
appreciate that.
profound
No,
stuff.
that's
is-
just-
Well, like he said, he
Yeah.
wasn't saying much. I didn't notice it until it was
No one
brought up.
noticed Paul talking.
I tried not to notice Paul talking. No, that's
He
just a
could have been
rocker
talking for a while and just never.
Right
heard it.
hold. I am trying to troubleshoot Escalja. All right.
I already told you what's wrong. What's the troubleshoot? Got to be.
Did they make a
It's
live
my
action
fault.
Aeon Flux?
They did make a live action.
Oh yeah.
All right. That means the volume.
I always felt weird
because,
watching that one because it's like,
the volume
man,
gate
like,
on
why are
his
they
is
so like
he probably
muscular and
made
in
his
thongs
number
all the
one.
time?
Yeah.
This is
there
the
you go.
most anime.
Okay.
Aeon Flux is the
is
most
this better?
anime proportions for non-anime. I swear to God.
All right. Now, Brian Holt, how does he sound?
He's quiet because he's not
Oh.
saying nothing.
Well, yeah, because everybody else was chattering. Am I?
No, I can
being
hear it.
different?
Yeah, that's coming through that mic now. I can hear it. It's not coming through yours. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that slider was way down. I have now been 10% trained on how to operate the board.
Excellent.
Imagine
It's
if this was a
board.
forklift.
Slides go
Holy sh-
up and down. Volume goes up and down. What
Well,
more
you know
do
more
you
than
need?
you already know more than Chris. Good.
All right.
Moving
all
on.
right, All right. I'm changing Paul's name from producer Paul to failure. Okay.
Oh, sweet. So now I don't have to remember different titles for myself between everyone else and my head.
Oh man.
Yeah, like he was talking about the Max, and they actually did a Batman the Max comic book crossover series.
Oh,
I just
man.
can't wait till Chris comes in for the next show he does, some whatever it is, and goes, "What happened to my board? It's all messed up."
Yeah, it's next week. He'll show up late. It'll be fine. Yeah, so next week we got the fake ass book club. Will be here in studio with us to discuss. I think the topic is because Spangle apparently read 100 books last year. I think he cheated and used audiobooks, so I think we should probably like subtract 30% from that, from that 100 book total. Also, James came up with a good thing. He should also be able to tell us all about. We should be able to pick out a random book, and he should be able to tell us about that book.
Yeah, which one of the 100 books that he read?
Yeah, yeah.
Tell me
You know
about
what?
it.
I'm going to beat him. Like Chris, like I do 100 books. I'm going to do 1,000, but it's all going to be the hungry caterpillar, bro. I'm going to shit all over you.
It's like, I mean, bro, like, I've read 300 manga in the past 2 years.
Does that count?
Does it though?
I don't know because this is right. Like if like these go like because I've read like tons of these tiny little kids books. Like
True.
But here's the thing: a picture is worth 1,000 words,
Mm.
and each of those pages is like several panels. Each of those is a picture.
Here's a point. Here's a
Mhm.
point.
I've read so much stuff on hentai. It's like just ridiculous, bro. Like I could like literally like it has to be close to like 10,000 books at this point. Sometimes I want to see what's on page 246.
And they're all stuck together.
No, I mean
It's on a browser.
It's on a
They're not
browser.
stuck together.
Yeah.
The keys get stuck, but that's about it, right? Oh, God.
Screens just
Terrible.
toss, throw away, buy a new
Oh, yeah.
desk, get a
It's
new
like,
keyboard.
I showed Harry like there's a new hardcore like music scene that's called like hentai core, which they take numbers off like in hentai, right? Like hentai comics and make entire songs out of them, and it's just brutal like
It does
breakdowns and
bang.
stuff.
It does
It
bang.
does
I'm not gonna lie. It does
It does
bang.
bang. I mean, it's some like rough
Do
New
we
York
not do
hardcore.
phrasing anymore? Do we not do phrasing anymore? Come on.
I was in
Phrasing.
the basement. I was coming with the subwoofers. Like this is actually.
It's pretty good. Like you think it's a meme, right? It might be some like, electronic meme shit.
Mhm.
No, it's like a full on band, like breakdowns, like choruses, and
Mhm.
it's like a whole genre of that. They just take songs. They did the one with like Neon Genesis Evangelion, right? Where the whole song's about like how Ray is like a loser and like not best girl. Like just did the whole song about like screaming and like chugging. You know what I mean? I mean, it's a cool genre. It's pretty.
She's not, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, I mean, according to the band.
Sidetrack a little bit. I do love the way that Archer introduced phrasing and then took it away for a season or two and then started to bring it back by referencing the fact that they weren't doing it.
Exactly.
That was the funniest thing ever.
Exactly.
Are we not doing that anymore?
Are we
Are we not doing phrasing? Oh, okay. Every time there was a call for phrasing, that's how we do it.
I did like the season where they like wasn't really loosely tied to the United States government. Are we just an espionage government? Private espionage? Like that's awesome. That was like a twist you didn't think of because like they're kind of like never really described what U.S. agencies that they work for, and you find out like that. Who says we were?
It's going to be sad this new season when it comes out is because they recorded all of Mallory's audio before she passed, so she'll still be there for a season. And it's going to be bittersweet.
Yeah, it's kind of like listening to that new Linkin Park song.
I refuse. I saw the thumbnail of the music video. I refuse.
Nearly crashed my car.
I refuse.
I have never listened to a Linkin Park song.
All right, F's in chat if you guys want me to remove Reinhold from the stream.
Okay, let me get in chat real quick.
I just the whole group just. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I am an old guy. I'm an old guy. Is Lincoln Park the Fred Durst guy, or is that a different?
Oh my
group?
god,
These
that's
kids,
Limp Bizkit. That's a completely different band.
Limp Bizkit is what I'm talking about. I'm not thinking about
these kids 30 years ago. And
Yeah,
their music.
but in the end, that came out in 2002. Oh, it's so
Hey, I
new.
was done listening to See, I promised myself when I was growing up, I was going to stay current with the music. I'm going to stay current with the music. It's going to be great. And then rap came out, and I said, "Yeah, I'm done."
All right, so we're going to be introducing for a new third for Monday nights. Just can't have somebody.
So wait, Reinhold, you don't have a favorite
Please
hip
send
hop
your
artist?
applications to
Like you have
people.
no
That's
favorite
all.
hip hop
Biz
artist.
Markie.
Biz Markie is not a hip; it's a meme. It's like, let's just be real. Like I would even accept the Fat Boys because some of those songs are kind of funny, but you know, it's like no like.
I was a
Yella,
Run
like,
DMC fan, but you know, that was not. That's not. You know,
you are never allowed to go on like an Atlanta like talk show. Like, you can't. Like,
I can't.
It's
I
like,
would
I
never
listen
be.
to
I would
Louis
never.
Armstrong, and
I'm
that's
just.
it.
I'm
That's
too
where I
old for that
stopped getting
stuff. I
music.
never. Here's
Yeah.
my thing.
I don't know how
Here's
much he paid Ace
I
because
like-
Ace is like we should just educate him on Linkin Park for the next.
let's just get Reinhold like a copy of like Nas's Illmatic and just let him chill.
Force them to listen to it.
I don't like scream rock or the loud, angry rock type stuff, or the heavy metal type stuff. That's not my thing. So, but the problem I have with rap, I don't have a problem with hip hop because a lot of times hip hop will have melodies. When it's just rap, that's just rhythm. And for a good song, you need rhythm and melody. So there's a
Reinhold's
lot of
over
good
there.
songs out there that have both. I mean, I can name a bunch right now, but there's a lot that are just really bad.
All right, Reinhold, I'm going to send you the link for Wu-Tang the musical. All right.
Ooh, wait. Some cease and desist just came out regarding libertarians and Wu-Tang. So
I want to see him like get into hip hop right for like a little bit harder. So like next time he's here live, he'll have like a Juice World shirt on and just vape and be like, "Man, I'm so fucking
Have my
sad."
hat on the side.
Please don't.
So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to that. We're gonna go to the point in the desert where they let that Wu-Tang album play at infinitum and make Reinhold go listen to it. That's the
Fair.
only way to listen to it
bury him up to his neck in sand
until he
listening
listens to it
Wu-Tang.
all.
Be like Creep Show.
Yeah.
They had the guy buried in sand with the water
Like,
coming in.
you're telling me like I mean Reinhold,
movie.
according to like
Good
you know
movie.
like Wildpedia facts, you're over 100. You're telling me you never went to like a Judas Priest show in the 1980s and like demanded some girl to show her your titties because like that seems like something you would do in like the 80s because
I liked one Judas Priest song.
which one?
God, what was the name of this song?
Breaking the Law.
Yeah, Breaking the Law, but it was it. I was thinking it was
You
different.
sure
but yeah,
wasn't
that's
Turbo Lover?
Breaking No, it wasn't Turbo Lover. Did not like that. There's just a lot of stuff I didn't see. I got into rock music through Meatloaf, so I have a whole different view on what it should be like.
Let's go to a concert. Who's down to take Reinhold to like two types of? We'll take him to a rap show, right? Then we'll take him to like a hard rock metal show. We'll just put him in that. We'll shove him right in that environment. I want to see Reinhold do like spinning kicks and like mosh pit and like knock out some scene kid with his like left hook, dude. Just rock.
No,
it.
I went to mosh pit stuff when I was but it wasn't
Yeah.
hard rock mosh pit. It was grunge mosh pit, like a early pre-grunge Green Day type stuff. That early,
So you'll fit in like
early
we'll take-
90s when they were trying to figure out
Oh,
whether
like
they
that
were going to
angry
do.
rock. Oh man, I love grunge.
Also, like
No, I don't.
early
I never
Green
said I
Day
liked
was
grunge.
nothing that would be moshed to.
Yeah.
It was stoner music.
All right,
Yeah,
so
I
Ace
never
goes,
said
"What
I
is
liked
sad?
grunge.
I got into metal via Fallout Boy." All right, now
understand.
Ace.
we're going
understand,
down,
Ace.
down,
I
sugar.
don't. How?
Ace, I want to thank you for taking the heat off.
Mm-hmm.
Ace, how? Like,
I-
are you
I-
talking? Are you mean metal or you mean new metal?
It probably I identify with him when he says this. I
Look,
get it
I was born
because
into
it's
metal.
when you get it reduced to any kind of rock that isn't pop. It's that
fine.
transition. It's that pop punk that leads into the everything else because you didn't know that music could do that. Because when you're listening to the radio and all you hear is the same pop shit, and then like Linkin Park, which is very rare half the time, especially at that point in time in the industry.
So that's fine. That's fine. I used to listen to mostly classical music
Mhm.
and or just like oldie, like really like old school like R&B music. And then in middle school, someone gave me a copy of this really amazing CD. You guys may know of this small but unknown band. It's called Korn. They gave you the Follow the Leader album.
Yeah,
And,
that doesn't surprise me.
yeah.
That
Yeah.
surprises me zero.
Yeah, that yeah.
And here's the thing: it wouldn't surprise me if it was your wife that gave you that album.
It was not my wife.
That surprise actually kind of surprised.
I actually was given that album at church.
Mhm. No better place
That
to
makes
worship Satan than
even
the house
better.
of God. No, like, I came out the birth canal and like Ride the Lightning was playing and like in the hospital. And, like the first words out of my mouth, because I could talk when I was first born. Little known fact, it was, "This band is full of posers and it's fucking trash, dude. Put on some Immortal."
It's because I went in search of heavier, faster guitar and less auto tune.
See,
Okay,
see
that
what I
makes sense. Okay, all right, okay, all right.
We can auto tune this whole show. We can sound great.
Zekri goes, I unironically love Korn. Thanks.
No,
I'm still a
that's
huge
fine.
Korn fan. There's a lot of
So-
different Korn songs.
Yeah, I never got into Corn. I got really heavily into Disturbed and System of a Down, and
He gets Five Finger Death Punch too.
Yo,
Here's the problem: is that we just can't digest corn, right?
here's a fun fact. Like corn, right? People shit on
Joke.
corn because they think they're uninnovative, right?
Right, yeah.
So like they're like, oh, it's just new metal, it's just small core that happened. But here's the fact: like people were down tuning their guitars like back in like the 60s and 70s, alternate tunings.
Mhm.
But Korn was like one of the first bands
Jimmy.
to tune so low with that clang, 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 clang. That when you listen to like modern metalcore today, or you listen to modern gent, which are like two new forms of music from like 2010 onward, they tune the same way Korn does to get that clanky, genty, like clunk, clunk, clunk sound. And they'll never admit it, right? Like they'll never admit it. But the reason they know
Corn's
that,
for
the reason they get
posers,
like ultra compressed, clangy sound in all the metalcore albums,
Mhm.
directly descended from Korn because they listened to Korn as a teenager and they adopt that like sound because they liked how it sounded and they added like hardcore, a little bit metal to it. But Korn and new metal, outside the rap part of it, is a huge influence on like modern metalcore and gent. They'll always say like, no, it was like it's like no, it was this band or it was Earth Crisis that gave me this, or like they'll say oh God, I forget the name, it's escaping me.
You're gonna have to.
Meshuggah. They'll say it's Meshuggah. It's like, oh, you mean Meshuggah, but yeah, for the technicality of it, like the technical riffing, sure. But the sound you're dialing in is 100% Korn, and it's 100. Like you can back to back listen to it. It sounds just like Korn, just a little more technical, but it's Korn.
What is this?
He's catching up to Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Zekri probably wants to be here in studio.
Yeah, he's gonna want to have me directly in the middle of this conversation.
Yeah.
So, fun fact: like the first rap album I ever heard was KRS-One.
Nice. That's
Right?
a good first
Right,
album.
because that's what my
Okay,
dad
all
had.
right.
You know, the rapper who's literally his whole name is Knowledge Reigns Supreme over
Mhm.
nearly everyone.
Mhm.
So while there's some terrible songs that he did that did not age well at all. Not at all. But there's still some of them that they actually spent time and effort to
Mhm.
actually write interesting and compelling lyrics and ideas. And you can see how that's affected certain aspects of some of the modern rappers who, try to speak more lyrical and use their lyrics to say a message instead of it just being, I'm rapping as fast as I can.
Like Jay-Z.
I mean,
When's the last time he's made a good album?
he's
Like a long time, right?
He doesn't have to. He's got Beyonce.
yeah, he
at
has
home.
Beyonce money
at home.
I mean,
Beyonce
where the street cred at, Jay? You know,
I would put out anything if I had Beyonce at home. I'd be just there waiting on her to come home.
he just hangs around. Like I don't see him doing it. He just hangs around. He's like, hey, I got my own like streaming service title.
He's
Right,
like,
No one
"Well, I
cares.
own part of the Nets.
right. And he's got bars and everything else. It's like, why do I need to put out an album?
And
Put
the
an
last
album.
thing he released that was relevant that for him was the book of story of OJ.
Did he produce that?
The story of OJ, that song is Jay-Z.
Oh,
That's a
man.
Jay-Z song.
Oh man.
I just
And that was like
remember.
a couple years ago.
I just remember
Oh.
Tupac clowning on him like every time, dude. Like you're just like this dude that just hangs around Biggie all day. It's just like a hype man. You know, you calls him a hype man. Like I felt like got hurt by it. Like I want to make 99 problems. I'll show you Tupac. Too bad I'm dead.
He did. Hey, he won. He won.
I mean, like
He won.
not getting shot is not winning. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But-
yeah. That gets shot. Living to accept to spend your millions is winning. Ace goes. Curtain Call is the first rap album I was introduced. Is that Eminem's? Right.
Hmm.
Okay. All right.
Which is fair. I
All right.
mean,
All right. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's a decent album.
Yeah.
Get crapped on by Eminem fans there because I said decent album. Let's see.
I mean, some of them are trying to. The fact that Revival came out and it was just terrible, and they have to admit that it was terrible. Let you know that it's okay.
I want to say my first rap album that I listened to and had to be 1992 Ice Cube's Predator album. I want to say that one.
That's fair.
That's my first one.
And Reinhold's like, fuck all this rap shit. It's just terrible.
My first rap album that I ever listened to doesn't exist. I never listened to one.
Sugar Hill Gang. like
He's out here like, these
if-
are the breaks.
if you're a
Break it up,
Midwestern
break it
white
up,
kid
break
in
it
like the
up.
1990s, your first rap album would probably be something like Straight Outta Compton, which this is how it worked. When you're in like your small town like Plainfield, you're bumping Straight Outta Compton max volume, bro. You're singing along with it. But as soon as you drive in Indianapolis, you look around. It's like, wait, there's not white people. You turn it all the way down. Like, why aren't you singing it anymore? Huh?
It's like,
Why aren't you singing it
Remember the
anymore?
beginning of Office Space where David, well, I can't remember his last name, but he's playing that song. He's the guy that comes up and he's like,
You know what?
locks the door.
I think Reinhold would like Afroman because he likes story songs.
I've heard When I Got High because my wife plays it constantly, but she has a CD of a mix that's basically an hour long. So that's not.
If she likes that one, there's a great song put on by Bizarre called "My Mom's a Stoner." Great song.
No, my wife listens to the rap all the time because she grew up,
yeah.
in Indy where I grew up out in the country. So
Yeah, tell her to put that Bizarre on.
I mean, to be fair, Simon and Garfunkel actually put out some bangers, dude. I ain't gonna lie. Like Scarborough Fair is just a straight banger.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That is
no,
a
the
true
best
statement.
the best rap song I've ever heard was Jonathan Colton's version of "Baby Got Back." Now, that's the whitest shit you've ever heard in your life,
Did we
and
ban
it is
him?
hilarious. It's
I
the
won't
funniest
because
thing.
Ace.
Seriously.
I'm waiting for Ace to let me ban him. I'm waiting for Ace to let me. But we are going to be looking for a third.
Give
Yeah.
him timeout.
Yeah,
Give
we
him
are going to be
timeout.
looking for a new third for the because we're going to kick because we're going to have to put Reinhold on like a suspension until he gets some music.
Until he can listen to all of
I listen to
the Pimp a
good music.
Butterfly. If he can,
In
once
the
he listens to
90s,
all
music
of
went
Pimp a Butterfly, we can
downhill.
talk about it.
Yeah,
Became garbage.
wow,
and
Reinhold,
is
Reinhold,
still
that's
not
it.
recovered from
Come
it.
on, Spice Girls, really? You gonna tell Spice Girls is garbage?
I mean,
Yes,
maybe the
I'm gonna say.
mainstream music went bad, but my God, like so many of the bands that I love were big in the 90s and early aughts.
The truth
Like
is,
who?
like Reinhold was trying to play bass for Nirvana, and they told him no. So he just hates the 90s in general.
Honestly, it's probably what it was.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
probably what it was.
Stupid Dave Grohl and his stupid Foo Fighters.
I could-
hate the
I
Foo
like
Fighters.
Dave. I
I
like
could
Dave
do
and Dave.
heroin all I want and write music too.
That's probably what happened. That's probably what we're really finding out.
Sorry, Reinhold, that you couldn't write "Smells Like Teen Spirit," but I would bet you would have like wrote some like crazy ass bass lines for it though. Like
He did Ghostwrite Jeremy though. He did Ghostwrite Jeremy.
Jeremy, literally one of the worst songs I've ever heard in my life. Don't even start. I can't stand his voice when he sings.
free, yeah.
Come on, Ace. Let me ban him now.
Oh, I want to.
What is that gonna tell you today, yo? Free,
And
yeah.
the funniest thing ever, what I've heard is when Tim Minchin is doing a song called "Rock and Roll Nerd," where he's talking, or was it "Rock and Roll Nerd"? Is some song where it's the song about where he can have a dark side too. It's called Dark Side. And in the middle of I can have a dark side too, he breaks into Jeremy. He starts doing the Jeremy voice because it's like fake, angsty. It's hilarious. I love it.
I just imagine you going to every music scene from like the 1970s to the 1990s. Like you dress the part. Like you'll do like the new wave scene in the 80s, right? Like all like hair tees, like cross like earring on and shit, and like rings on your fingers. and you're listening to like I don't know, like Christian Death or something, you're like, fucking posers. I hate this scene. This music sucks. You just leave. Just straight leave. But
I
like,
mean,
there's
you
like,
can't,
what's your
you can't listen to Bad Out of Hell or a Super Tramp, Breakfast in America, and then listen to today's music and think that they're anywhere near as good.
top 5 bands, Reinhold?
Yes,
Go.
I can. Yes, I can. The '90s blessings and a curse for music. Musicians got super rich. Music did take a turn for the worse in sound. I will say that, yeah, it was a lot of corporate people did consume a lot of money because they did was able to easier to to control the path to becoming like a star in the '90s. They did perfect that, but that ultimately, luckily, the internet came around and put it
Why,
put the
yes,
kibosh
Mr. Barry Gordy, I will sign on the dotted line.
Well, the problem with music today is that you don't have like a singular outlets like you used to have with music radio, music and radio.
which
Where
is
do you
great.
hear new music at today? You don't hear it on the radio because everybody's doing talk radio now. Nobody's doing music. So you've got Spotify is like your way of trying to get heard as an artist. You're just not going to get
Look
the
at this old
reach.
man yells at cloud. I use
That's what this
podcasts
whole,
actually.
That's what this whole segment has been.
I
It's
know.
like music went downhill after the Beatles, and
I
I'm
know,
not the
right?
only
That's what it
person who
sounds
says
like.
this. I don't even say this.
No, but you are emblematic of them.
Just give us your top 5 bands.
Because
Like,
we're right.
Oh my god.
the top 5
Right,
bands in
but
your opinion.
Can
Yeah,
I
who is
bring
it?
in for a
Sorry.
moment here? Reinhardt's
Um,
argument is music is bad because there isn't a single outlet for us to go
No.
to. and be
I never
fed.
said music was bad because of that. I said the music scene is hard to break into. It's not as easy to find good music. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying
I think
that
that's counter.
there's
that's
good. There's so
counterintuitive.
Bare Naked Ladies is still out there making good music. There's bands making good music out there. You just don't hear it.
But that's, I mean, do you go to the places where it's being put out? Like, I can find some great bands right now that I wouldn't even have known about 2 decades ago.
Yeah, or you have a small community.
No,
Like honestly, there's
there's
so many more outlets to interact with people. You're able to find way more music through interacting with people. Almost every
I'm
single
not-
Discord I'm in has a music channel where everybody shares and like, hey, check out this song. And that's how I discover
well,
music is through other people.
we have
It's
one
like
too,
you
but
before.
nobody cares about it but me. But the thing about what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, you can find now a lot of different eclectic stuff that you could never find before because it was all so honed and focused. But the bad side of that is that when you do have some music that gets out there, it's harder to discover it like it was. I mean, it used to be you listen to American Top 40, you listen to radio channels would play the same songs over and over again. You'd hear those songs. Those songs got a lot of airplay. All the other stuff that's on the side that nobody really liked, or that stuff would still be there and people would try to have to find it. It was harder to find. Now it's easier to find that stuff, but it's harder to focus energy behind a certain sound that would then kind of grab the nation and continue on with.
I mean, there's always underground music, like
There was always been underground
I
music.
mean, like I could have I could always have like old dusty cassette tapes of old dungeon sets from like 1991, where it's like we'll make D&D music with synthesizers and stuff, which is cool. Like it still goes on. There's like new releases and stuff, but it's all on cassette tapes or like in the basement of like some like Norwegian, like some Norwegian like record shop from like 1994. That's the only place you'd find it until someone finds a cassette tape and re-uploads it to the internet. You're like, oh man, this is a banger, but like for me, it's like a lot of the good stuff. Like I listen to like a lot of Sleep, and like you would never hear Sleep on the radio, but it was like because they were doing like generator parties with Kayas back in like the 90s out in like the Palm Springs desert. They just go get gas generators and play out in the desert. Like you're not gonna get noticed that way. But over time, because like these like early EPs got released, and people are like, oh shit, this is like heavy as fuck, then they got to where they are. I never really listened to stuff on the radio. I just search for like whatever underground band, whatever genre you want to listen to. Like some of the best stuff's like that. Like Harry listens to like a couple like Witch House chillwave stuff, right?
Yeah, Witch House, yeah.
But like some of the best stuff you'll find is like just on YouTube. That there's no other place to get it because the artists are either anonymous or they're like compilations from like different artists.
Correct. Yeah.
So-
I used
so-
to get my music from band like as where Zeke mentioned Bandcamp. You can get on Bandcamp, but a lot of the stuff I listen to I get from DJs. So I listen to a DJ podcast called Communion After Dark Radio. Every Monday. I get a good stream of really neat goth house or witch house like music. Pops it out. But also, since I am turning into an old man, I keep listening to the same songs I listened to when I was a kid, and that comes to the entire Initial D soundtrack, just Euro beats constantly over and repeat. So yeah.
But you guys are kind of making my point for me. So when I grew up, I was that guy too, who was always like, "Hey, your music sucks. Why you listen to that weird stuff?" Blah blah blah. Because people would be listening to Top 40 all the time. When songs would come out, it would be like when something goes viral today, it kind of pushes itself into the societal frame where people start to know about it. And even growing up, when I was listening to kind of odd, weird stuff, you would still hear that other music because it was so prevalent that it would just be out there all the time because it was on radio play all the time. And most of the people you hung around with or knew in your society had heard that song, and it was a way to do. But if you have to go searching for music, that's different than what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is it used to be pushed out, very focused in large numbers. Like TV used to be the same way too. I mean, you used to have TV shows that would get 10 million people views. Getting 10 million views on a show nowadays is unheard of, but that used to be the norm. That was a failing show back in the day.
I'm going to give you a counter argument, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many songs that hit the number 1 or in the top 10 of Billboard Hot 100 because they added in people playing it on TikTok. And because it was played on TikTok, it became like number 1 in the world. People like Olivia Rodrigo, one of the two. Can't remember off the top of my head. She has a whole career because one of her songs caught fire on TikTok, and then it spiraled into her having this massive career. And then a bunch of people are like, I kind of like that sound, and they just kind of use that sound as well. It still exists. That whole kind of this song is popular enough it gets pushed out. That happens.
You still have your viral hits, but it's not the same. It's not nearly as ubiquitous as it was back when in the 70s and 80s.
Yes, because
I'm confused.
Executive isn't deciding we're going to make every radio station.
No, I'm not saying again. I'm not saying that it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's the way it should be. I'm just saying it's the way it was.
Yeah, we all agree that it was. I'm just confused. I agree. We're not going to anyone disagreeing with that. We just don't understand what you're trying to say. We're just talking like, hey, this is where we find.
What I'm trying to say is, if you hear good music, you go out and you find this. Like me, how many times have I gone out and found a great song, like a new song by Bare Naked Ladies or something like that, where I'm like, hey, this is really good. People should listen to it. Nobody listens to it. Nobody will listen to what I tell them to listen to. But when it was on the radio, it was played all the time. People heard it. Like,
to be fair,
1 week.
To be fair,
how many people still know the song 1 week from Bare Naked Ladies because that song was played God's number of times, right?
To be fair, Ryan, when the zeitgeist of the music comes to you, do you listen? Because I'm sure
says, hey,
everyone in this room has heard a Little Nas X song, but you.
I used to be cool until they changed what cool was. It happened to me. It'll happen to you.
Wasn't there was a song that he came out with that was a couple of years back that was just like everybody was listening to it, right? Can't remember the name of it. It was the Cowboy or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So we do have one. Everyone has
heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I heard it, but
I haven't. But we're not inviting me.
I'm sure Paul's heard it. He probably doesn't know he heard it. He probably just hears the white part and just sticks there.
He heard that.
I mean, there's a song that came out in 2001, 2002. I can't remember what. That is still today considered probably the most popular song. It is the most popular downloaded in the last 20 years, and that's I can't remember. I know it sounds bad. My brain is
so popular.
It's the Killers.
You're talking about Somebody Told Me?
Somebody told me.
No. Look, what's the name of the song?
You said the Killers.
Are you talking about Are you talking about She Wants Revenge?
No.
Which broke up, which was like 6 years ago. She Wants Revenge, and
it was a Merle Haggard song I listened to. Like,
Mr. Brightside. That's it.
Yeah. Isn't it
Mr.
isn't it-
Brightside. If you go look at the numbers, is the most requested, most downloaded song in the past 25 years.
Reinhold, isn't it the one that's like somebody told me?
That is Mr. Brightside. That's the chorus. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the chorus of it.
All right,
Somebody
bro.
told me.
Is that
I'm saying there's no way to cure this without
No,
getting
that- you're
Reinhold
thinking of the
pissed
wrong
drunk
song.
and taking him to some shows, dude. Like, ain't no way.
Mr. Brightside is
that
about a
or it's
guy
the- or
who's
it's the
sto-
other.
who
I think it might be the other killer song. But yes,
Let's go.
Mr. Brightside has been around for a long time, which is true. It's mostly because it was massively popular in the UK, and I think it's still in the Hot 100 in the UK. Still because they really love that song. But
yeah,
it's
and in
that,
the US too. It's still high in the US too. It's still very big.
Bigger than Thanks for the
Vincent,
Memories.
You were doing a different killer song.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a different killer song. But it's definitely the Killers. But I knew what he was talking.
Yeah, we need to take Reinhold to karaoke one night and just like find out what songs he's talking about.
But
could just
I
sing.
agree with Reinhold on one thing. Like, if I go to like a room full of like 30-year-old, Midwest people, and then I get like on a piano, I only have to hit 3 notes on that piano, and they know exactly what song that is because it's a My
Exactly
Chemical
right.
Romance song. They know exactly
I
from
mean-
those 3 hits on that keyboard.
I mean, just because
because the
everybody in this
music was
room agrees with
ubiquitous.
you,
Everybody
except for
heard it.
Reinhold, because I don't think he
Yeah.
knows what that song is.
Oh, Reinhold would probably know. He's like, man, I was slitting my wrist, blacking
No,
up my
but-
hearts, the tears fall down
Dude, you
around
said
me.
My Chemical Romance. I think Reinhold's eyes
Yeah.
glazed over the moment you said
Well,
I've
because
heard
he
of
also
My
doesn't
Chemical
listen to
Romance.
rap.
Don't even start.
Because I'll get on the piano and start playing Dre Day.
it.
Do 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 do.
Most people are like, yeah, guess who's back?
You guess-
Reinhold be like, what? What's going on?
There's certain riffs, right, and certain songs that like just transcend time. That if you play it even on like a piano or something, you hit the first 3 or 4 notes, they immediately know what it is. Like if I go dun 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 dun, dun they know exactly know it's just how it works. Like even Iron
Bohemian
Man for Black
Rhapsody.
Sabbath.
Yeah, Zeke goes Nice would probably play the first 3 notes of Megalomania.
Yeah.
Just a troll.
Yep. Don't Stop Believing is a good one too. Yeah, that's another one. There used to be a game show called Name That Tune where people could name songs off the first couple songs, couple notes. I mean, it was
Yeah, and there's
the
some of them that are
music
just
was
so
ubiquitous.
Yeah.
It was
It was also-
limited, but
It was limited
ubiquitous.
to your old timey technology because in order for someone to make songs back then, you had to basically let Barry Gordy touch you in ways so he will put your songs to vinyl. Allegedly, please don't sue
Yeah,
me.
I'll sign on the line, Mr. Barry Gordy. What do you mean you get 90% of my royalty check?
Shug, I don't want to run cocaine at my shows. Well, I'm Shug Knight. You're gonna run the cocaine at your shows because we bloods, homie. We bloods.
But
Imagine being an artist and having to deal with Shug Knight.
Please do not be offensive to our co-hosts. Please do not say offensive words.
What was
That
it?
is- This is he's clearly not in jail.
I've been told by people that I respect that I need to play nice when it comes to libertarians I don't like. So I'm not going to talk about.
Good. You can't say anything. We'll say it for you.
See, Reinhold, here's my other thing about things not being ubiquitous. It's because you choose not to listen to it. Literally this year, Kendrick Lamar's "To Pimp a Butterfly" on like almost all of the aggregate review sites is now the most highest reviewed album period over OK Computer from Radiohead. It literally beat it out this year. So it's one of those things like this album is enough people love it and they've listened to it and they've reviewed it and it's good enough
Yeah,
to be better than an album that's been on that #1 for like 30 years.
You've got you've got things like Taylor Swift. You've got things like you hear things. There are people who transcend up into that area, but it used to be a lot more back in the day. Everybody knew
I
who
disagree.
the Eagles were. Everybody knew who the Beatles were. Everybody knew who all these bands were because they were played so
I
much.
hate the Eagles.
Fuck the
But
Eagles,
the
man.
problem with that is like they cycled the same 10 bands. Like I can go back to the 80s where people are like,
Yes,
oh
that
yeah,
is a
Bon
problem.
Jovi, oh yeah, Motley Crue, but who's talking about Wasp, right? Like besides like
Mhm.
the Fuck Like a Beast song because it's a meme.
I
but
know. I was
talking
a
about
big fan
Wasp,
of like Chilliwack and a
Tesla
bunch
or
of
Striper.
Yeah, I had Striper album. I had a Petra album. You know, I listened to a lot of different things that
Right.
nobody that I knew would
Right,
listen
but
to.
the radio at
But
the time would just take 10
yes,
songs that were a hit or things that
and
would
just
be
play
played
them
in the
over and over
club
again.
or something, and just play them over and over again. That's the only reason you
Yeah.
know it. But there's tons of bands
That's why
in
it's
that
called
same.
Top 40 Radio.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's
Again, I'm not saying it was
same
good. I'm
vibe.
just saying that's what it was.
Like it's like everybody knows this like Soundgarden song. That's cool, but you know, it's like what about the other stuff on their albums? Like 4th of July. 4th of July is sludgy as shit. It's a really good
Oh,
song.
I was always big on the B sides. Like I would
Mm-hmm.
get here's a song I liked. I'd get the 45. I'd flip the B side and usually would like it better.
Well,
Then
it's
I
like
just
you
started buying albums
it's
because
what you
the
do with
albums always had good songs on it. There was a Rod Stewart album that had like 5 really good songs on it, but never released the singles, so nobody ever heard them.
So I think I'm starting
Joe
to
Walsh.
get a sense of the objection here. Reinhold hates that there's more like spread outness of musical tastes because now he can't be a hipster and like things that aren't
I'm
popular.
not saying
See, I don't think it's that. I don't think
I'm
it's
not
that. I
saying-
think
think
what it
it's great.
is that
just
he's
different.
upset that his AM radio doesn't pick up anything anymore. I think that's what it really is.
It's not that I'm upset. I'm just trying to say that
Yeah.
society is different now than it was then. We don't have much of a shared zeitgeist as we used to have. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is for people to decide. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
But
that
I think we do
in the
have
day,
one.
that's the way
I think
it
you
was.
choose not to participate into that shared zeitgeist.
I literally just gave the example that an album
No,
is
that's not the
in the
same.
shared zeitgeist that
No,
everybody
5
loves enough.
5 artists isn't the zeitgeist. I mean, my wife, I listen to Pink all the time. I know what's going on out in the music. Sia, I know who that is. You know, I mean, I listen to the music today, but it's not as ubiquitous as it was then. Just
I-
because of the way that the marketing, the music scene was.
I need
It was
here, I would-
controlled
I
by
need you
executives who
to-
didn't know what they were doing, who put bad bands up a lot of times because they knew that they could sell them.
Reinhold, what is your definition of ubiquitous? That's why I think that's the question here. Is like we're arguing two different things. What is your definition of ubiquitous?
What I'm trying to say when I'm saying ubiquitous at this time is that the large number of songs and artists would be known by a lot of people. Not, hey, we have the modern day version of the Beatles, but nobody's heard of the Stones. Right.
So would you say when the person releases an album and all the songs on their album chart on the Hot 100, that makes them ubiquitous?
That makes them ubiquitous, but doesn't make the music scene of the day ubiquitous.
So how many of those people would have to exist for it to be ubiquitous?
I'd say more than 10, at least.
Do I need to start counting? Because I can.
I mean, I can go back into the 70s and I can start naming off bands that most people have heard of to this day.
That's
Because
Guitar
at the
Hero.
time-
You have a point. There's plenty of one-hit wonders that existed where they had one song that people know and stuff, but it's hard to go, well, not there isn't this 10 people that can do this when I can go, well, there's Taylor Swift and Kendrick Lamar, and then there is Drake, who every time Drake releases an album, everything charts. There's Beyonce still, who's still around.
Yeah, but the charting is not like, okay, you have like the top 2 or 3 people who are selling a lot of maybe selling a lot of albums, although that's to be debated because a lot of times they're just counting in plays on Spotify on that. But the numbers don't add up to what they used to be when the executives in the music companies were pushing and promoting that music a lot more than they are now, in a lot more focused way.
Well,
So but if we're talking about revenue, that's just because of how music is taken in, and because you can't sell an entire album based off of one song anymore, and that's how a lot of people got a lot of their money. Is like Spice Girls release one popular song, and then they sell the entire Spice World album based because people want to listen to "Tell Me What I Want," what I really, really want.
That album's full of bangers.
Well,
I just picked the band.
I
at
know.
random.
First of all, they had
Bangers.
singles, so people would buy the singles. That's not exactly fair. But the thing is, too, is that nowadays artists don't feel compelled to put out albums, because if they get 2 or 3 good songs out there and those songs are getting attention, then they're going to put them out. They don't feel compelled to put out albums. They feel like, well, why put out a bunch of other songs if you don't have them and you don't feel they're ready? So you're
Counter
not
argument,
limited
one of the-
to the you have to have an album worth of music. There's been a lot of artists who are just like, we had to just put slop on like the last 3 songs on this album. We just slapped together because we had to have this done, had to have a certain number of minutes on it. There's one artist, OK Go, where they had to have a certain number of songs on it. So the very end of the album, he had just I guess it was recorded his wife sleeping for like 7 minutes. That stuff happened because of dictates by the record companies, and people were forced to put out bad music because of the way that things were sold.
Some of those were
So
bangers though. Like for
Well,
example,
yeah.
like
Yeah,
well,
Harry is like, there's a track of a woman sleeping for 7
No.
minutes.
First off,
He's
yeah,
like,
I may have to go
link-
buy this
link,
album.
Like,
please,
when you-
link,
But
please.
hold on. Aces, I feel like knowing what the zeitgeist is for our current time is not going to be possible for another decade or two when there's a new zeitgeist. Other fair point, Ace. Yes,
Yes.
because we're in it. We don't know what Reinhold is saying for this time. We can go back to another time point, like a different time period. Like we could definitely do the '90s and the early aughts. We could definitely say like, because if he tries to say that doesn't exist for the early aught, he's just going to get Soldier Boy in his face.
No, I'm just saying is that today, the
I'm
day
just
with the
gonna
way the
do that.
music's delivered and discovered, you've got a lot more little pockets of music.
Honestly,
More-
I felt like just getting right in his ear going, what?
What?
Oh, God.
281-330-8004. Call me up on the phone, Mike Jones at your door. It's just a banger, dude. Oxycontin, it's a good little wipe.
So like even Steven Crowder made it like that joke. Like it was like last week. He's like they just texted out like the Mike Jones number. So I was like, did they get a control of that number?
Mike Jones.
Because if I was in Texas and that number is up, I would ask for it if I had a business or if I just had a phone. Like, heck
But
no,
it-
give me a phone number.
I think like Reinhold thinks it's like, well, it's pockets are better because there's a lot of genres that don't get a lot of mainstream success because the sound just doesn't congruate with like what's going to go on the radio or what happens in the club. Because a lot of music is made for a specific environment, right? It's either to like sell product, get people into like bars, get people into clubs, get people to go to shows and concerts. But there's a lot of like art passion projects that are like one band projects, like 3 dudes making like some like obscure postmodern, type of album, which gets out into the internet because they're in these little pockets, which is good for
and
that.
it's easier for them to make that. They make that music and still
Yeah.
have a living based off of it than it was before. Before, if you couldn't show to a record executive that you could make X number of sales, you weren't going to get the deal and you weren't going to get the airplay and you were not going to be heard of. Now, with the ability to find music a lot differently, where it's not focused but limited, you have like it's same with other communities too. When I grew up, I didn't have the access to certain communities that I liked, like books and TV shows and things like that. There was nobody around. So when when the internet came around, I'm like, I can find other people like me and we can enjoy that stuff together. So now you can put out music much cheaper than you used to. You can do it on your home computer. You don't have to go to a studio and pay a bunch of time and have a producer. You do all that stuff yourself.
Mhm.
So it's easier for those types of artists to have a living with lower expectation of being, super famous or rich or whatever, and making a bunch of money for a bunch of executives that they end up getting screwed over for.
Right.
Right.
So to me, it's like looking at Miller Lite and or Bud Light and being like, oh man, there aren't just 2 beers and they're both piss water.
That's a good example too. People were buying certain beers, because that was what was sold and advertised. So everything was focused because everybody was watching 4 channels on TV, and so all the advertising was there. Then now you've got all these craft beers and people can have their own kinds of special things to do. And it's easier to make money doing it because you don't have to pay the big advertising budget to make that stuff. Right. So you can make money in niche markets where you couldn't do that 30 years ago.
I think you could make money in the niche markets. I think what we need to understand is that the boomers stole away our regional and cultural beers that we used to have around this country. The boomer generation stole that from us. We will never forget what the boomers stole from us. Okay,
Yeah.
there are amazing regional beers that we either locked away because of stupid bootlegging rules, or just went out of business because they took all the profits up their freaking noses either in the 80s or they smoked it all in the 70s. Okay,
And thankfully,
Hey, we
some
wouldn't
of
have
those-
smoke.
Well, some of those dead beers are coming back.
He
We
didn't
wouldn't
pay us.
have
We ain't
Smokey
giving
and
him no money.
Abandoned.
He didn't pay us, so we can't talk about it. But
We wouldn't have Smokey and Abandoned if it weren't for those bootlegging rules now. So
That's
there's
true.
some good came out of it.
One movie.
You know who really
One and a
ruined
half.
beer?
One
The
and a
people-
half.
The people that really ruined the beer were like 14th century like monks, right? So it used to be like beer, like people would go out in the forest and grab like, whatever they're for bitters and make the beer. And then these like silly Lutheran like monks are like, no, we're gonna make purity laws on the beer, so you have to use like hops. So like hops became the standard for beer everywhere because these monks controlled the hops farms where they got into the beer. Because if you're using yarrow or you're using like whatever you find out in the forest, you're a filthy pagan, and I'm gonna like, we're gonna have some fun with that. But
Well, beer used to be how the people got bread. I mean, that because it was like liquid bread at that
No.
point. Because people would.
But that was like the first thing of a consolidation for beer is like if we were like alive in like the 14th century, everybody here could make their own beer. The Carrie's like, I got the stuff with blueberries and juniper berries. It's great. He was able to do that. He couldn't do that when the monasteries controlled like the hops.
Correct. Yeah. Have you watched Reinhold? You're a fan of Townsend, right?
That Townsend?
Yeah,
Pete
YouTube Townsend.
No, I don't know YouTube Townsend.
Jay Townsend and Sons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The YouTube channel. Reinhold, no, we've watched these videos. All right.
He
Anyway,
does-
It's not ringing a bell. I mean,
he
maybe
does
I'm
an
just not catching it off the
examination
name.
Yeah, he does an examination of early pioneer life in the American colonies, especially in the 1600s, 1700s.
well, one thing they did, like if they did an episode of like frontier beer or how to make, like how they would make, like what he's kind of saying, like what they were, how they would make beer when they first got here, like to the frontier, especially here, like Indiana and stuff like that, like just taking stuff that they have and turning it into beer.
Mhm.
Which some of it looked like it tasted good. They said it was tasted great. The other one was like, this is awful. This is which
if
their
it's not PBR, it's just not good, right?
Well, old style is like PBR, but worse, right? So sometimes, like at the Volrat, they have like 50-cent PBR nights. Sometimes it was like quarter, like old style nights, and man, like
That has to be the funniest thing I've ever seen happen is that somehow PBR became a hipster beer and saved that company and made a bunch of money for them.
it's because those dive bars, like the dive bars, don't make a lot of money, so they're usually like hole in the wall. So they usually have like really piss poor beer. So like PBR, old style, like I think even like old Schnips or whatever. Just really like janky old beers, old Milwaukee. Those are sold on tap because they're cheap. They're like $50, $40 a keg. So these hipster bars would have it. Then all the hipsters would be like, well, our dive bar is pretty cool. It's got graffiti on the wall. It's got like loud punk music playing. We're gonna drink these like old beers, and that's ended up what people end up drinking. So that's why it's because of dive bars.
Look,
Like 100%
look how
dive bars.
anti-establishment, anti-corporate I am. I'm going to drink this old corporate beer, but now it's hip. It's hip to do.
Well, the hipsters did jump into also like a lot of the microbreweries or nano breweries, but they ruined that because they just made these awful, just like IPAs, just full of hops.
This is skunk must fermented for 30 days.
and then,
This tastes like a finely sous vide armpit hair.
yeah.
Perfect.
Which is I got into, which was neat. When I was up in Michigan, like some of the nano breweries, some of the spicy beers. So I had like a ghost pepper. I had a ghost pepper beer, and then I also had a ghost pepper. It was like this. It was like it was just dragon's breath beer. Like I was drinking that, and it burned. And if it wasn't for drinking like our local spicy beer from Triton, I probably would not have been able to stand that. Of course, the people who were just pouring it to me were just looking at me dumbfounded that I'm able just to put these back.
This is delicious.
Yeah, this is delicious. I like this thing.
I'm kind of weird.
Capsaicin
Like
just adds just a little bit of umami flavor.
for liquor, right? Like I enjoy Everclear, like straight out Everclear. Crystal Springs, like Ever Springs. Like,
No one enjoys Everclear.
look, you just get you like a pint of
90%
Everclear.
alcohol.
Yeah, you get a pint of it, you get some fruit, you chop it up, throw some like Hawaiian punch in there. The Everclear, dude, this jungle juice, you're ready to go. You're drunk after 2 cups, dude.
So
Just
I used
go
to
to
after
CVS,
work
buy.
go to a bar and do quarter beer nights with all the guys. So we would leave work working at the catering company. So we'd have our tux shirts. We put our tux. We would just go put our tuxes back on, clean them back up while we get them cleaning up the cafe hall, and then go to quarter beer night, drinking quarter beers in our tuxes.
Sidetrack just for a second. Did you see that Party Down is coming back?
The what?
There's a TV show called Party Down that was out about 10 years ago about
I have
people
no
working in a
recollection
catering
of
company.
what
Oh,
Party
jeez.
Down is at all.
Right now, we don't know what Party Down is.
I know.
Yeah,
mine
does it
is.
have
Apparently-
anime titties in it? No? Then I don't care.
Apparently, Faulty Towers is coming back.
I don't even know what
Mhm.
that is.
I don't know if Faulty
Yep,
Towers
Faulty
is
Towers is coming back too. Yeah, they're
I
going to
want
he's going to do
Lone
a
Gunman.
reboot.
When does the Lone Gunman get a reboot? Okay.
I just figured you would like Party Down because it's about caterers and their life behind the scenes of doing these catering, and it's mostly kind of in the style of, not written lines, more off the cuff jokes and things like that. It had a lot of famous people in it. I mean, it was really.
I must have missed it.
Okay.
I did know like there's like one about a hotel. I can't remember the name of it, which was really neat. Which I ended up watching that one, and it's true to life on how it is back in front of house in catering. Just when it comes to like weddings, when it comes to weddings, everything else is everything is 20% more. I will tell everyone if you want a cheap wedding, don't tell them it's a wedding, just tell it's an event. And then if you also don't do it on a Friday or Saturday, do it on a Sunday.
Can you have an event on a Wednesday afternoon, please?
Yeah, I have an event. Several of my closest friends. They don't need to know it's a wedding up until, as long as you don't need them to cut a cake or do anything. All they do is making food. Yeah.
I mean, the only show like I really enjoyed and watched all the way through is when I got the Canadian channel, and it was like Trailer Park Boys. Like I watched that whole series, season 1, season 2.
Canadian channel.
Yeah, I mean, it originally aired in Canada. It's like it would show on that TV show like all the time. But I just watched the Trailer Park Boys, and I'd be like, man, I relate to this so hard, dude. It's like, holy shit. Like,
All right. So Ace goes, Everclear is just unflavored 151. Yeah. Okay. All right. So,
Just take a bottle of rubbing alcohol and just drink it.
Don't drink
Yeah.
rubbing alcohol.
You
That's,
can't do that.
that'll make you blind.
Yeah,
Don't drink that.
they denature that.
Sure.
The drink. So I used to drink this one drink, which tastes really, really good. I do not recommend drinking this, but it does taste really good if you do decide to do it. It's called a 252. All right.
Mhm.
You take Bacardi 151 and you mix it with Wild Turkey 101. It makes a 252. It's amazing. It tastes amazing. You do not taste the alcohol whatsoever. So it's dangerous. Do not drink this thing. I was drinking it up until someone said, "Don't drink this," and threw my solo cup into the fire at the campground, and it just shot up in flames. First time I've ever puked drinking.
You don't need anything more than Mad Dog 2020. That's
all right, so that
anybody needs.
petition to we need to get a poll of the band. Can we get a poll of the band right on again?
I mean,
I'll
I'll
tell
drink
you about a
Night
drink.
Train, but it's the Carlo Rossi's pretty good if you have like $9. You want to get drunk, you get the sangria, like the giant jug of sangria. Pretty good.
All right, so Brian,
The
when
worst-
you used
the worst
to
drunk I ever
underage
had.
drink, was that your drink when you were underage drinking?
No,
No, he
the
was going
worst.
to
It was Tequila
Tiki's
Sunrise when I
already.
was underage drinking. It was Tequila Sunrise. Now,
Okay, I thought you were
the-
in the communion, right? Or something.
the biggest drunk, the worst drunk I ever had, which I almost got alcohol poisoning. I think from it. I was sick for 2 days. Somebody had this drink, and it was 7 different types of alcohol that were layered on top of each other,
Mhm.
with the overriding taste being a shot of spearmint schnapps. Right. So I drank 4 of those, and then decided that I needed something different. So I drank a cup of malted wine on top of it.
You're an animal. Like everything
I
about you
cannot-
is an animal.
I cannot to this day chew spearmint gum. It'll make me throw up.
Is that your
Good.
weakness?
Good.
Like we just bring
Good.
experiment and
Good.
put in the
Good
house, like
experiment.
keeps you
Yeah.
away. Like, oh, this experiment. Like the only
This
time
You're like a vampire.
I've only thrown up from liquor from 2 times, and one was like Osiris from like Sun King Brewery Osiris drink, and it was just so hoppy, I just threw up immediately. I'm like, holy shit, this is bad. The other time was we were watching the Boondocks, and like Doug Nipson's like, he's called an Incredible Hulk. I'm like, cool, let's go make some Incredible Hulks, bro. And it's like it's like Hypnotic and like Hennessy and like a couple shots of like color in it, so it's just green,
It's just that. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
yeah.
and it was so bad, like the worst tasting thing I've ever tasted. Like the Hypnotic was like a sweet saccharine taste, but the Hennessy was just raw, and it's like this is the worst tasting thing. I drank like 4 cups of it and like threw up the next day, like all over the yard. It's
Yeah, this was on a New Year's Eve. I didn't make it to midnight. I think I did spill one of the 4th drink. I spilled half of it in the carpet. I got up and decided to try to make it to bed. So I bounced down the hallway of my apartment into my bedroom and laid on my bed, and immediately realized where I screwed up, because I had a full motion water bed at the time, which immediately got me moving. And I was like, oh, I got to go to the bathroom. So I ended up spending the next 4 hours laying in the bathroom with my head against the toilet.
Oh wow. I have some awful drinking stories, which you can find. I have it behind the paywall on my OF account. If you clearly get to that, I have tons, some with photos. So yeah.
So far,
Yeah, I give it up for free.
Every word of the last bit of this conversation has basically told me why I've made the right choice.
Oh no, I can give you some more choices. In college, we had a guy that would like just get random drugs sometimes and bring it to us, right? For like he wanted to pass college, but he didn't want to do any work, so you do like a couple of his papers to give you drugs, right? Easy. And he got a hold of like some like red brick like not heroin, but like opium. So it's just like the chunky opium, it's like red bricked. So like, let's smoke it, right? We got the hookah. We'll smoke all this opium, right? So it's me and the boys right here with this hookah. Like we're just gonna smoke this. It was like straight opium den for like 6 hours. Like we're just on the couch like this, and we're just smoking, having a good time. And then as soon as it wore off, bro, as soon as we're out of the opium and the opium wasn't there anymore, and like we started getting hungover for it, it was the most rage-inducing like thing I've ever felt in my life. It's like, let me get another hit. We're out, bro. What do you mean you're out? Like, we smoked all the opium, bro. It's like, I feel like I'm gonna die, and I feel like I'm gonna punch a hole in the wall if I don't get more opium. And I'm like, and we're just looking around looking for it. It's like, oh, we'll just smoke the weed. It'll help us. And we tried to smoke the weed. Like, this weed isn't doing anything for us. And they're like, well, no shit. You're an opium bender. Like, the weed's not going to do anything for you, bro. And like, I spent the next 2 days just like dog ass sick.
Oh my god. All right, I will say that
Instant withdrawals.
my early 20s in college, I have never been around so many drugs. I was, like you learn about drugs, but then you're just not ready for the amount of drugs like early childhood, like that early part of your 20s that I was introduced to. And it was just it just flew like ocean, stuff like that. I didn't even know how, like when they would come up, it's like, because even when someone told you what it was, you just didn't want to believe it because it's just there on a table somewhere. Like, what? You have this?
Different cultures of college life. Because I was with nerds, so
was I.
So our thing was like, oh yeah, some of them would smoke pot, some of them would get drunk, and we just watch anime, and like that was it. There was no like opium. There's no opium den.
Okay, I didn't have opium den. I was sitting in the computer lab. We had Adderall, Coke. All right, speed.
I mean,
it's like,
luckily, I didn't have any friends that were Adderall addicts, because that's like. That's
how to stay up. It's like we have to stay up. I didn't do any of that. I just did coffee. Right? I knew if I touched that stuff, I'd become instantly addicted because how addicted I am to coffee.
Oh.
I did not touch Adderall. I didn't know anybody who was on Adderall. Thank God.
Oh, we were a bunch of nerds.
Back now. I am back. Suggestion imprinting onto 3-year-old was ultimately unsuccessful. Okay, all right. And it goes. Turns out hanging out in trailer parks, smoking pot exposed me to fewer drugs than I had gone to go. Yes. Yeah, Adderall, is that a downer? Note. I know.
No.
Whoa. Okay,
Adderall is basically legal meth.
Yeah, you stay away from drugs, Eker.
It is like, literally. There was a whole scandal in the esports where a lot of the players, like these 16 and 17-year-olds, were just illegally getting Adderall from their coaches, and they were like, oh yeah, I stayed up for the last 7 weeks. It's fine. I'm fine.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
if you
I slept for 1 hour in the past 73 days,
Mhm,
and
mhm.
it's fine. It's fine.
If you don't need the stuff, it's a perform enhancing drug. Like I lost a networking competition because I swear this guy was just hitting Adderall. I can't type that fast. He's thinking faster than I am because he's on drugs.
Yes.
It's like I'm sitting there drinking coffee, doing Cisco networking like anyone would with a cup of coffee in their hand. This guy's just like, whoa.
Yeah.
Too tight,
So,
thank you.
so the audience can't see this, but I'm showing my bottle of Adderall right here.
Oh, God, right.
Do you make an Oreo out of that,
That's why
Reinhold?
he has so many tabs open
no.
all the time.
I know.
Like,
Yes, the
It's the
Adderall.
Adderall. He's
Reinhold,
like,
I want
"Yeah,
you. I'm gonna make you have a good time right here, right now. I want you to crush these Adderall up, right? Go to your wife, get some Darby
Stop,
It's
fake news. It's fake news. It's fake.
called a
It's fake.
speedball.
Stop.
It's fake. He doesn't want to do that. Drugs are
Stop.
bad. Drugs are bad.
Remember-
Stop.
Did you guys watch you Get Him Into the Greek, right? The Jeffrey?
See, I want to watch that. Everyone keeps saying that I should watch that, but I
Oh
have
my
not
God,
watched
yes.
it. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
want we need to record your reaction to it. That's gonna be good. Did you no okay, first before you see that, have you seen Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
No.
You have to see Forgetting Sarah Marshall before you see Get Into the Greek.
Why? The sequel?
Because the Russell Brand character who's in Get Him to the Greek is first introduced in Forgetting Sarah Marshall, and it
this
is
is a Russell Brand
hilarious.
cinematic universe.
Yes. At least 2 movies anyway.
Well, it's Jason Segel basically.
Yeah.
So Jason Segel is the guy who wrote those movies and wrote all the music for it,
Mhm.
and you would know him from How I Met Your Mother. He was the Marshall guy. He was the big guy. He's got this flair for writing some fucked up great songs. and you find that out. It's really good. But the songs that he sings, the Russell Brand that they have him singing, so incredibly good and bad at the same time. Like in the movie Forgetting Sarah Marshall, he starts singing a song as I want to be inside of you or something like that. It's just the grossest song, but he makes it sound so like loving and sweet. It's hilarious.
Do you remember like those old movies where they do like promotions, like they'll have like a Pepsi ad or something in like the movie because they're trying to do like cross promotion, like, oh, we watched this movie, but we're also drinking Pepsi. Like I think National Lampoons with Denny's, right? Like
I would never sell that type.
Gatorade.
So Tropic Thunder is a great example.
Yeah, they did the whole joke.
Booty
at the
sweat.
beginning of it. Yep.
But
I-
like I
There's
saw
There's a movie. Yeah,
I saw
there's
a
movie.
Quiznos. I saw a Quiznos in real life. They're still around.
There's a quiz.
Yeah, there's one
a
in
quiz-
Plainfield.
Yeah, there's a single one in Plainfield that I know
Yeah.
of. I
Do you-
don't know of any other one.
Do you remember when they were hyped up to be the sub shop during like the late 90s, early 2000s with those like little squirrels? You know, they
Oh,
did like
God,
the
yeah.
memes
Yeah,
and-
those
yeah,
weird,
yeah.
creepy
And
squirrels.
now they're like dead, you know, because they I guess they messed over their franchises. But there's like a lot of restaurants that are like that where like I'm shocked it's still there. Like I'm shocked to see a Long John Silver's. Like I'm shocked. I'm like,
Yeah.
how are you
No,
still
Long
here?
John Silver's is
There's
around
still
because
Waffle
Taco Bell.
Houses.
There's one over there.
It's a Taco Bell money, bro. They're
Mm.
owned by the same company.
Mm.
Taco Bell's like holding them up.
I
Taco
used-
Bell and Pizza Hut. Even then, Pizza Hut's like is stagnated and hasn't grown. They actually lost a lot of market space.
Yeah, I
Because
used
Pizza
to
Hut's trash.
love Long John Silver.
But talking about product placement, there's a movie that came out in like 2000, 2001 called Josie and the Pussycats, which is a hilarious satire on product placement to the point that people were panning the movie, especially critics, because they didn't get that it was a joke or satire about product placement. They thought that they were just so overtly product placing for money. Now they never got a penny for any of that product placement they did. Right. But so many people couldn't get the joke that if you go back and watch it now, knowing what happened since then, you can see how prescient they were. And it makes it even more hilarious that they did it that way.
When I want to fuel up, no better place to go than the marathon. No, like they did. There's a whole movie about like one big product. It's like You've Got Mail, which is like just
Yeah,
AOL's
yeah.
way to like, okay, you're not taking the free CDs anymore. You're just grabbing a stack and you're chucking them against walls and stuff. So let's make a movie called You've Got Mail. And then you're like, man, AOL's like huge, right? Then like AOL just like dropped the ball and like they dropped the Time Warner deal. Like they just like, oh, we'll take Time Warner and Warner Brothers. Nope. Who do you get from Warner Brothers? Animaniacs doesn't show anymore. You get like the Wayne brothers, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Warner Brothers because they had it was at the time they had Game
Yeah.
of Thrones. Game of Thrones was like massive until they shot the bed,
Oh yeah, but then
and then Batman just exists in a realm by himself.
they spent all their money on that merger, so they couldn't update from dial-up to broadband, and that's what completely boned them. Because people are like, "What do you mean there's faster internet? You know, what do you mean we created it?"
Dial-up? What?
But the whole story of that was like fun because like AOL used to start as like a Quantum Link, right? And like Apple Link, these like BBS boards. It's like it was huge for like years. And before that, it was like ahead of the time. Like they had this device to send to your home that connected your ColecoVision and your Atari that you could download games over the phone line. It was Steam in
ColecoVision.
1982.
Nice.
It was Steam before Steam, and it failed because it was ahead of its time. And also, they didn't let you keep the games. It was like rent them. So it's like, oh, just let them keep the games. But like they were so ahead of the time, and they just dropped the ball for that. And then they had made the movie You've Got Mail to try to boost themselves back up. Cool movie, just didn't work. There's like the biggest product placement. Please, we're giving you free CDs. I know you just like use new emails every time to get free internet, but you know, please take the CDs. Totally failed to do. Even the product placement couldn't save it.
Coleco, ColecoVision.
Sorry, Intellivision was the number one. Sorry, it's
Yeah,
there's nothing better.
Yeah, I'm unfortunately with Ryan Hull with Intellivision.
Well, they got the Commodore and like the old PCs and stuff. They're huge.
Well, Ryan Hull's probably still on his Commodore 64 right now.
Well, only $600
That's-
bucks.
that's actually a sore spot.
It's a sore spot.
Yeah, because I gave it to my first marriage, my brother-in-law, and my mom got mad because she wanted me to give it to one of my brothers when I got rid of it. So that's a sore spot.
Oh man! So we found out 2 Ryan Hull weaknesses tonight.
Yeah, Spearmint, Commodore
collect-
64. But he's also a known arsonist, so I mean it's fine.
That's true.
I mean, they're like what, $600? Like they basically took out all the skill in the computer so everybody can use one, right? I'm pretty sure it's like it's just like you don't have to like load in disk and like do all the sorts of math to get the computer working. This is point and click, and people are like, "What? $600? We'll buy that." And that is what started degeneracy. The Commodore 64 was the pathway to degeneracy with
The Commodore
Quantum Link.
64 did not have a mouse.
There's an adapter for it. I think so. Like,
I don't remember. I remember any
it
kind of
was.
mouse
I
for
think
the
you're thinking
Commodore
of the
64. We
Amiga.
had a hard
Yeah, I might be
drive.
thinking Amiga.
You're thinking the
Yeah.
Amiga niece. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Amiga.
those-
The Amiga was big. There's still Amiga clubs out now. They're trying to
Did you
keep
see
that thing going.
there's SSD Amiga adapters you can get, and you can get I was watching this
Come on, Raspberry
this,
Pis and stuff.
Yeah, this YouTuber, I can't remember the user. It's like Veronica. She like does like nothing but like Linux stuff, and there's I found her because I got into like this Linux like
Downward spiral.
yeah, the spiral of just Linux YouTubers. But she modded, like she bought a modded Amiga, then had it unmodded to go back to its original form, but she kept all the pieces so she could mod it back to get USB ports and back. It's like, yeah, it's like you get USB ports in an Amiga. But no, not a
I
Commodore.
still remember back in the mid 90s, people were still going, "Oh, Amiga's the best." And it's like, dude, move on. It's a PC Mac world now. So
Wow.
Well, I mean,
Sun
this-
Microsystems, sir.
But a lot of that old stuff, people really enjoy like retro gaming and that in general. There are still people that are like, there are people who have made games for the Sega Genesis in like the last like 10 years
Nice.
because they really love the Genesis. So like there's
I have
people that
emulators.
they program to make actual physical cartridges and new games for
Mhm.
Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo because they just love those games in that style.
We tried to do that with Daggerfall. They made like a Daggerfall Unity, but here's the problem with like Elder Scrolls series is like once you release the game on Steam, Nexus Mods comes in, and dear fucking god, dude, I didn't think you could make sex mods for like 2D sprites, but they did. They did.
Well, I mean, they did release an H-Doom mod.
Oh my god.
Where you get
It took them 2 days, Paul. Then they released like Daggerfall Unity because people are like, "Oh, I like this old like Elder Scrolls game because it's like big, expansive. It's like a full-on RPG." And then in 2 days, Nexus Mod's like, "So, you like cat girls and big titties? Like, you want to see it in the town? Like, download this mod." You know how many downloads it had? Like 100,000 on like day 2.
Niece, you're underestimating how much people love pornography.
Yes.
Literally, when
They're 2D
Overwatch-
They're
when
2D
Overwatch
sprites.
2 came out, it took
Well,
them
that's why we
less
don't
than
have-
less than a day to break the code to pull the source out so they can start making.
But those are at least 3D. These are 2D sprites. Like these are
That
little
makes it
pixels.
easier.
But
It's
you
like this
understand, that's
brick.
why we don't. We ended up with VHS instead of beta. That's why we had HD DVD failed instead
Laserdisc?
of Blu-ray.
I remember those
It's
laser
because
Blu-ray
discs.
the
disc is
porn.
better. Yeah, Blu-ray is a better format too.
Okay, if you say so.
It is a far better.
We could have a
format,
discussion, but I'm just
very
saying
great. It's got that
the
scratch
porn
prevented
came out on the
ability.
Blu-ray, so therefore it won. The porn came out on VHS, therefore beta was like out the door.
Yeah.
Even though
I
beta
mean-
was the superior technology.
Yes, but Blu-ray disc had that scratch preventative coating on it, which make it far superior than HD DVD was.
See, Reinhold, if they called it Alpha Max, it might have worked. It's Beta Max, so it was always going to be at least second.
Yeah, sorry, beta.
That's why Laserdisc failed the first time, because you couldn't do you could do porn on them, but you couldn't like overwrite existing data. It was just it was a read-only type of medium, and nobody wanted that at the time. Because they
2D
had the ability
sprites
to
were
write.
similar to the static from those blocked porn channels on TV. When they were, oh
Yeah,
man,
when you go in between the channel.
Mosaic. It's the anime mosaic.
And there is kind of a level of like, oh man, this is too HD. I can't. No, take it back. And need some static and some artifacts in the video.
you know what? I'm mostly like upset that kids of this the new generation will never have that experience of having to watch like some jacket scrambled porn and sit there at the last button repeat, waiting for watching stuff on TV. They don't have that anymore.
Well,
Or spending 20 minutes downloading a JPEG of some sex scene or whatever, and have to wait for it to come down, and like 3/4 of the way down it gets corrupted.
Man,
And you
sounds
don't get it.
lame. You guys are just lame. That's just how it
Or
was.
The problem with the high def porn now is that you're looking at the actors and you're going, man, that looks like a mole that they should really get looked at. Right?
That's true. Sometimes it's like, oof.
I mean, if you're helping people, you're helping people. That's
Well,
just,
You should
And-
get
and
that.
look
quite
worse.
frankly, like kids these days, they don't know about the woods porn. Like there was apparently like a movement, a cabal of sex crazed druids out there that would like leave a porno mag in the woods, and you would just be walking out in the woods with your friends and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Well,
it sounds
but you
like
gotta,
Paul's talking
how
from
many people
personal
remember
experience.
remember the hotel porn?
You
You
had
go into the hotel room,
druids?
you lift up the mattress, there would be a porno mag underneath the mattress.
That's
People
gross.
would leave them for the next person.
No. Self-report. That's a self-report. That's a self-report for sure.
Because the cleaning ladies would just rip off the beds and put the thing back on. So they never lift up the mattress. You go about a
That's a
foot or two
self-report.
underneath the
That's a
mattress.
self-report so hard.
Tear out a page from the Bible that somebody else left in the nightstand to bookmark the best friend.
First thing I do, I'm getting my hotel room.
Checking under the bed. If it's there, I need a new room. I need
bet
a
it
new
still
room,
happens.
like now.
This room is bad for reasons.
But you don't tell them about the magazine. You leave it for the
That's
next
part of the
person.
bro code.
You don't
can't
go in
tell
there
them-
with a blue light either, do you?
God,
You never go into a hotel room and pull out a blue light. Never.
Is this like a quest? Like we go to hotel to find the holy porno mag from 1998?
Chris is actually accurate. The 35 millimeter were. I can tell you right now, I have a 35 millimeter projector and a screen out there, and I still watch home movies. And I love that sound and the warmth off the bulb. Oh, it's
There was
So
hotel
good.
porn. It was just Reinhold putting it in places.
Oh,
And he
God.
just made it up as we talk because that's what he did.
I
We-
know.
we
did a lot
can-
of traveling.
We can make a whole ass D&D
Graduate.
campaign over that. Like just
And
which
what-
tavern,
Can anyone just imagine little white boy Chris sitting there in playing field, Oh, my mom's at work. She's gonna work that 12-hour shift. Time to hit the rope, hitting up the 30.5 millimeter film.
I'm going to prove
Gotta
that it's
sync
not
the
just
sound.
me. There's a fucking web article on the inexplicably ubiquitous phenomenon of wood sports.
Ubiquitous.
Uh-huh,
The
sure.
word for that, the title of the show should be
Sure.
ubiquitous.
Sure,
We've said it
Paul.
too much.
Guys are heathen.
Writer Paul Copeland.
Yeah.
Writer Paul Copeland.
I know. Yeah.
What
There's
if
actually a 35 millimeter picture of video of me at 3 years old running around, 3 or 4 years old.
yo?
It's- it
I have an-
exists.
I have an idea. What if like the forest druids that put the porn druids, right? What if they get into like a fight with like porn necromancers, right? So like the porn druids are like laying the porn down in trees, you know, to like cultivate it. But you have like porn necromancers taking like, you know, like those rubber asses and rubber like fake tits and shit and trying to like make a golem out of it. And they just fight, you know what,
What
I mean?
about the
Like, magic fight.
alchemists? Just trying to turn dildos into gold? Is that what we're doing?
It is my bussy golem,
Demonetized.
my Gussie, if you will.
Anyways,
Like, what would you
still
do?
Plan to hit the, I wanted. We gotta get it. I want to talk about it. I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we got here, but we're here now.
What would you do with a bussy golem, right? Like a Gussie,
You're
right?
you just know that Dear Leader is in the chat and now you want to clean it up. Because you don't think he'll put this on the feed.
It's my flesh
Yeah.
construction of rubber and silicon. That would be
You
interesting.
think that you have a chance against my golem, but it can take a pounding.
What is your seeds of pornography to the seeds that are stuffed into my flesh abomination? You know, it's like, God. Rise from your grave, Gussie, and Gus him.
Oh my god! Downloaded the wrong Power Rangers movie.
Chris does have a small point that
it's so stupid. It's so stupid.
I can't read Chris's point.
Oh god.
Oh man.
I'm gonna fucking make one, dude. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
or at least
Look,
clean the first 30 seconds of the video.
Yeah, just
yeah.
You know what? I still think this is less of a TOS violation.
Oh yeah, this is far less of the TOS
Probably, yeah.
violation than the abomination that Dear Leader put out on the airwaves. All right, let's do. We are far below. You know,
Yeah.
we're not even close to the line that he.
you roll a d12 because it's got 12 phallic tendrils to like attack your druid. So there's rules to the game.
I don't think anybody's used the F word or the N word or anything like that tonight.
Absolutely not.
Oh, that's for forest warlocks. They're hate mongers. Just leave them alone.
You know who was really big in the necromancy was, the Nazis.
All right, nope. All right.
All right, all right, all right.
Next topic.
All right, there. We say Yahtzees. Okay, on this channel, we call them Yahtzees. All right.
Yahtzee.
Yeah, we call them Yahtzees.
You're acting like a bunch of Parcheesies over here. I swear
Yeah.
to God.
6 threes, baby. 6 threes does it.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Wins the
Yeah,
game.
how about that weather? I know, right? Yeah. Let's talk about the weather. Right. So,
It's been too cold and rainy to go out in the woods.
Are you just tapped out from the Gussie?
60 degrees
It's like-
anyway, so it's been very spring-like all week. I have been, of course, I never stopped barbecuing. I've been out, smoking meat. I actually plan on barbecuing again this weekend because if the weather's going to act like spring, and I'm going to treat it like it's spring.
What time?
Hmm?
What time?
What time are you going to bed?
Whoa, I'll take some Adderall. I'll stay up with you. I'll stay up with you.
I'm gonna crush up some Adderall.
Just show up at his
Get
house.
This barbecue.
Show up at his house.
Meanwhile, there's snow on the ground outside. And he's talking about spring.
Yeah, you're worse than my neighbors. When I start, I was like, "Hey, what you doing?" They just occasionally just out sweeping, that's the thing.
Vacuuming the front yard.
Vacuuming the
Hey.
Maybe barbecuing.
Or the guys at the,
Barbecue.
or as I said the other day, the animals at the zoo. Hey, what's going on over there?
What are they doing?
They're watering their rocks. when Harry's out there barbecuing.
Yes, grilling season all year. Snow is no different. Yeah. It's there are no off days. Okay. All right. I
I don't know. Hail usually puts me inside. So
yeah. Hail hurts, but you get used to it.
You get tougher skin.
Yeah, you get tougher skin.
well, it's like Happy Gilmore, right? You're standing in front of the pitching machine to get tough for the next season.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it's baseball size hail, then you just get your baseball helmet.
I mean, if it's hail, then you just switch in a Pokemon with drought, and the sun will come out, and you're fine.
Mhm.
I don't think that works.
I mean,
I'm not.
Depends on how
cheating
strong
enough
your
to try
how
that.
strong your Pokemon are, right?
I have.
Oh, he did the
Yes,
old
one.
man thing, the Pokemon.
The Pokemon thing. You know, the Poke.
we're not talking
the
about
Poke-
streamers, Reinhold.
Yeah.
We're talking about Pokemon the game.
Yeah, I have switched out my lump charcoal. I got some different lump charcoal. I've been trying it out, but I still go back to my old personal favorite, which is cherry wood. Still love my logs of cherry wood. I did go to this other one that gets that kelm dried one, which is really nice, really dry. I think when I do put it in my offset, it does a very, very good job. I have to be very
So
careful.
when do I show up to review? Do I
What?
do the food review?
No, I don't. No. My thermometer's
So-
broke. I'm having to do. I'm doing this all by hand.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
And when do we turn them? When do we turn them on to kelp logs?
What? No. What?
Are you gonna go
Logs
to like
made
the?
of kelp.
Yeah,
You
are
burn
you
them.
gonna go to the maximum? Even wrap it in banana leaves for like that maximum like aloha barbecue.
I don't wrap it
Yeah.
banana
Yeah,
leaves.
you use all parts of the banana plant.
No.
Terrible.
'Cause we're supposed to do that at like Jeremiah's one day. Like we're supposed to get like a whole like hog and like dig a pit and do the whole banana leaf thing. But
Okay, where would you dig that pit?
I'm just doing it in his backyard, bro.
There
Whoa,
is
whoa.
no backyard.
Hold on.
I guess the front
Paul
one
does
works.
have enough land for this now.
Yeah, we could.
I don't
Hey,
have.
Paul, can we dig a hole in your house and bury it?
We're gonna be like smoking a pig in a hole in your yard for like 2 days, something like that.
Yeah, no. One, none of the land I have has room for people to be entertained on it, unless you want to stand in ankle-deep puddles in mud flats in southeastern Indiana.
Yeah, we can get like a boat.
Shop back.
Back.
in all
Oh,
the water.
we can get a pontoon boat, like a broken, like a one that barely doesn't even have to sink. It could be like a broken one.
Float, yeah.
Yeah, we doesn't even have to float. We just have to push the pontoon in there. So we stand on the pontoon. Yeah, solved. Yeah, done. Yeah.
Mhm.
Is this the point where I admit that I have a pig smoking pit in my yard?
See?
Oh, see,
It's
we
already
just go to
solved itself.
Reinhold's. See, go to
Already solved
Reinhold's.
itself.
We don't have enough Quaaludes to pay the toll though.
That's- yeah, that would get like
We've
flat
used
tires
to-
on Reinhold's fake road to his house.
So you want us to come to your house, Reinhold, and like throw like some hog in that pit, and we'll just see where it goes from there.
I've used it once.
Oh, so it's like fresh, like super fresh.
No, it's actually been neglected for about a decade since.
It just adds flavor. It just adds
Oh,
flavor.
okay. All right, so where's your ex-wife again? Oh, sorry.
My ex-wife is actually dead.
Oh,
you.
okay.
No one divorces me. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my god! All right, so
No,
yeah.
I could tell
Don't
that
put-
story if you want me to
There's
tell
a
the
lot
of
story
extra
of
flavor
what
with
happened.
Yeah. Oh,
It's a little juicy, but yeah, you can tell it.
how juicy is it? What's your statute of limitations?
She's been passed for 15 years.
Okay.
So what happened is that her dad passed away and from a heart attack, and he was taking heart medicine. She was taking heart medicine too. She got so upset that she quit taking her heart medicine.
Oh.
Now, to explain why that was such a strong thing for her, was that when her and I were married, she was going through a lot of emotional stuff. Part of the reason I think she married me was because I had the same first name as her dad. And what makes me think that is because about 4 years into our 5 years marriage, she ended up falling in love with her therapist.
Was it the therapist or dad? Like This better be that. This better be
No,
that
no,
juicy.
her therapist, she fell in love with her therapist. Therapist was freaked out, called me and told me and warned me that she was going a little crazy. And then she ended up leaving and we got divorced. And then I went to a party where I met her therapist and I thought it was her dad walking through the door.
Oh. Wow. Wow. Wow.
So do you see
I'm gonna give a sus point to
the
Reinhold
lines
because he
I
can't see
drew?
red flags.
That's true. That's
I'm
true.
giving a
That's
sus
true.
point to
That's
Reinhold
true.
because he
Yeah.
can't see red flags.
Yeah,
It's a sus
yeah.
point.
What no
Sorry.
Oh, but the
bitches
flags
does
were
to a
shown to me
motherfucker.
until later. I saw the
No,
flags
Reinhold,
after the
no.
fact.
Sus point. That's it.
Sus.
You get one sus point for not seeing the red flags. I'm sorry.
Well, no, because the only flag
I
he
was
could have
18,
seen
19.
was the first name thing, and
Yeah.
first, it's not an
Yeah,
exactly uncommon name.
Well, Reinhold is very uncommon.
It's impressive that there was two. It's impressive.
There can be only one. So that's why he had to go.
That's what really happened.
I thought it was going to be more like, Alabama-y. I'll be like, dang, that's crazy, bro.
Dang, bro. I don't know what to say to that. Sir.
Where do I find it on X2? It's like, it's the sort of stuff.
Trust me,
But-
there's stories I haven't told. That wasn't one of the worst ones.
Reinhold After Dark.
Reinhold After Dark. One time in Bangkok. It's like, all right.
Got all those tales of Reinhold in South America.
Running cocaine
And
with
for
Pablo
the
Escobar.
seventh
Heck
arson
yeah,
murder.
when he's running cocaine in the 80s.
and for my seventh arson murder, this is what happened.
It's like, do you know a hippo can crush a human head like a grape? It's like,
Yeah, I can see that's how Reinhold's story started out. So I was talking to Bush and Reagan and I had to go do this job for him.
I created HIV. It's like,
Well, Reagan was asking me what he should do to try to get elected against Carter, and I said, if you made a deal with those Iranians, that'd do it.
The reason he got in trouble for not locking his nuclear lockers because that's where all the HIV research was.
I'm sure that wasn't important and walks off.
but not that many people are smoking crack. Well, let's just say it's an epidemic. What are you going to do with it? We're just going to have the cops beat the shit out of everybody.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna put an influx of crack in there and then make it an epidemic by creating it ourselves.
I have to claim that I was a little too young to be part of Nixon's little effort there. So
you tried.
Did you teach?
I think I was 5 when he resigned, or something like that. Or
did
10,
you teach?
9,
Did you teach
maybe.
the CIA how to make crack? Is that one of your stories? Like you're like, look, you have like a kilo of cocaine, and like most of your customers aren't going to buy the straight kilo. So what you do, we take this pot here, and we
Crystallize
got
it.
some baking soda. We're going to chop it with the baking soda and crystallize it. Because we could turn this cocaine into like much more crack, and you can just smoke it.
It's cheaper. It's cheaper, so you can sell it to the communities that can't afford the cocaine, the good stuff.
You're like what communities are those, Reinhold? It's like, I don't know.
I don't know.
Let's take it to Detroit.
It's a class. It's a class thing. It's not a race thing. It's a class thing, right?
That's what you told. That's what the PR says, but no. But
You know what they said?
We might want to be
that's the
careful
funny-
making fun of Reinhold. Someone might end up sleeping with the fishes since hippos are vegetarians and won't eat the body after crushing the head. Thanks, Ace.
That's fine. We volunteer polish tribute.
the Caymans will deal with the rest. It's like the Caymans. No, but yeah, like we get the whole thing. I like for cooking. I've been trying to get like salmon every week. So like I get this like 3-pound mega thing of salmon, and then I eat the whole thing because no one else eats it. So I'm like, all right, here we go. And you're still hungry after you eat the whole salmon. It's got like no satiation factor.
Yep.
It's kind of crazy. Like you just eat a whole like 3-pound fish. And you're like, man, I'm still hungry. What do I eat? Like let's get some little Debbie cakes.
What?
Is that why I always eat?
a
I
whole
eat
salmon. You know what? You know what actually make me not hungry? A little dab. I need I need a cosmic brownie, and then all my hunger will go
Oh,
away.
It's just
okay,
right.
all right. So these little snacky things, right?
Yeah.
So I've been doing this dry February, right?
Mhm.
With my wife, and so we do other things besides just drinking at night, which we usually just be drinking and playing video games. So she wants to talk about like these little like nutty bars, and she told me the calories of one of those little stupid nutty bars, and I didn't believe it. I thought she was lying to me. She's like, no, that thing's like 400 calories. She's like,
Yeah.
there's no way
Yeah.
there'd be some snack out
Wafers
there.
and peanut butter and chocolate, dude.
400
Yeah.
calories. I looked it up. I was like, oh dear God.
Yeah.
this is ridiculous.
It's pure sugar and sadness.
The fish fillet at McDonald's, right? Like
Yeah.
like a hamburger there, like a Big Mac's usually like between like 230 to 400, 500 calories, right? Decent because it's kind of like a bunch of shit in a hamburger. The fish fillet is like close to 1,000 calories per fish fillet, and you usually get it with fries and a drink because it's kind of a small fish.
Mhm.
Like you can eat like entire day's worth of calories by just a fish fillet, a large fry, and a medium Coke. Your whole day is done.
Jesus.
I grew up with
Well, the other thing is which I found out from the podcast Six Thighs Saves Lives is that a lot of the nutritional value that we see on the back of the nutrition the facts are based off a 40-year-old healthy male.
Mhm.
Is what it's based off of. So if you're not a 40-year-old something healthy male, those nutritional facts are kind of pointless for you. They don't really work.
Also, you have to catch the tricks they do. So it'll be like you get a bag of potato chips, a small bag of stacked potato chips, and they'll tell you it's 70 calories per serving. Then they tell you the serving is 2 chips.
Zikri goes, how many cows did you think they had, Hans? Like 30? All right, to be honest, Zikri, I don't do sweets.
Especially nutty bars, that's sweet peanut
especially
butter.
a sweet peanut butter nutty bars, right? Like that. So like I may do like a zebra cake as like my cheat meal. I should eat those. But other than that, like I don't do those things. And I don't like if you're around me, like my coffee, when I drink coffee, that's just straight black coffee. I drink bitter beers and stuff like that. I drink, and I don't really drink mixed drinks that much. When I do, they're usually bitter mixed drinks.
See, that's my issue. I have a massive sweet tooth that fucks up everything.
Oh man, you should
It fucks up
So,
everything.
I've got a
massive
bag
bitter
here.
tooth. Awesome.
It's a bag of Hershey's snack bites, right? And they
I
come
like
in
how
a
it shows it
little-
to the camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm just so you guys can see it. I
Mhm.
know that nobody else can, but it's like you know how they come in like 4 pieces. So I'll just do like that right there. So,
Yeah.
so they come in 4 pieces, right? The serving size is 2 pieces, so it's half of a little bar, and that 2 pieces is 130 calories.
Right. This podcast has been sabotaged. Because sir, this is more of an open conscious conversation. This is
It's how
what-
people talk.
Yeah, this is what
This is us chilling and having conversations.
This is what people do now. This is the most popular podcast. The world's do this right now. This is what they do.
I'll get a banana. Hey, chatters, can I get like a pog in chat for like eating frog legs and stuff? Pretty good, right?
That's my biggest issue. I have such a sweet tooth.
Leave the French alone.
I
ruins a
eat
lot.
I eat frog legs all the time. Like they're actually better than chicken.
Even bitter. I like dark chocolate, but it has to be bitter, but it has that sweetness that balances it out.
What about 95% cacao?
That's too bitter.
Oh,
So like your weakness
bitter.
would be like if I had a milkshake, you're like, oh, it's just a milkshake, but I'm like, it's a birthday cake milkshake. Like, oh god damn, dude.
Nah. It's chocolate. Chocolate is the weakness.
I have to admit that I had a Frosty for the first time in like years the other day, just because I used to eat them. I used to have them all the time when I was 18, 19, I couldn't put on weight at all. I would eat tons and tons of it. I'd go to McDonald's and get 2 McDLTs. If you remember what the McDLTs were.
that's
get
because all
2
the
of them.
cocaine.
And then I got to my mid 20s, late 20s, and it was just like my body said, nah, we're not doing that anymore. You're putting this weight on.
What year was that?
When I turned in my mid 20s,
Yeah.
it'd be what?
The mid 1800s.
90s. It'd be the 90s.
So
sometime.
after the
After
decade
the
of
Quaaludes
after the
and,
Quaaludes and the
and
cocaine's
getting
gone.
fucked up.
Yeah.
As soon
oh
as, soon
man,
as
I
it's
just
like,
start putting it on weight. I
oh
don't know.
man, when they switch to high fructose corn syrup, it's over. Once
Yeah,
it wasn't
when
real
he
sugar, I couldn't
when he
process
switched to
it.
crack
It's
and
over.
meth, yeah, that's when
Yeah, it's just over.
crack and meth was out there. That's when everything started
Yeah.
going.
So as soon as Reinhold got off the Quaaludes and cocaine, he
Yeah.
realized he could gain weight.
Yeah, he's like,
This-
wow, man. You tell me if I don't drink a 7-drink mixed drink, I can gain weight because I'm not throwing it up all the time? Awesome.
Well, heroin was in. You get the heroin munchies sometimes after like a long binge, and you're just like, man, I need like 10 Big Macs, dude, and just rock them in. That's why he loves grunge. He's like, that's why he loves it.
Chrissy goes, wait, Chris is listening. This is the end of the world. It's
Right?
because we have. This is the fourth most popular, going to be the third most popular show on the network. Everyone loves us. It's very popular.
2 of them are on reruns. Let's just be real.
What? Yeah.
2 of them are syndicated and on reruns. They're literally like, I don't know, gargoyles at the moment, right? They're rerun.
Yeah, but Enemy of My Enemy has unpod faded, and so they're coming back, which is great because like I was
Well,
getting ready to steal.
They did 2
Brian,
shows.
I was going to steal Brian Wubma, ethnic last name.
Wogelmuth?
I don't know. Let's just do ethnic. He needs to get American, and then Lou. I was going to steal Lou. I can't. It's fine.
Now, don't say they've unpod faded. They did 2 episodes.
That's
let's
what I
see
said.
if
They
they do
unpod faded. The unpod
Right,
faded.
but
They came
it's
back.
only done.
You can't
if
just
they
do
keep
1 or
doing it.
2 episodes
That's because it's
and,
called
and
one
then
off.
fade again.
Well, but we still have yet to see. They might fade again.
It's like
We
it's
don't
like
know.
Mr. It's like OPSCT from on Twitch. I used to moderate his channels. Great streamer, and he just disappears. And then 3 years later, he comes back and says, "I'm back. I got all my stuff to get my head together. I'm feeling better. I'm going to do shows now." He did 3 shows and he's gone. Nobody's seen him for 6 months.
Well, yeah, he got his head together for 3 shows.
I mean, if this show tanks, we can just turn to a mukbang channel, easy, Nikado avocado style. Like, let's just go. Like, we got like 10 pounds of spicy, cheesy ramen noodles. We're gonna be
That
slurping it.
sounds disgusting.
I mean, I'll do it. Like,
Dude, those videos are disgusting. In my
Mhm.
opinion,
Just
I
took
hate
it,
'em.
let's
They're
let's
so
just
gross.
change it into a meat smoking cooking channel. We'll just do all different types of meals.
I actually, if you like me grilling and cooking, like my OF account, I do that on there a lot too. So if you like watching that, I usually keep my rub recipes on there. For my 1,000 in a month subscribers on my OF, I actually give out my family's kitchen pepper recipe. So if you in that group, you get that recipe. So
Quick question: do you prefer rubs or marinades?
rubs.
Okay. Well, do you have something against marinades, or is just do you like rubs better?
I just like rubs better.
And making the marinade takes a lot of time.
Yeah, marinades take a lot of time, and
It's harder to
You're
His hair
smoke.
doesn't
Smoke.
just use it; he has to
12
make it.
hours. You're talking about taking a lot of time.
He's making it by scratch. He has to like take the apple juice and
yeah, do all
cook
that.
it
I'd
down
rather
for 2
Like,
days.
like marinades make things kind of like too salty sometimes. Like depending like how long you soak it. It's just like if you brine it before you do that too, it's like it just gets super salty, and like you smoke it for like 12, 15 hours, it's like super salty.
and it's kind of difficult to do
Yeah.
at the house unless you've got like a big enough fridge or
Mhm.
something like that. You can't do big cuts of meat that way.
Yeah.
Unless you've got like a big walk-in or something like
If
that.
you donate to the We All Libertarians, we can put ourselves like a dry age freezer over there in the corner, and we can do that show. Like just dry age stuff. We'll just dry age everything. Dry age hot dogs. Don't give a shit.
Yes, I do have an OF Spangle. Let's see. I'd actually watch a wall cooking show if it was on YouTube. Okay, all right. Keep that in mind. What's the difference between a rub and a marinade? Honest question. Ouch. Okay, Zekri. Your marinade's more of a think of it like acidic juice that your meat is sitting in, and you're trying to infuse a little bit of the juices and flavor into the meat that way. Marinades do work. There's a lot of cool. I think Bergusia did a really good demonstration on the YouTube. It's Bergusia, right? I'm pronouncing it right.
I think so.
That does a really good marinade, like does marinades work thing like that. But I prefer like getting the spices, dry spices on top and rub. And remember, like we call it a rub, don't actually rub your meat. You want to like lightly pat. Don't actually rub into your meat. And you also want to leave it on there for a bit to actually will soak it. So a lot of the time when I see a lot of people put like salt and stuff on their meat before they go to cook it, they don't leave it on the meat long enough so that salt can actually absorb the moisture and bring that moisture up to the front on their meat. The other thing is like remember your danger zone. You got 2 hours. I really like getting my meat to room temperature first before cooking it. So I like to get it seasoned and then let it bring up to room temperature before throwing it on the
Yeah,
heat.
usually when I do steak, I take it out and salt it on both sides, just let it sit there till it gets nice and ready.
Do you prefer lean or fatty cuts?
Thanks, Ace. Yes. I'm done here. This place, right? Was usually dry and marinated.
Yeah.
Yes. Thanks.
Wet to dries and dry.
Well,
to
there's-
wet.
I was going to
It's
say
dry.
that, but
Yeah,
I'd let Harry go.
I like fatty meats. I like fatty meats versus like a lot of the lean meats. To me, the leaner the meat, you don't get a lot of like a good got a good flavor out of it. I don't like it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So-
it gets very dry. So like
So the meat flavor that we get out of meats is
Mm-hmm.
from the fat being infused into the so good marbling is important there. If you
Yes.
do like so the filet mignon is
Mhm.
very lean, it doesn't have a lot of marbling, but it's very tender. That's why
Mhm.
people like it, even though it's not nearly as tasty meat wise as like a New York strip cut.
do you know the difference between a T-bone and a porterhouse?
Do I know?
Yeah.
Top of my head, they're just different cuts of the the T-bone is like isn't the porterhouse like part of the cut that has the T-bone in it? They're just separated out.
Correct. There's a medallion on
Yeah.
that you cut off for the filet mignon that you cut off the T-bone to turn into a T-bone versus the porterhouse. You are absolutely correct right now. Ding, 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 ding,
A
ding.
tomahawk is when you want to be super Texas with like a big chunk of meat that you throw on the grill.
Ace goes. The last whole ribeye I got was so marble I could have used it for rebuilding.
That's the thing that gets me is like
That sounds delicious. Harry just monologue about meat like I do, but I make it sound delicious.
It was not a monologue; it was a discussion.
And he knows what he's talking about.
Interact with it. I'm
And
sorry.
Harry knows how to use his meat.
Yeah. I actually have. So I lock my grill up properly. Sorry, that's cold and mean. Let's F in chat because dear leader did lose his grill and so hasn't got it back yet. So F in chat for his grill. I just don't like the texture of fatty meat. If I'm allowed to be greedy enough to have a choice, I like to take the lean texture of the fatty flavor. Yes, and that's perfectly
Absolutely.
fine. Personal preference, Zikri. Don't let anything that we say take away from what you want to eat. I know my wife doesn't like the fatty texture either, but she wants the flavor for it. So she likes me to cook her fatty the fatty food next to mine.
Right, like in like the same skillet or whatever.
Yeah.
it's much more tender too, right? So it's like you can put a roast and that'll fall apart, but the filet mignon cut is going to be a tender experience much more than like a porterhouse or a T-bone or something like that.
Okay.
And then people complain about the gristle, and I'm like, man, that's the best part. I don't know what you're talking about. So
I don't know if I wanted to do rubber, I would just find.
well, you
rubber
don't
to
cook it
chew.
long enough to turn the gristle into rubber. That's the problem.
Or you
It
cook
needs to
it
be
beyond
medium
that.
rare.
So like what I like to do is like that fatty, like the fatty powder for ribeye. I like to get that little Worcestershire sauce, right? And then coat it, basically just coat it in kosher salt, right?
Yeah.
So it's encrusted with kosher salt. Just encrusted.
Kosher salt and Worcestershire sauce.
Yes. Hold on. Then you put that bad boy on high heat fire, right? Oh my god, that fat becomes crunchy.
This is why the African American community is plagued by high blood pressure.
I saw
You ate it with your heavily salted collard greens too.
What?
You know what you have there?
My brother in Christ. That is 2 types of salt,
there was a
and then you bust out the MSG.
Just sprinkle it on top. Just get a little
No
extra
MSG.
credit.
That's when you put the brine out
S
too.
stand for sodium, but I need more.
there was a
No MSG.
there was a guy on 4chan that was like he went to like a barbecue in like a black community, right? Because like he's just talking about his experience there on like not poll, but just one of the boards. and he just ends up going to this like barbecue like 2 streets down, right? And like he's trying to figure out because it's like, I always heard like white people have no like seasoning, right? But we like to use salt and shit like that. So like, he's trying to find out like what is the secret African American seasoning. So he's like asked him around. They wouldn't tell him, dude. Then he looks at the table and it's like nothing but Lori's seasoning salt. And he's like, and it just clicks. He's like, this fabled like seasoning that they're doing is just fucking Lori's seasoning salt when it's going on the grill. When it comes off the grill, more Lori's fucking seasoning salt. It's like, and dude cracked the code, and like he's just amazed by it. It's like,
I will
First off-
say, when I did date my ex, we went down to see her family, and they cooked some turkey that was so dry that it literally hurt my mouth. How dry it was. I literally told her, like, next time we come here, I'm bringing seasoning salt because that's the only way I can eat anything they make.
it's a
Period.
Lori's.
It doesn't even matter. It had to be something because
Oh my
they
God.
took it out of the package and put it on the grill. I'm like, oh no.
But dude, crack the code.
Oh,
It's
no.
Lori's seasoning salt and sometimes Old Bay. Like,
okay,
it's
all right. Yes, those two spices are available like that, but there's more to black cooking than just lower seasoning
yeah, a
salt.
lot of onion powder and garlic
Onion
powder.
powder, a lot of like good paprika.
Mhm.
All right, a lot of people, you find anyone that's like paprika doesn't have good flavor, they don't know what they're talking about. They either have no taste buds or they just use like crappy.
Literally, I have
Or
a-
they bought it once 3
yeah,
years
and
ago.
they kept it all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Literally, there was a point where my mom and sister were watching one of those like chopping one of those food things. One of the main ingredients was paprika. Like, what are they doing? It doesn't have any flavor. What is it going on? And they had real paprika. They're like, oh, I didn't have actual pepper. This is the store brand generic. This isn't real paprika. It actually has this intense. Oh god, what was so wrong?
Turkish or Hungarian.
in
like
European
that.
cooking, they used to like make like rose water, which is like they just take rose stems and rose petals and soak it in the water, then like dump the water on whatever food they were making, and like they called that seasoning. Like legit.
Well, I mean, it's what they had.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah.
I did one time
Ooh,
when I was in Georgia.
a little mayo one. It's a little spicy.
I think I went to a Jamaican place
Mhm.
and they got a steak with Jamaican steak, and it was seasoned with cilantro. It was so good.
Cilantro is really good. Like
So just depending
spicy.
on the person. Some
Yeah.
people say it tastes like soap. It just depends on your taste.
That's those people are the devil.
So they're the genetic weak link. Either that, or maybe soap is just tastier than I remember.
I mean, I do think it. I can't eat cilantro. It does taste. It does taste like soap to me, like straight ass soap.
See?
Like I cannot.
There we go. Proves the point.
There are people that I have met through the party that wish that it tasted like soap because it's worse. It's like rancid feet to this particular lady.
And I apologize because cilantro and lime on rice or just on anything.
Just some good salsa.
Like, you cannot-
Mexican place. It was some good cilantro and a salsa with lime and that's just good stuff. I don't know how you can not like cilantro. To me, it just doesn't make any sense. But
It's
each their-
embarrassing because like let's say I go to Chipotle, right, for whatever reason, it's like cilantro is in like all their rice, right? So like
Yeah.
they hate people that don't like cilantro or it tastes like soap because you're like well, what burrito you want, brown or white rice? So like, can I get white rice without the cilantro? They have to make new fucking rice every time. It's like, god damn you, dude. But no, like I don't think it's a bad spice. It's just like if you think it tastes like soap, like most like Mexican dishes or South American dishes, you just won't enjoy it because it's like almost in every single thing they cook. Yeah. So you're like kind of like bricked. It's like, well, let's just get the fish because the fish is just seasoned with chili powder, So
what I always liked was when you talk to a lot of Americans and they hear about like Mexican cuisine or Indian cuisine, they don't think to themselves that there's actually different regions within those countries that have different types of cuisines. It's like, well, in the United States, we have all these different types of places that have different types of foods, right? You got the barbecue in the South and you got, clam chowder stuff up in the North, right? But in India, you've got the northern area and you got the southern area. Mexico, you've got whether you're in the middle of the country or if you're on the coast. If you're on the coast, you got a lot more fish stuff going on in your meals.
Mhm.
So it's just funny to watch people go into a restaurant. Like, I'm gonna go to a Mexican restaurant, and they go in there, and it's all stuff they've never seen or heard of before
I mean, that's
because
just
they're
kind of how
used
it
to the
works
other kind.
all over the place.
Yeah, that's just like when people think about American cuisine or even like American barbecue, like people can think about American barbecue, but most people outside the United States, when they hear American barbecue, they only think of Texas.
Yeah, they only think of Texas barbecue, or like you see a lot of those. Like I've seen a lot of photos from people from other countries with the American section of the grocery store, and
Mhm.
it's like American cereals and like Pop Tarts and stuff. And that's all it is.
Yeah.
It's like the generic junk foody stuff. It's like,
Mhm.
oh, this is where the Twinkies and hoes, but oh, this is what American food is. When you like,
yeah, but we do that to them too. Like,
Yeah,
oh, the
yes, we do.
Japanese
That's
section.
so true.
We have Pocky and noodles.
that is true. I am not saying you're wrong, because I'm just making the point is that it's the same elsewhere as well.
And
I'm
it's
just saying.
always right next to the taco shelf.
Yes,
because
yes,
here's Mexico,
here is the international aisle.
which is from 2 places.
Maybe
That's what I was
your
like.
place.
So I go into an Indian restaurant. I'll usually ask which region they're cooking, whether the menu's from. If you can't tell from the menu, sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But
Do you just walk out when it gives you the wrong region? You know, like,
no, I just like to know what to order from each, depending on how it's being cooked, right?
I
So
doubt that.
whether
I doubt
whether I
that.
get this or that.
Ryan, I ain't gonna lie. If I was like an Indian chef and you came in like, well, what region's your food from? I'm gonna be like Kanto.
Well, this is why you aren't an Indian chef.
But you know, a lot.
Reinhold
that's-
like throws the like a walks out Union Jack like I never.
I never- I just wanted that mushroom sag.
So you'd be
Yeah, no,
surprised.
it's
I mean, you go talk to I talk to the owners of a lot of different these restaurants and get to know them pretty well sometimes. And it's interesting that when you show a certain level of knowledge about some of the food that they're doing, they will sit down and they will cook better things for you. They will make your meals. Like there's a place in Indy that I get Indian food from. I call up an order. They know it's me. They give me a special rate. They'll give me I'll order a tray of food instead of just like individual meals because they're like, it's cheaper to do it this way. They just make a deal. And I don't know why Harry's having a fit, but
I can just see you
me.
going there, be like the Indian guy, it's like, hey, it's me, Reinhold. I want the special dish. He's like, well, you got what you got, and it's like, yeah, here's $500. Kashmir belongs to India. Sweep it on the table, like, just shake the head. There, yeah.
Kashmir belongs to India. Yes.
No, what my point is that the fact that Americans see the food that way, a lot of other regions do the same thing. That's just kind of how it is, because a lot of the regions, when they think of this area, that's all they think of is the overarching big ideas. When I say Japanese food, you think of ramen and rice and sushi, and like probably that's about it. But they don't go into the facts like, well, there is udon noodles, which are different than soba noodles, which are different than normal ramen noodles, and it's just like the escalating of, oh, this is the way you're supposed to eat ramen, because you're supposed to eat it fast and slurp it loud because that's a show of respect that you like the food. But that's something that isn't general knowledge to other people outside of Japan. Unless you're watching somebody talk about it. A great example of seeing the other side of it is the Trash Taste podcast, which is 2 Brits. One of them that is also from the Philippines, who's half Filipino and lived in Britain, and the other one is an Aussie who's half Japanese, half Australian, and they all live in Japan.
I think the
talk about how food is in like America. It's like, oh, like, I thought it was a joke when this thing is, but actually the food's way bigger there because that's just how it is, and that they didn't understand the different how things work.
Everything's bigger in America. Like you see that map of Texas where it has the rest of America, including Texas, Africa, and Europe in it. It's like,
Right.
oh,
I'm gonna make a hot take. I think that most Japanese food you get in America is just utter trash and it's mostly tasteless. Like, all right, you got some sushi bars up here, right? But that's all it is. Is like I get sushi, I might get some noodles or like a soup, right? But that's it. Like you're right. Like I don't get any like exquisite. Even when I go like the Chinese restaurant in my town, it's got like 10 things on the menu, and none of them are what they are. It's like you order lo mein, these are not lo mein noodles, right? There's they're just generic. It's like I think Japanese food in the U.S., unless you're going to like a really expensive, really authentic one, is kind of trash and tasteless. Like you're basically paying like premium prices for eating just like nothing but sticky rice and a piece of like store bought fish on top of it.
Right. It's
Well,
It's just not good.
it's like getting gas station sushi at that
Yeah,
point.
it's not good.
yeah, it's just how it is in general. It's just one of those. There's an artistry to a lot of it that
yeah.
a lot of people don't, just go into.
So there's a place in Greencastle that we go to. It's a Tokyo place, and then the sushi that they have there is meh, but they actually have really good udon. So we've been getting udon there the last few days.
Which they might have actually got udon noodles and did it right.
Oh, it
but
is. It's really good.
so
But then I
that's
go
the
to Mooresville, and their hibachi's kind of meh, but their sushi is really. It depends on the sushi chef that night, but you can get some really good sushi there if you're looking for it. So it really depends. You have to kind of shop around and look around for that stuff. My problem is that I can't go into a place like an Indian place or a Thai place, and when I tell them I want it hot, they think, oh, he wants American hot, and they put it at a level 3, maybe out of 5, and I have to argue with them and tell them, no, I want this hot.
Get out of here, Spangle.
To one point, there's a place in
Can't talk about
there's a place in Spencer that does Thai food, and I ordered some tom yum soup, and I said I want it extra spicy. I mean, as spicy as you can make it. And he's like, well, I don't want to give you too much. And so I said, no, just he says, how about I just do this? I'll give you some spices on the side. You can put as much in as you want. So he brings the soup over. He brings the cup over with the spices in it. I take the spice cup and I dump the whole thing in there, hand it back to him, say, give me some more. And his eyes went really wide.
Did you look him in the eyes?
And that was the best tom yum spice. It was the closest level to what I like, other than the place in Bloomington. There's a place in Bloomington that's very authentic, good Thai food there. They'll do your spice right. So they'll get you. I like my nose be running. I'd be crying when I'm eating this stuff. That's how hot
Bloomington
I want it to
is a high exception, mostly because
Mhm.
the IU is such an international college at this point. There's so many international students there
Mhm.
that they will know if you fuck it up.
It's like
It's
Lafayette.
like if you're like, oh yeah, here's this yellow curry. He's like, this isn't yellow curry. Get the
Lafayette's
shit out of my face.
Lafayette's the same way because like Lafayette, it's an engineering school, so there's like a lot of people from like Korea and China that go there. It's like there's Korean restaurants that are like super authentic. There's like Chinese restaurants that are super authentic. Like they're expensive, but they're super authentic.
Yeah, because
Because there's a whole congregation of like, East Asian students there.
Mhm.
You can go to them; they're pretty fun. The only thing Lafayette's only known for is hot dogs, which is American as fuck, baby. It's like, dude, just get these like foot long hot dogs. Let's go. It's such a diaspora. It's either hot dogs or like authentic, like Chinese. That's it. That's all you got.
Chinese food.
That's all you got. That's all you got. It's pretty good. Lafayette's a pretty cool city if you go into it.
Spangle says grocery store sushi is good. I enjoy paying. Reinhold, no, and then Reinhold shuts. He's like, anyway, so like what I like to do when I ask for spicy food at Thai restaurants, I usually tell them I want it so spicy I regret being born and asking for it to be spicy. I want that spice level. If it's not
They see it
that,
as a challenge at that point.
yeah, if
I
it's not
try-
that, yeah, like
I try to say like make it as hot as you could legally make it.
I want to regret being born. Okay, that's what I want. All right,
Mhm.
it's so spicy I want.
I want it so spicy that I can't actually eat this.
And it's
yeah,
so
I
much
got
easier
one,
to do
like-
though when you're going into the store and when you're going in the restaurant eating at the restaurant, because you can
Yeah.
say, hey, I would like some more spice. I'll take it back and add some more.
Yeah.
When you're doing ordered takeout, it gets a lot harder because you don't really have the chance to taste it freely. You get home and it's like, oh, I can eat this whole thing of chicken tikka masala without even taking a drink. It's not that hot, even though I said extra spicy. But they think that they're giving me what I think is hot, spicy stuff, but it's not.
There was a restaurant like that in downtown, is right by Salesforce Tower, that eventually like would give us like that hot. Like I
Yeah.
want to regret I was born spicy. We actually called their tom yum soup when we did it that way. We just called it like a tracer round soup because we could feel it going through us like a tracer round. Our safety guy, Chris, he was he actually had some of his intestines removed, and so he let us know like that it was coming.
Yeah.
The pain that was
So-
going to come to hit us in a few.
for Thai food, if you want really good spice, and they will give you the levels you asked for, there's the place in Bloomington I talked about, and then there's Thai Orchard in Plainfield. I think they have one in Indy too. They have a really good, like a spicy ginger steak type meal that's real good, as well as their tom yum is excellent. So
Now, for Korean food in here, there's only one place that's in close proximity without staying inside Indiana to get actual Korean fried chicken, which is completely different than like American style fried chicken. It's on, it's really good, and it's in Noblesville. It's just called like Korean fried chicken. It's amazing. It's authentic Korean fried chicken that as close as you can get being here in the Midwest without going to
It's
Chicago.
kind of crazy because like they fry the chicken because of American GIs.
Yes.
Like, even the barbecue is because of American GIs.
Correct, yeah.
So it's weird.
Yeah.
So-
but Koreans also love like American, like they love our barbecue, which I love their barbecue. It's a strange.
Except when they go to South Carolina, like, what the fuck is this? It's made out of mustard.
So Chris's comment right there about the chip challenge.
You need
when
to
my
chip
wife
salad
and I-
that's really spicy.
Yeah. My wife and I, when we first got married, her family was into trying to outspice each other. So for Thanksgivings and for Christmases and things like that, when we all get together, we would be bringing the hottest thing we could find. So we did those chip challenges before there were chip challenges, right? I mean, we were bringing in stuff that was just like, you couldn't take 2 drops on it without it, just basically tearing the inside of your mouth out. So that's how I learned to like spice. If I went on the hot wings challenge, thing like that, trust me, I go to BW3s and I get their spiciest stuff, and I'm sitting here just eating it.
Yeah,
It's like it's popcorn.
Yeah, like I've done the Last Dab. I've done Dave's Sanity Sauce, 100% Pain. It's.
I mean, like, I eat wasabi by like the tablespoon, like just real down. It's pretty
Love
good.
wasabi.
Yeah. But like, I'm more into like not so much the spice, but like I eat weird things. Like I don't have a problem eating bugs. I don't have a problem eating like guinea pigs, right? So it's like guinea pigs are Peruvian food. You go to like an authentic Peruvian restaurant, you will get guinea pigs, like whole ass guinea pigs.
I wonder what's
Like alligator, rattlesnake, like I eat it all. Like if it's moved, I've eaten it. It's like it's how it is.
That's not promising.
Oh, it's like some people are like in America, like, oh, it's so gross. It's like, but like you go like a trip to like the Philippines or something, like most of that's going to be like on the market there. You're not getting like a steak. You're getting like eel or snake or even like feral like muskrat type.
It's like that
things.
scene from
You'll get
Demolition Man
that
when he
at
gets the
Wuhan.
burger.
Yep.
It goes like, it's a burger. Do you see any cows? It's a rat burger.
No. But it's not bad, but like it's like there's like a difference because like even the frog legs, frog tastes like chicken. It's just much darker and like has like a sharper taste, right? Even stuff like rattlesnake and alligator, it tastes like pork, but like a really wild, gamey type of pork. So like it's not much different than what you're eating. The only thing that's ever tasted bad to me is like shark. Shark is like, if you don't get the good part of shark, it's kind of rancid. And I don't know if it's because like their diet or what, or like the water, but it's just not good.
Well,
Even
No,
no, you can go ahead.
I was gonna say like you were saying that everything tastes like chicken,
Mhm.
or like different things that we know. That's just how our brains process it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's a flavor that we don't understand, which is compared to things we already know.
Is that the default flavor in the
Yes.
simulation?
Yeah, it's like chicken. Everybody's like, oh, it tastes like chicken because that's
It's
the first thing you
default
think of.
tetrapod.
Yeah, it's the first thing you think of. It's chicken.
Yeah.
So
So
like if something tastes like, oh yeah, oh man, this tastes like chicken, but not
Hmm.
because that your brain only understands chicken. Chicken's the thing that like, oh, it's fried chicken. I know what fried chicken tastes like.
Because
So it's like,
yeah, like down in the South, they'll barbecue anything, bro. Like they barbecue squirrel, they'll barbecue possum. Like it doesn't matter. Like those barbecue whatever the fuck they catch in the yard. So it's like you'll go to like a barbecue place in like the woods in South Carolina. You're like, man, I'm gonna give me some spare ribs, maybe a brisket. Like, what's this? It's squirrel. And it's like
you get this spare rib of squirrel.
Ace
straight-
goes, I think we know something that James probably hasn't tried, but we find a way to try if he went to Papua New Guinea. He'd probably end up as a member of an uncontacted tribe in the process.
Mhm.
I think he's probably thinking you trying to get long pig.
I will eat those bird nests in China that they pull down to have like the bird spit in it for like long life, right? Like the like bird nest, like me and the Chinese have like one thing in common. we will eat anything, right? Like we'll just throw it down. I might not like it, but I'll eat it. So it's like,
James going to start the next pandemic.
you know, it's like, how did this new
I noticed
coronavirus?
he didn't
Like,
start the last one.
niece went out there and ate like bird nests for like 3 days straight and came back with some weird ass zoological virus. It's just like, no
Done
problem.
nothing but teleport bread for the last 2 days.
No, but you should definitely try like alligator sometime. You can get it.
Good
Yes.
news. We don't have cancer.
Yeah. Don't it works on it? Oh my god. Yes, Ace, we know you were talking human. Yes.
Yes,
long
we
dick.
figured that.
Yeah.
I'll eat chitlins. Anyone down for chitlins?
No, that's right. That's gross. No one wants to do that. That's Scottish redneck crap. Not black culture. It's redneck Scottish redneck stuff.
We were like this though. We're side by side. I mean, like, yeah, you lived in like this village. I lived in this village, and we're both kind of just like getting shit on. But I'll eat the organs. Like, it's like liver's pretty good.
I like liver. I eat liver.
Yeah.
I love liver. My mother
You awful?
got me eating liver because I could probably when I was a teenager, I was $100 a week food bill myself.
Yep.
Back before that was.
No, it's by himself.
Nights out,
It's
yeah.
wrestling budget. It was the wrestling budget.
I know, but the $100 went a lot further back then.
Oh, yeah, yeah, it was a lot
You're
further
looking
back.
$200.
Yeah.
to
I know,
feed
I
him
know.
now.
And he's like, "Yeah, I had 4 rotisserie chickens today. What about it?" I know. I said it as a joke, but I know that happened.
So like this one time, I was working out. I went to Kroger and I got the rotisserie chicken, and I ate it while I was walking around food shopping. And then when I went to leave, I grabbed another rotisserie chicken to eat while I was in line.
You told me enough of these stories of where you had to you got super tired of chicken, so you got blending chicken to drink.
Because
you needed the
if
protein?
You need the protein, and you just get tired at chewing.
Are you a connoisseur with the rotisserie chicken and like rip a piece off and dip it in like the juices so it's got that extra like salty flavor? Are you a connoisseur?
Yes.
There we go.
Here's like,
Yeah.
Yes.
how dare you, not
said
assume
the magic word there. It had salt.
How
Like,
dare
it needs more
How
salt.
dare you?
I need the salt to fuel from the sweat.
No.
Yeah. No.
It's got electrolytes.
Yeah.
It just pump this
That's what-
cough up.
that's
please.
what- Hey, my blood pressure is 119/80. Okay.
Now.
I'm like 130 something. I don't know. We'll see who heart. We'll have a bet. Whoever heart attacks here first loses.
I'm going for
See you, Paul.
producer Paul. I'm going for
Yes.
producer Paul.
I already know I have high
As he-
blood pressure. I don't care. I'm here for a time.
Here for a good time, not a long time, baby.
Here for a time, not a long time. I exist, then I die.
Pretty much.
I'll say that at your funeral, bro. Eulogy. It's like, well, he was here for a time.
We all know Niece is probably
You
going to
played
outlive
some
us
magic,
all,
I
right?
guess.
Niece is going to be sitting over Paul. Like, can I get your magic cards?
Here's the thing. Not only is he going to outlive us all, he's going to be the first person to in line for the cyberpunk cyberware updates for his body.
Yeah. Actually, I honestly expect that to be Reinhold. You've seen that guy in Ghost in the Shell that sold all his body parts and lives in a box. That's Reinhold.
Rhino has it though. He
Yeah,
doesn't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, he hasn't watched that yet, but Reinhold would be the guy in the box. Like he sold all his flesh and he's just a brain in a box riding around. Like, yeah, you sold all this, you sell this useless flesh crap and just driving around.
Yeah, but he'll come down with a case of cyberpsychosis and try to assault a specific tower, and that entire one ends in tragedy.
You know what's crazy about cyber psychosis is like it's only people. They say it's because they can't handle their cyberware, but it's because like their mind can't handle like everything that goes on at one time. But people who are psychotic and sociopathic before they get the implants, not affected by cyber psychosis. That's why like Adam Smasher just doesn't give a shit. So like the crazier you are, less likely you're to get cyber psychosis.
Because you've already got psychosis.
You're already crazy.
Yep.
Oh, so it's like doesn't affect
Your
you.
brain's already thinking of all these different things.
So Adam Smasher's like a badass. He just comes in, wrecks shit, doesn't care. He's got a thing in his contract where like, I will only take this mission if I can kill like 50 people just because they're there. I need collateral damage in my contract. Only person to do that.
We're talking about Cyberpunk
Yeah.
Edge Runners in 2077.
It's good.
Oh,
I
so
love the
can-
taste of
I'm
blood.
just-
Sausage can't stand liver. Have you ever had a blood pancake, Ace? Because I was troubleshooting something, and apparently we were talking about Cyberpunk. Yes, yeah.
So what are you saying, Reinhold?
So when you say Adam Smasher, you're not talking about the musician from Indie.
I mean, does he have like
Yeah,
a
radio.
Is he a
Show.
central nervous system in a cyborg body?
Yeah.
a Sandetta
kills
stand?
the best
Do you have
characters?
Correct. Different Adam
Sandetta
Smasher guy.
stand?
Yeah.
I was talking to my wife and I heard Adam Smasher. I'm like, why are we talking about Adam Smasher?
Yeah, Adam Smasher is a character from Cyberpunk.
No,
Edge Runners in the game 2077.
I've never had like a blood pancake, but you can make like authentic Nordic bread, which involves like ox blood in the bread, so it's called blood bread, which is like you use blood to basically dye it to like a dark color. I'm not saying Europeans are gross, but
Who here
Yeah.
has had brown swagger?
I don't
Don't
know.
know. Don't want to know.
Brown
I don't
swagger.
know what that is.
It's
What's
basically
brown?
German liver pate.
We're trying to
Somehow
say,
that's
we're
better
trying to
than I
prove that
expected.
Europeans are classy, and we just keep coming up with this blood bread, these pate liver, like you know what I mean? It's like
No, it's
man,
good. I crave brown swagger. I don't like liver so much, but
Are you a
brown
ghoul?
swagger. Love it.
Are you Tokyo Ghoul?
Let's see. Lamau. Only you and I know who Adam Smasher is. Lamau.
Yeah, Adam Smasher was he was a DJ back in the 70s and 80s.
Okay, I prefer Rip DJ Top Speed.
I'm DJ Adam Smasher, and this is called Rip and Tear.
But I also listen to like DJ Gen X or DJ Micro Machine
Mhm.
here in town.
Ooh.
So,
He did a version of what was that? Ahab the Arab, I think. That was real popular for a while. Yeah. So it's local indie knowledge.
So what do you think Chris Spangle eats that's weird? Like you all know like I eat whatever, and like he has to eat some like weird shit, like fucking
I mean, he did
Well,
eat a
now-
hard-boiled egg with no salt.
yeah,
He's
God.
eating stuff weird now because he's on special diets because he ate bad stuff for too long, I think.
He's had kale in his house for like years. It's like,
that's true. That's true.
yeah,
And that's just nasty.
Yeah.
So
just get
I eat
collard
kale-
greens.
I
if
eat
you're gonna
canned
do that.
salads all the time.
This is
kale
like,
is mid.
Don't eat kale.
Kale
don't
is mid
eat
at
Don't
best.
kale.
Kale is stupid food. Don't eat it. It's dumb.
I eat a
nutrition.
mix.
You
I
can
eat
get- you
a
can-
mix
don't
of
eat it.
kale and
Your body
spinach.
can't really produce it. It takes tons of oil and stuff to break it down. Use a blender.
And you know
but
what
don't
else it
eat
is? It
What?
cleans you out.
You know what? No, you don't need to be cleaned out like that. Just eat broccoli. Okay, we have broccoli.
Well, I eat broccoli too with my salad.
It's great for us. We genetically modify it to be great for us. Just eat that in Brussels sprouts. You'll be fine. Put the kale away. Don't listen like Reinhold. If you eat kale, you will be bitter like Reinhold and not enjoy rap music. Okay.
That's what it is.
Here,
right
my
there.
question is for the broccoli. Where do I get my side of Wagyu drippings to put in my broccoli? 'Cause that's the only way I can eat broccoli
Oh, what you know?
properly anymore.
No broccoli is tasty.
No,
as
it is
good
not. It
as
will never
roasted.
taste as good as that.
No broccoli.
Point of reference:
Mm.
me and Harry had A5 Wagyu beef, and we cooked broccoli in the drippings of the beef, and it just made the broccoli. It's just a tier above any other broccoli, and nothing tastes. No broccoli tastes
Can't even
anywhere
get
as good
close.
as that broccoli.
Just, you guys just don't understand how it was just like, oh,
It's like, oh, you mean this broccoli tastes like steak? Does this broccoli taste like steak?
it's beautiful taste.
Well, apparently seaweed tastes like bacon. My wife gets like a seaweed salad because she
Mhm.
thinks it tastes like bacon.
Don't have to use it for like parts of bacon bits, to be honest,
I-
with
I-
that flavoring.
Yeah, I don't know if seaweed tastes like bacon, but seaweed does taste good though. So maybe I don't know.
Probably if you fry it, yeah.
Oh, I love seaweed, especially you fry it like that. Yeah.
Yeah. But like
It's
I like
interesting.
fish, I like fish the most, but the problem with fish is like the cost of it compared to like actual other meats, right? So like if I go to the store, I can like buy like red meat or whatever, and it's like half the cost it would be for fish. Like I'm trying to eat like more salmon than like not in like halibut I can get from like Fresh Time, but it's like literally like $40 for like fish, $50 for fish every
Oh.
single time.
I usually get mine on bulk from Crown
Right,
Cow.
yeah. But like
Not sponsored.
I don't want to like buy bulk because with fish, if I put it in the freezer because of how fish is, it goes to shit in like 2 days.
All right,
Yep.
so that's why I get it from Crock.
Oh.
It's already flash frozen, so as
Oh.
long as you keep it at a frozen temperature when it shows
Mhm.
up, you're fine until you defrost.
Yeah, because like one day I was cooking like salmon with Heather, and I'm like,
Not sponsored.
I need to cook it today, and she's like, well, I got to do this today. I'm like, okay, we'll do it today. Like 3 days later, I get back to the salmon, it's been in the refrigerator. I'm like, this is now toxic. I can't cook this. Is straight toxic. You will die if you eat this. You know, it's like this has to be cooked now. We know the moment I get it.
Yeah, and that's why I said like get it flash frozen, so it comes on dry ice.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
sit there and it seats in your freezer, and then when you're ready, like you know what, I'm going to cook this. I know I'm going to cook this the next day. Pull that little piece of salmon out, stick it in your fridge, and by the time you go to cook tomorrow, it'll be ready to go.
Yeah, because like they have it fresh there, but it's just like Heather, bro, I have to cook this, dude. Like otherwise, it's gonna get slimy. And it's like, what do you do with it then? It's like it's going out to the cats. Like the cats outside, they can digest the.
Well, the other thing is if you just cook it when you have time,
Yep.
it'll hold for about 7 days.
Yeah,
in
about
your
7, yeah.
fridge.
It hits different though. Like
It does.
It
It
does.
does. It's
hit
not the
different.
same. I'm not gonna lie.
It do be hitting
Yeah.
different.
There's certain things that taste better if you put them in the fridge for the day. Most things don't.
Yeah, like fish is like a really weird like meat. It's like as soon as you get it, you want to cook it, right? Because like the longer it goes, even if it's fast frozen, the longer it extends, like the worse it tastes. It's like it's something that, like if you're like fishing on like a river, gut the fish immediately, cook it, because like the longer it sits out of that water, the worse it gets. And that's just the problem with fish. Like seafood too, like scallops or oysters. The longer it sits, the worse it is.
Right.
Not only just like taste wise, but like health wise. Crab, lobster, like literally, like sits more than an hour. Trash, terrible food. Mm. Red meat guys
Nothing
just
be
being like,
sweeter than grape nuts mixed with shredded wheat, until he eats like that, it's fine. No, I don't doubt that Reinhold probably eats grape nuts mixed with shredded wheat. He looks like he eats that. That's what he eats. All right.
That's how he stays normal.
I know. As long as you have gas, worms, hooks, and a line, you can have fresh fish instead of store bought. Granted, salmon is tough, and especially in Indiana. Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, unlike see the Midwest, like all the stuff that's going on in Ohio. Hey, Midwest is our water supply has already been dumped by chemicals for decades now. It's been this way since the Industrial Revolution. So we really can't fish. Like I was trying to explain that to. We had friends that moved here from Upper Wisconsin, and they went fishing, and we told them that you can't eat that fish.
Don't do that.
What are you talking about? I caught this. What is this, like I've got my fishing license. No, it's not that.
You will die.
Yeah, you can't eat that fish. You will die. You can have you can eat half that fish.
Point of
You have to
order.
wait 6
Mercury
months.
poisoning.
Yeah, you can have half the
Point-
fish.
Point of order. So I've
Okay,
ate
Karen.
fish out of Lake Michigan. That's great, and it's fine. But you can't say that Ohio wasn't worse. The Cuyahoga River caught on fire for 50 years, and nobody's cared. It was so full of contaminants, and now they're worried about.
Well, we didn't say it was worse. We just said we see that. We understand.
You say you can't
that.
say that about Ohio. You know, Ohio's having that problem now. I'm like, no, they had that problem for the last 100 years.
I don't care about Ohio.
who does?
I
Any
hate the
Ohio
state.
fans here?
I hate the
The
state.
list of things to do in Ohio. Number 1, leave.
Like, if you want to be generous, 1, Cincinnati Zoo. 2, leave. If you want to be
The
generous.
zoo is fire.
If you want to be generous, you get the Cincinnati Zoo and then you leave.
Yeah.
Well, you got the mud hens. The mud hens are in Toledo. They're okay.
The what?
Toledo mud hens.
Look, old man Reinhold, cockfighting has been illegal for decades.
It's just called the NFL now. Come on.
You guys never watched MASH?
What? I mean,
What? The what? What are you talking about?
Mash.
I've shopped at Marsh. Yeah.
Right? It was really good at the time.
Yeah,
I feel like
Marsh
MASH.
doesn't exist anymore. How old you are? Look at that.
MASH to your generation is something that comes on like 3 a.m. when you're trying to fall asleep. It's like the Inuyasha of our generation. It's like 2008, dude. 2008. You're trying to go to bed. What's on? Bam, Inuyasha. All right, let's watch some Inuyasha till fucking 5 a.m. Go to school. Every generation's got their like super late night show that you just watch because it's habit. And like Inuyasha was one of mine. Like I didn't like it, but fuck, it's the only thing on besides like the. Well,
MASH,
it was-
MASH was the shit when it was on. When it was like
It was
It
that.
was
Then
like
like
number one show.
you had those commercials where like you'd be sleeping, right? Like 3 in the morning, you're, like passed out, and it's like it's like oh, it's like fucking Celine Dion, and then you watch the Celine Dion like singer like special like the Michael Bolton thing, and then like hi, I'm Esteban like Sanchez, and this is Esteban guitars. It's like those are the worst fucking guitars. They're so bad. And you could like talk 30 minutes about it, be like, it's a masterclass of flamenco. It's like you watch like all these commercials, and then it comes the one you want. Girls Gone Wild, boom, and it's like boom, boom. Like it's like God, 90 like late 90s, early 2000s.
Let's put it
was
this
fucking
way.
great.
My best friend had a kid, and he was like 6 months old, maybe a little bit less. I don't remember, but they had they were both working. It was just kind of hard. They needed somebody to watch the kid for like 3 hours during the mornings. So they would drop him off like at 5 in the morning. Well, the only thing that was on was Girls Gone Wild commercials. So I'd set him in front of the TV with Girls Gone Wild on, and he'd love it. He loved watching Girls Gone Wild. He was 6 months old. It was hilarious. He would cry at anything else. He loved that show.
Are you
Those
corrupting
commercials.
the youth?
I did. He's getting ready to graduate high school now. So
That's a cesspool.
I just saw him the other day.
Do you remember like the Orinoco Flow one? That's just like do Orinoco Flow, and that was like another commercial from there. But
Well, the pan flute, Deani and the pan flute was the biggest thing when I was growing up, because that's when they started making fun of him on Bob and Tom show with Dick Nixon and Haji. Haji would play the pan flute. It was the funniest thing. I mean,
Tech TV had Anime Unleashed that came on late at night, so sometimes you fall asleep watching Tech TV, and you just wake up and like it's your mother. And it's like in the suit. It's like what? It's like what the fuck is this? And you're like what?
Get in.
Shinji.
Get in the robot, Shinji.
I used to watch. I remember on MTV used to have the show called The Max, which was one of my favorite comic books, and they did it really good.
We talked about me and niece were talking about this earlier this episode that he was talking about MTV cartoons. We were talking about
Aeon Flux,
talking about Aeon Flux and the Max, and I was talking about how they did the Max Batman comic crossover.
Aeon Flux made me feel weird watching it. Like I ain't gonna lie, just the animation style just says like
I just remember the eye with the fly on it. That's all I remember.
The animation style is very.
Do you like thongs?
Max,
All we
Max
wear
had
is
really
thongs.
good satire
Big head too.
commentary.
What was it?
Big head.
Yeah, Big had the head.
Mhm.
The head. Yeah.
Yeah, the Max was really interesting. It's a very interesting show, and the whole concept of what the Max is very weird with the wild and her head.
I think they also played like McFarlane's Spawn on like
Yes,
HBO at the
Spawn.
time too. Yeah, which is like a pretty rough show. I mean, like out of all the superhero shows, like Spawn was just dark, dude. And, like one episode was like the ice cream man that's like abducted kids. You're like a kid, like, well, why is he taking kids? And it's like, oh, it's like maybe he's killing them. It's like, no, he's not killing them.
Called the Violator.
Yeah.
Of course, it's in the worst show.
Oh, I saw Spawn.
I'm
when it
not
first
the
came-
Annihilator
when it
or
first
the
came out.
Vindicator. I'm the Violator.
So Todd McFarlane put that comic out when he created Image, and he had the Spawn, and that was I was in on issue one of that comic. That was just one of my favorites for years.
Fun fact:
So
they
I
just
saw that.
recently did another Spawn Batman crossover.
Oh yeah, cool.
I mean, Spawn would whoop Batman's ass, to be honest with you, dude. I mean, in the comic books, he literally became God.
Yeah.
You know, it's like,
That is
Yeah.
true.
Well, and there was also different Spawns too at some point during the run. So they had.
But talking about comic books is really hard because
yeah.
freaking the Punisher became an angel.
The Batman who laughs, like Batman became God to some extent. Batman who laughs.
The Batman
so,
who laughs, who got the power of Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
Which is
Insane. Like power being insane. Dude was like crashing worlds into each other, like multiversal destruction.
Shadow.
That's why I love when they're talking about. Oh, they're coming out with this new comic book movie, and it's going to talk about this aspect of a story, and it's just like everybody freaking out. I'm like, do you realize what kind of crazy shit there is in those comic books that they aren't even getting anywhere near with this stuff? You know, it's like
The problem is they're going do the crazy stuff that no one wants to get near. That's the issue with the newer comic book movies, is that they're going after the crazy stuff that no one bought. It's like, oh, you didn't like this in 2D paper form, but you're gonna love this in our CGI like studio. Ha 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 ha. That's the I
Wait, you mean this character couldn't sell a solo book, so we put them in a multi-character book so it would sell, and on that team was a Spider-Man, so we made sure it sold.
Oh, we made sure that pretty much. But speaking of Batman's trailers, so anyone watch the Flash trailer?
I don't care. I don't care.
All right, I didn't care either, but I was forced to watch the trailer.
Mhm.
Honestly, it looks good as hell. It's not a movie I wanted. I don't want to watch it because like it has Ezra Miller in it, but the trailer's just like this. I kind of want to watch this thing.
I would only laugh at the trailer if the
Get
trailer
naked.
got cut short, right? And you see like like good old like negative Flash. I forget his name.
Reverse
Thrawn.
Flash,
Thrawn.
Evil
Yeah.
Thrawn.
Yeah,
And he was just like he's like, "Hey, Barry, you remember the time you were with your girlfriend in the car? And you're making out the very first time and like you nutted super quick. That was
I
me,
did.
Barry.
That was me.
Jerking you off at super
Barry.
speed. I wish that was canon, bro. I wish that was fucking canon. Because like the thing about Thrawn is like he never kills Barry. Like his whole purpose as a villain is just to bully the shit out of
Yeah,
him.
that's all he wants.
Just
He
to
wants to
bully
make
him.
his life miserable.
Like I was reading a list of things that he's done, like go back in time and kill his dad, and then
Bang
he
his
planned
mom.
on killing his mom but failed, and then went to do it again so that he could become a social worker and raise Barry himself. And torture him.
Eobard Thrawn's a fucking lunatic.
Mhm.
And the whole reason he became a villain is because Barry didn't want him to be a Flash in the future. He's like, he has a different person that he wants to be the Flash that isn't me. Fuck him.
I'm gonna bully you online
Eobard
every day of
Thrawn
your life.
is a Flash itself.
True.
It's
True.
accurate.
I think he's the best villain because of that. Because like everything he does is like dangerous, but it's not like so dangerous it's universal destroy. It's basically like I'm gonna fuck with Barry today. How you gonna fuck with Barry today? It's like I'm gonna go back in time when he was like 7 years old when he was eating like a bowl of yogurt and I'm gonna fucking shit in it. You know, it's like, that's
Barry,
literally
Barry,
all he
you remember
does.
when you thought your mom forgot to pack your lunch in the 4th grade? I ate it. I ate the lunch, Barry.
I'm your dad,
I
Barry.
ate
Didn't he? Oh yeah, he tried to bang his mom so he could become his dad. Yeah, makes no
Barry-
sense.
Eobard Thrawn just is the most ridiculous villain because they also canonically you can't beat him because he exists at all points in time at the same time. Because he can travel through time. So it's like, oh, you kill him now, but the one from 3 seconds in the past is now here because he can.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest issue I have with him as a villain. It's like, oh, cool, you have a villain you literally cannot defeat. But good thing, all he cares about is fucking over Barry Allen for no fucking reason.
That's all he wants to do.
He's like, I'm just gonna make Barry Allen miserable for no
See,
reason.
and the fact that it's that petty and that dumb of a story makes me like it that much more.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Because that's what I like. If I was going to be writing cape shit, that's what I would do.
all right. Ace goes. I learned comic stuff through podcasts and YouTube. Comic book sellers in the early 2000s ruined comics for me. Yes, they did. And so did the what reboots happened earlier was like the New Crap 2 and other Crisis thing.
The New 52, and when they
and some other Crisis
redid
and
everything.
Crisis of
And then
Infinite
they-
Earth.
Then they get the thing is, the Crisis of Infinite Earth had enough going for it that it created interest because you had certain things that changed and actual interesting continuity stuff. But then the New
I think
52 happened when they go,
Yeah.
all the continuity that everything that we ever did up to this point doesn't exist anymore.
So
Fuck all
Yeah,
those other
which-
universes.
Crisis of Infinite Earth was supposed to fix continuity. 52 just replaced it.
Yes.
And that was my issue. Like, so my prime time at my age, I got into comic books. All that was going on, so I really didn't have a good concrete on what's canon. It was so much work to find out canon that, dude, I gave up. And I found like, you know what?
Yeah.
You know how easy canon it is in anime or manga's like,
Yeah.
that's canon. All this is canon. This is one story.
There's one
Awesome.
writer writing the one story, and they don't have to revert back to the status quo because they need to keep selling the same character over and over again. Oh, and then when they actually do change the status quo, the next writer goes, nah, I don't want that though, and they get rid of the status quo.
I mean, like the only anime where they've done like any amount of that didn't really happen is like Dragon Ball Z. And even then, they claim that it's still canon.
Well, Evangelon, like they got an ending to that, but people didn't like it, so they told the writer for it, it's like I don't like the ending, they should be better, and he just made it worse. He's like everybody fucking dies.
He made another one out
Yeah.
of spite.
Everybody
He made
dies.
Another ending out of spite.
Nobody gets in a good ending. Everybody
The
dies.
thing about comics that makes it really hard is that because of how successful Infinite Crisis and Marvel Civil War were, it changed how people did comics.
Yes, Ace goes. I was just constantly yelled at not to touch anything unless I was going to buy it. It wouldn't be allowed to even pick it up every title. Yes,
That's
yes,
stupid.
yeah. I had that same experience
Mhm.
going to
I would-
comic book stores too. Yeah, yeah.
I
And
haven't.
it's
So I must not have been in one for a long time. So that never was the case when I was there. But
a different world, Reinhold. When
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
also like because like in the
I kind of
thousands
stopped. in the
stuff like
90s.
that, you look like you
Mhm.
had money, so you could actually
Mm-hmm.
buy these stuff like that. So if you were a kid to go into a comic book shop, or when you were a kid to get comic books, they were meant for just for kids to
The,
pick
the
up and
issue
read.
was that
When
point
I
in
was-
time, the comic book gatekeeping was
Mhm.
so high
Yeah.
that they didn't let anybody in. Like
Yeah,
there
that's
wasn't
true, too.
any.
Yeah.
There wasn't any like
Yeah.
thoughtful gatekeeping. It's like
Correct.
this kid wants to get into it. Well, here's.
Well, I
this,
think
this,
part of
this,
it
and it's
is-
like, don't touch this.
And
Right.
part of it is people got into the collecting so much that it became it's such. So when I was growing up, comic books were sold in these little turn things in grocery stores and in department stores, right? And there'd be stacks of them in those little spinny things, and that's where you got your comic books. There weren't comic book stores at the time, really. So that's how I grew up reading comic books, just pulling them off there.
Yeah, the big thing is that it became such a massive market,
Mhm.
and then when Image came out, which fractured a lot of other things, they were really hard focused on Spawn was this big number one, and everybody rushed to get it. It became this thing of you need to have a new number one because that's the ones that people buy. So you
Right.
get a sales spike when you have a number one issue, but a lot of the times this number one is actually in the middle of a story and that they've already been telling for like 3 years, but we have to have a number one so it can spike sales. So here's issue number one of this event that doesn't need to be a number one.
My
I kind
favorite
of miss when Dark Horse Comics did that. Like they had 4 different comics, new titles, new origin stories, and then they would pick which ones got the most sales, whatever, and they would continue on with those stories.
Yeah.
Were you there when you remember Archie Comics, right? Like the old Archie Comics when they bought the rights to like Sonic the Hedgehog, and
Oh man,
and,
that's fun.
they were spinning off like cartoon series, like the Saddam cartoon series and stuff. The guy that was drawing the characters, he drew Knuckles, and then he got fired from the company or something like that. But he copyrighted Knuckles, so anytime like Sega uses Knuckles, right, could be like a game, like media, right? They use Knuckles. Even the new movie that came out, the Sonic the Hedgehog movie 1 and 2, he sues Sega for like every time because they're using Knuckles because he created Knuckles, and Sega's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? He's in Sonic the Hedgehog 3 on Sega."
So the part of that story is he did make an original character,
Mhm.
but he was the one who made like the design of the whole
Yep.
Echidna race
Mhm.
because they took the Knuckles, the Echidna character, and he said he designed the race.
Mhm.
And then because he expanded the continuity of what Echidnas are in the comics,
Mhm.
and then once they got to a point where they canceled the comics, they were done with it. He's like, well, I still made this character, so I'm gonna make my own series with the characters,
Mhm.
but they're gonna look a little different. But I still own the character, so I'm gonna keep telling my story. And then he tries to sue them for it, and he is single handed like stonewalled a lot of the Sonic comic books because he was just like, "This is what I want. This is what I want." But you can definitely see when the ones that did care, like the whole Sonic Frontiers game,
Yeah.
the person who wrote for it was the writer of the comics after that guy left.
Mm.
So he actually took a lot of his stuff that he made in the comics and like shoved it in the game. In Sonic Frontier, the storyline of the game, he's like, so you know that villain from Sonic Adventure 1? Let's say that he was an ancient race of aliens that came to Earth and they actually became the little Chow monsters.
Hmm.
And the reason that chaos exists in Sonic Adventure is because the Chaos Emeralds made him bad again.
I think Sonic the
That's
Hedgehog.
not a joke. That's actual canon that they wrote in that game.
Sonic the Hedgehog has been a plague on humanity.
Thanks for the spoilers.
It is.
Look,
Spoilers. I haven't beat that game yet. Okay.
Sonic the Hedgehog is the cause of like the worst disaster the internet has ever seen, dude. Like,
no, no.
like,
We
we're
do
bringing that
not,
up.
do not bring him into this. We do not bring that character or that person into this conversation.
dear God, if he didn't exist, this guy would have been normal, right?
No,
Like, it's-
no,
She- she-
there was no chance that that person would be normal, but we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah.
What we are going to talk about is anything but that.
So like, and that gatekeeping there led to the
Mhm.
demise of a lot of the comics, and,
Right.
and
It's the gatekeeping and when
And
they
also
made
bad
it
story.
so impenetrable with with them always doing these massive events. But the issue was that the events only mattered to the main writer of the event
Mhm.
and the book he's writing afterwards. You have this massive universe-shaking event that Spider-Man has to be a part of. And then after that event's over, Spider-Man doesn't talk about it at all in the comics ever again. He's like, I don't want to talk about that. You interrupted the middle of my story, but I'm gonna go back to my story, even though I had to stick 3 issues of your story into my narrative
yeah,
for no reason.
Yeah. It's only like a few times when that was happening. It was kind of like when the X-Men were going at the was like their Civil War was like, you guys, they want to do the superhero registration. Yeah, where were you during the mutant registration, you little bastard?
Yeah, the mutants like,
F you.
go fuck yourselves.
well,
I'm
don't they?
doing my own thing.
Don't they just make the lore up as they go? For example, like I think Dark Horse or like I think maybe Image at the time, like they had the Aliens comic books. So like the difference was like Aliens already had predetermined lore with like the Alien movie, Aliens 2 movie and stuff. So like when you read the comic books, it's either like proto this or like post like Alien story by like
Right.
1,000 years. So like they'll have like entire comic book narratives written around like the entire Aliens universe, even the Predator universe, but the lore is already there. With comic books, like it's normal superhero comic books, they'll make the lore up as they go, but each comic needs to have some level of power creep, right?
Mhm.
There needs to be like the next biggest baddie. So it's kind of like Naruto to that extent, right? It's just like I just need a bigger baddie to fight next time to power up. But the difference is like they will never reference it again because it would just add too much to the power creep because they need to reset it, right?
Every time.
You can't have like, for example, in Marvel, like you're fighting like the Living Tribunal and like the One Above All, and like I think when Thanos did like the heart of like the universe,
Mhm.
he literally had like all the power of like all the multiverse. He's literally beyond the One Above All at this point. You can delete him, and then it just resets it. And then the next series, like they're just kind of hanging out and like
Whatever it happens.
Avenger City, you know what I mean? Where here we go, like nothing happened. They all know it, but they have to reset the power creep because like how are you gonna top that when like you had to get like omnipotent power and wipe out every universe at the snap of a finger?
Right.
And so you have to reset that. It makes it look gloopy, right? It gets
Mhm.
fucking crazy after a while where it's like, how are they losing to this dude when the previous dude in the previous comic books literally wiped out all of
Yeah.
existence?
Or the other issue is that a
Yeah.
lot of writers want to tell their own story.
Yeah.
So if I have a pitch that is Batman loses Gotham City
Okay.
and loses control of Gotham City, and the next writer comes in and goes, I have this idea. Batman loses control of Gotham City. And they do it again, but in the same narrative, but in a different way.
Mhm.
The last 3 arcs in the Batman comics was Batman losing the city to something. Like literally, it was like the Joker took over, like stole all of Bruce Wayne's money and took over. It's just like, and then it's like, then there was like, oh, Bane took over Gotham City. It's like, bruh. Like you guys can't keep telling the same narrative over and over again while introducing your new OC to try to sell a movie off.
No. Every member of the Rogues Gallery gets a chance, gets their turn at ruling Gotham.
Batman,
But then they add their own rogue galleries. Like, well, I have to introduce my OC character, so if they get into a movie, I get paid.
oh,
Yeah, I
No,
mean,
that's true too.
That's
yeah.
what happens. So that's what the issue
we
is.
need a movie starring Condiment King.
I agree.
Batman has literally went toe to toe with Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor, which
Yes.
are 2 forces in like the DC universe that are like universal level threats. So it's like it's funny where it's like you outplayed Darkseid, you fought against the Anti-Monitor, which is essentially like negative God in this universe, besides like the creator of him.
But you can't stop one man.
Can't stop the Joker. Can't stop the Joker.
Can't stop a crazy
Yeah,
man.
and
Can't
Bane
stop a
and Bane breaks your
millionaire
back.
penguin themed guy who just buys goons.
Yeah,
and he
how
gets
how did
outmaneuvered by the penguin.
how did Bane break Batman's back when Darkseid literally grabbed Batman by the head and slammed him into the wall? Like Darkseid has like the strength to smash a planet, which is beyond Superman's strength. It's like Bane breaks your back, but a literal new god that can smash planets didn't.
Yeah, he was being like a cat and just playing with his food at that point.
Well, you see, Nice, at that point, the writer of Batman
Mhm.
really liked Batman, so they made sure that Batman didn't die. And when he was supposed to die, he went back in time instead.
Well, like some of it's weird because like Darkseid has no pity. He's like, well, like, the reason I'm gonna let you live, Batman, is because if it was Superman or Wonder Woman with their sense of morality, they couldn't make the decision. But you're willing to kill an entire planet to save the Earth, like your chops, and saved them. And then you go against Trigon, which Trigon's entire like backstory is like all the evil from humanity at this point in time is coalesced into one being that birthed himself. And then it's like, well, Trigon's gonna let you live and hang out. It's all the evil of humanity. Dude has raised entire universes to ash. Like he has no shred of humanity because he's the cast off of humanity. He's like, you know what, Batman, Superman, you guys are cool. You hang out with my daughter, keep her safe. You know, I'm a good dad.
Yeah, what else? Yeah, it's whatever.
It's literally Satan in this universe.
There's just so it's
See,
just doesn't make sense.
See, that's
they
why
try
I
so
never
hard.
really got
Go
into
for it.
like heroes comics like that. Like I really never liked X-Men at all. Generation X was kind of okay. But I was more into things like The Tick and Captain Stern, right? Type of comics.
What?
Could we vote him off now? Could we vote him off now?
I've got a manga selection for you. It's called Ragnarok. It's like a pretty good like manga selection. So if you like Norse mythology and like Greek mythology, it's like a whole set of that.
Is it-
Dude gets his arm bit off.
Well,
It's pretty cool.
the thing I liked about The Tick and Captain Stern and those types of comics is that they were basically poking satirically at the genre itself in a very intelligent way, which made it a lot of fun, right?
Which is
And I'm talking about the comics.
I get. I totally understand that.
Mhm.
But for in my opinion, you have to enjoy the comic, the superhero comics for that poking and satirical.
Yeah,
joke.
don't get me
makes
wrong.
way much more sense.
I have tons of comics. Like I mean, I've got one of my favorites that I have is the first issue of Ghost Rider, because that was one of my favorite characters, right? So I kind of like the darker stuff or the not as. I hate Superman, even though I think one of my collections I do have the Superman dies.
I
storyline,
completely
but-
understand that opinion. There's a lot of people who don't like Superman because the issue is that Superman's overpowered. But the issue but the bigger issue is the writers don't know how to write Superman.
Right.
Correct.
Because
He's not interesting. That's the thing, is that with the Tick and those others, the characters are interesting and they have a skewed view of reality, as opposed to like I prefer Batman way over Superman, just because
So-
Batman.
Batman's a psychopath.
Yeah, he is. Like
Yeah,
a good
it's
example of Superman, right, is Superman versus Manchester Black. Manchester Black was like this the government basically decided to let their own little group of heroes together, and led by this guy Manchester Black, who was an asshole, basically.
Yeah.
And they just did whatever they want, treated people like shit.
Mhm.
And Superman, and they kept going to baiting Superman. It's like, come on, use all your power, take these people down. You could kill this villain. You could do all this. And when Superman just said, "Fuck it, I'm done with these stupid motherfuckers," he just goes all out, and he literally shoots his heat vision into Manchester Black's eyes and severs his power out of his brain. He goes, "You wanted me to go all out on these people? Is this what you wanted? I'm a person. I'm a human. If I'm not human, I don't have human morality. Everybody's fucked. Do you want that? Is this how you want me to be? A maniacal murderer? Because I can be. And I can just prove to you that you can't do shit to me. But I am a human. I have human morality. That's what makes Superman compelling, is that he has all this massive power, tiny perspective on how to use it.
Yeah.
But a lot of people don't do that. They just go, Superman solves the issue.
Unless you're Superman Prime, they'll kill him and fuck it
Superboy
all.
Prime is it punches reality and it shatters worlds.
That,
Yeah.
or the other way to actually use Superman in an interesting way is to have some actual limits on
Yeah.
what he can do, and those can actually be, he's not able to outpace the Flash because the Flash is the Flash.
Right. He's the fastest.
All right. Spangle said, I thought Paul just didn't talk much on the CSS much because he's really quiet. Free the producer, Harry. Producer Paul talks a whole bunch, especially when we're talking about topics that he is very knowledgeable about.
Mhm.
Uh,
We're currently just talking about comics, which is not as nearly as his knowledge base compared to other things.
I mean,
Yeah.
I like comics. It's just not my wheelhouse.
Right.
Now, I will say this. I think Saitama
Mhm.
is written, One Punch Man
Mhm.
is written very well for an OP character, and you're absolutely right. Like, especially with the one with the Manchester Black, that whole series like that is it just they did kept goading him, and
Yep.
the world also kept questioning him too. And he just eventually just like, stop it, please.
Right. Another good example is Kingdom Come, the comic book series, DC's Kingdom Come. It takes place in a future in which this new sets of villains, new super sets of heroes come out, and one kills the Joker in front of Superman, and all the crowd cheers, and Superman goes, "Fuck this," and just leaves, and it creates this massive power vacuum because all he's doing is chilling in Montana and fixing houses and taking care of people because they don't need Superman. They proved to me they don't need me. They chose a different path.
Yeah.
Of letting them murder whoever, and they cheered for him for murdering the Joker.
I
Which
mean,
I agree, the Joker is terrible. But the whole concept is the whole concept is that he let things be. And that whole series is very interesting because it becomes something completely different. Like the government ends up using like Captain Marvel as basically a nuclear weapon.
I just keep thinking of the animated movie Under the Red Hood, where it's just like, I'm just not talking about killing Dent, Scarecrow, the Riddler. Talk about him, just him.
Which is fair. Well, I think he should, but
Well, and here's the thing: like, you can get away with Superman having righteous indignation over the Joker getting killed if he's never been caught before. If this is a fresh Joker that has never been in that universe, like, yeah, he killed some people, but we can put him in prison. The Joker that's been in and out of Arkham like it's a vacation rental is no. Like, at some point you have to draw a line and say, nah, like, we're gonna kill these guys because they keep killing people. I don't care that they're mentally unwell, because obviously we can't keep them contained, and they are an existential threat to whichever family is going to be next.
I would swap out the entire Justice League if that was the case. If they keep getting out of prison and they keep like killing people all the time, but Justice League, you're out. Random Midwestern Police Department, you are in. And it's like you might not kill him, Superman, but these fuckers will, dude, for no reason at all. You know.
Oh,
could
but
be
wait, no, all
asleep
these
and
cops
you're-
are just boning each other. Who imported them from
Tennessee, there it is.
You could be asleep in your grandma's driveway, exercising your Second Amendment right, and these cops will still shoot you.
Like the Joker would rob a bank to get money for a crime. He's like, "Hey, you'll never get me, Batman." You hear like 5 shots. It's like, put the gun down. I don't have a gun. Put the gun down. Mhm. I just got the money bags. Put the gun down. Oh, he's reaching for a gun. My hands are in the
Oh
air.
my god, I never thought about the most unrealistic thing in comic books are the cops now because they're not shooting first. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Batman, we can't stop the Joker. He's too strong.
I feared for my life. So what you know? So I started blasting. him.
This is why I blasted.
I couldn't figure out the riddle, so I started blasting.
So like the other thing is
The Penguin becomes automatically the most dangerous villain because he has money.
That's
yeah,
true.
yeah, that's true.
That's true. That's
He's
true.
Oh God.
Harvey did his because he was part of the government.
Oh my
already.
god! Can you imagine a Penguin comic written with the conspiracy theory of the Bail Project? He keeps getting people out because he owns all the judges and everything else, just getting his goons out.
Harvey Dent, but
Oh my
qualified immunity.
Oh my god! It just keeps getting the goons out. That's a good comic.
The There's a lot of that which comes down to the nature of comic books is that people want to use the Joker.
What is
Yeah.
this? Cerebrus the Yardbar?
I would actually watch that comic
That's a
series.
good comic.
If it was like superheroes but realistic, like American style, like Justice, right?
Mhm.
You would have like the qualified immunity of Harvey Dent, and you also have like Cyborg just driving around town, like gets pulled over by a cop, and, like, you have any weapons on you? And like
There's a
Cyborg's
reason
like,
Cyborg
what?
Stay in the watchtower.
So Cyborg's like,
Sparky
I don't
watch.
have weapons. It's like cops like, well, what's that? Can you step out the car, please? It's like, oh my god, oh my god, it's happening. I mean, like,
put down the laser cannon.
It's my arm.
It's my arm.
put it down. See, like, I would watch that over the new Scooby Doo because like Mindy's thing is just stupid, but like
It's
this
banned.
this would be
Banned.
We don't
yeah.
talk about
That
that.
show's
shit.
banned, sir.
Banned. But
Yeah,
like
banned.
a superhero thing where it's like realistic as like a play on society, right? Where it's like this is what happens every day in society. It'd just be kind of funny as shit. To be
Yeah, it's
honest.
just the issue with superhero comics in
Oh
general.
my
Like serialized fiction in general,
I know.
where you have to always do a status quo.
They don't do that in the. If James Gunn doesn't do that at the Lantern show with Cyborg, sitting in the car. Woo!
It's even better because it's
Hey,
Sky Gardner and Sinestro who pull him
we're
over.
not just picking on you, Cyborg. They look at the police like who they arrested the last like 48 hours. It's like Cyborg. It's like, well, who else did you arrest?
Cyborg.
Static Shock.
Black
Like,
Lightning.
it's like they look to the desk like, why are
Dave Montoya.
it's like why are they why are they this? It's like so you arrested the Green Lantern. Which one?
I think his name is John.
Yeah, John Stewart. And they also,
But they're both the same people with the same powers and the same. Why did you arrest this one? Looks suspicious.
John would be okay because he's a space cop.
It would be funny, like a drawn together funny, right? Because drawn together was fucking funny, dude. But
I still have the drawn together
Well,
videos on my
you
Plex.
cannot make a drawn together
No,
style comedy
no.
like today. You can't.
Oh, you could definitely could.
you could do
You
that.
they just nobody does.
yeah, Ace goes. I think Second Print Comics talked about a comic where Harvey was getting Arkham prisoners released, so he and Batman could doing what they do.
That makes sense.
So I might be misremembering though. But
That makes sense. There's a lot of like when they actually have like limited universe narratives, it makes the stories way better. Like the White Knight story,
Mhm.
in which they show basically Batman is a massive asshole and is like destroying property, and he ends up breaking into this facility where the Joker was in that had pills that like made Joker sane. So Joker became like Jack Napier. He's like he basically became a politician.
Yeah.
And it's like, Batman's a fucking asshole. He's ruining. He's like, Bruce, you have this technology. Why don't you give it to the police department? They're right there.
No, but I'm the knight.
I mean, the police
Literally,
department.
in the comic, the
I'm the knight.
GCPD get all the Batmobiles, and Nightwing and Barbara are a part of the police department.
The cops are kind of dumb though, because like Batman drives like a massive ass like armored vehicle car. It's kind of like hard to miss. And all you have to do is like get like a helicopter to follow him back. He's gonna run out of gas sometime. You know what I mean? It's like
That's why it goes under the ocean sometimes for no fucking reason.
it's like, but you can track it. It's a giant hunk of metal, and like they never like followed it back to the
Dude, it's
Batcave.
It's because Jim Gordon's his friend. He doesn't care.
Like
Right, because after a while, when you go to try to track him, and he keeps coming up with ways. It's like, okay, it takes a billionaire
It's like
to
Gordon just
avoid
goes,
this.
He's gone. What do you mean?
if I was like a police
Oh.
department, it's like Gordon. How come every time we try to follow the Batman, you call it off? You're always there first. It's like you go weird places at night on the roof. It's like,
Also, the backstory is kind of outdated because you just tweet now, like, "Yo, Bats, got this information for you." Kind of dumb now.
even then, you could track Robin, right? It's like, okay, Batman has half his face covered, does his voice modulation, right? But like Robin's literally got his thing on his face, like a little slit. It's like, okay, Damien, like, you know, it's like, come on, bro.
Okay.
I mean, because like they go to this like mansion, Bruce Wayne's manor, and like Damien will be right there. It's like,
Here's the thing. Let's be honest. He's a billionaire.
Mhm.
He's paying those police officers to look at him.
That's true.
They're,
that's
they're
true,
getting
that's true,
yearly Christmas bonuses
true.
of $1 million a piece.
that's
Like,
true.
why else would you stay on the GCP? This crime every day. It never gets better. Gotham never gets better.
Batman got mad at Nightwing for having sex with Harley Quinn. He's just like disapproving. Like, you did what with a villain? And it's like,
how dare
Bruh,
you? How
I
dare
my
you?
brain night was like, you see this? This is the issue of your wedding with Catwoman. Get fucked.
Catwoman is
different.
classy. Harley Quinn is crazy. You know, it's
That's
like
different. Yeah.
different.
And then also, which Catwoman? Okay, we're talking Eartha Kitt. Oh.
What about Talia al Ghul? You know, it's like,
It's
come
like,
on.
bro, you literally have a
this
child.
Talia. Hold on,
You
this
literally have a
Talia,
child
Eartha
to
Kitt.
a villain.
Whoa. The problem is not that you slept with a villain, but you stuck your dick in crazy.
That's the problem.
It's like, I'm looking out for you. I'm trying to save your life.
But in modern comics, it's like, are you mad 'cause she's bi? Is that what it is, Bruce? Is that what it is?
I can get Poison Ivy here today. Poison Ivy would be over here like this, you know. It's like- Bruce is kind of a dick for that. I guess he's probably like, you know, well, this is called the Batman series. Sidekick doesn't get no bitches. You know what I mean?
That's why he got his own book. That's why he left. That's why he
Main
left.
character.
That's why he left. That's why he went to Bloodhaven.
Me sleeping with a villain advances the plot. You sleeping with the villain is just because you're thirsty. You know what I mean? It's like,
It's a skill issue, Robin. Ace Go, in a live action movie, Robin's normal clothes were similar colors to his superhero outfit. Yeah,
it's so
most of
stupid. It makes no sense.
Yeah. It's kind of like the Power Rangers. I don't know who these teenagers are. What about this other teenager walking around?
What
in
is
these
that?
colors?
What's that kid wearing red every day?
Every day.
Every day. It's like he never misses.
Yeah, just I don't know.
He doesn't even
Shoot
look
him.
that good in red.
Shoot him.
Let's
Let's
find out.
shoot him.
Let's just do it.
Beast Boy's secret identity. They'll never find out who I am. It's like, it can't be the green kid now, can it?
Well, that's the thing. They know who Beast Boy is.
Because Beast
but they
Boy
can't
is no
figure out
wimp.
anyone else.
Beast Boy
But
don't give no
Who
shit.
does he hang around with? Oh man! Oh god! It's gotta be these guys.
Like, that's the thing you can appreciate about the other Teen Titans. They just don't care, bro. They're like Robin's like, oh, I got to keep my secret identity as a Teen Titan. It's like, bro, Raven's like floating downtown, like buying shit from the store.
I know. Starfire's just like, getting arrested for not putting clothes on. It's like, don't restrict yourself to these
True,
restrictive
that's true.
clothes.
Original Starfire was basically an exhibitionist.
But that's how Terrarians
Yeah, I know,
are.
I know.
And that's why Nightwing was thirsty.
That's why, like, I'm not Starfire could have been good, but not the way they did it. It, like, the idea of, Starfire's kid rejecting a lot of that could have gone in a really cool.
It would have been a
different ways.
really cool concept. Is that she instead of looking up to Starfire, she looks up to Raven.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for 1,500 bit Reinhold. Thanks.
I got tired of seeing that lonely little one just bouncing in the same spot all night long.
What the fuck was that noise?
It's the it's
I
all
was like,
the-
are we on the news?
Yeah, so what just happened?
Yeah, it's the little bit.
Local Indiana, like, men talk about sex druids and fucking golem necro.
Well, I want to say thanks, Reinhold, for the biddies.
Yeah, we appreciate it. But yeah, comic books are weird and stupid, and I hate them, even
Okay,
though I
good.
enjoy
You
them.
didn't
No, go buy a new
down.
headset.
Go buy a new headset. Comic books are weird because even though I enjoy them,
What you try to make sure you're still number one?
Oh, did it? No, I'm not anywhere near number one.
It's like, I gotta.
taking time out of the podcast to chat his own video.
See,
Yeah,
I got like,
Yeah.
yeah, there's weird, goofy things in it now. But now that you guys can all,
I can hear it. It's funny.
yeah. Thanks for the it's going all right. Yeah.
You
Thanks.
have to keep.
When's it going to
moving
update the? When are we going to update the cup? That's what I'm just trying to.
I don't know where the cup's gonna. The cup will update when it updates. Okay, I don't control the cup.
Let's have, I hope it happens before we sign off.
Hopefully, that'd be great. That'd be great.
Single bouncing bit.
It's not even bouncing around in the cup. It's the same spot.
It's chilling. It's chilling.
It's messing with my OCD.
just like go somewhere else
Mhm.
in the cup. Yeah, it does what it wants inside the cup. But
The comics are weird.
yeah, comics are weird.
Crossover events ruin comics,
Yeah,
and then gatekeeping assholes ruined it even more. And now nobody
Yeah.
cares, and nobody really wants to pay attention to it anymore because they keep doing stupid stuff like Heroes in Crisis, where they have a superhero therapy session, which the facility, which is really cool. But then they made one of the characters, they made Wally West kill everybody for no reason.
Can
And
you
then
imagine?
blame it
Can you
on-
imagine the
And
episode?
blame it on Booster
where-
Gold and or Harley Quinn because he was so fast he made the other one think the other one did it.
So you
Oh,
have
and
the
then
episode
Harley
where
Quinn
Batman.
beats Superman in a fight.
yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. We need the issue where Batman goes against therapy, and then decides that I've been acting out for my whole life just because of the trauma I experienced, and just walks away.
Right, that was the interesting
Live a
part
normal
of that story where they actually had the characters go into therapy. They actually showed them having their video confessionals of like Wonder Woman and Superman and Batman and all even the side characters that nobody care about, like Booster Gold and characters that haven't even been seen in a long time. They
Plastic
just-
Man.
But then they just like, all right, now we're gonna make this narrative stupid, and we're gonna let this like Harley Quinn just beat the Trinity by herself.
Well, it's based on popularity.
But she beat Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, the three characters that are more popular than she is.
Makes sense that the Harley Quinn people loved it.
I mean, yeah, that's true. They did.
Yeah.
What about the Mudface people? Mudface gets no love. Clayface.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
Tyler
have you
Mode.
watched the Harley Quinn show?
Mhm.
Clayface gets tons of attention in that show.
Yeah,
Her name is Stephanie. You will respect her.
I want a whole series of Stephanie. I think it'd be great, or just all of the like different like aspects of like Clayface. This is my hand.
Hanging out with Gordon.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. Yeah, and
so
Gordon. Yeah, God.
That's the most accurate Gordon I've ever seen. Like you would be on wit's end.
Buddy cop, that Gordon Clayface. You know, he's going undercover. He's gonna bust these people.
It's Clayface going undercover as Bullock.
Oh God.
It's Harvey
God,
Bullock.
that's hilarious.
It's Harvey Bullock the whole time. He's like, Bullock, you're acting way weirder than normal. I don't know what's happening.
Oh man, with King Shark in his ear, kind of like so it's like Kim Possible s with it's like stop saying that.
That is ridiculous. Would
man.
I watch it? Absolutely. But I enjoy ridiculous concepts.
I will
It's not
say
a
Kim
Kim
Possible had the problem of like when it came on and people were like, I want to watch this superhero thing. Then like Shigo came on and then like that influenced so many kids' taste in women. Like just Shigo right out the way.
All right, let's all look at Paul. Shigo, right?
No.
He's like, no, Dr. Draco.
It's a dragon. So
Dragon.
Dr. Dragon.
Okay.
I have not watched that in so long. I don't think I remember Shigo because it's also like the Danny Phantom series. It's
What?
like boring.
Why's
This.
it got to be she go? It can't be he go. You know, we need to reclaim our
Didn't
masculinity
they
back.
have Higo as
Yeah, she had brothers that all had that ended in go. So yeah,
Yeah.
that happened.
You wait till you meet Bingo. He only needs to hit you 5 times across any diagonal pattern. No, but like there was like a thing with like cartoons in like the 90s where it's like we have to have a female character, even comic books. It's like we can't just have a normal all-American female character. We gotta goth her up, and like it just
It
went
was-
overboard with it. They're just
Yeah,
like,
they
let's go.
90s went super goth. on
Super
that.
It
goth.
was,
Never
it was the
girl.
Daria of effect.
Yeah.
you know.
Well, like even Daria was, I mean, Jane was, but I mean, Jane was really like the bread and butter there. But
Yeah. Daria was much more of the didn't care,
Yeah.
but there was the
Nihilist. Yeah.
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 Yeah, there's enough of there's a massive like goth animation boom. Like it just throws many goth female characters in there, and we're just gonna give a bunch of people fetishes for way too long.
Well, I mean, it was in the culture at
Yeah.
the time.
Which is
Life
true.
imitates art, imitates life.
Like,
and then
it's
came
fine.
Dan
Just-
fucking Snyder. Like,
Oh god. Let's not even go there.
Oh god, Dan.
It's a whole other can of worms that we don't even want to.
Hey,
deal
when you
with.
do the scene, can you make sure you show your feet? Show your feet. This thing.
Niece, please stop, sir. Please stop.
Oh, we're talking about Tarantino.
No, no,
Oh, yeah,
no.
yeah. I got this
well,
great scene.
Tarantino makes it is subtle compared to this.
Just, I'm not gonna talk about, but like, just look it up. Look up Dan Snyder. It's terrible.
You say he's subtle, but you watched From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yes, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Ryan Holtz.
Oh, man.
That I'm not making a joke.
Did anyone ever get to watch Dusk Till Dawn with someone who's never heard or seen that movie before? It is a great experience when you get to watch that movie with somebody and they're just not realizing what's happening because they think they're getting ready to watch one movie. And it's something
becomes
else
something.
happens.
I've seen some reactors react to it. It's been a fun experience watching her, like their look on her face, like what's going on?
What just happened? I'm like, yeah. It took me a while. Like when I watched it, it was with my now wife. She didn't realize what the heck was going on, right? And I didn't know she never watched it before. So like I'm just watching the movie, because I understand what the heck is going on, and she's just like, what
is happening?
That just took a turn. Oh yeah.
It was supposed to be like a weird Western thing, but now there's vampires and
You hit the spoilers. Hold on, you're spoiling it. Hold on. Spoilers. All right, yeah.
I mean, can you really spoil something that's like over 30 years old? I mean, come on.
Well, I can tell. I can spoil something right now. So there's this movie called Fight Club, and
no, right?
No. But I'm just saying that was a great example of a movie where that's a great example though of a movie that I thought was something like I confused it apparently in my mind when it came out with Boiler Room, which was a movie that came out about the same time. I just thought it was kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then a friend of mine was just like, no, you need to see this movie. I'm like, all right. So we sat down and watched it, and it was just like, okay, this is not what I thought it was. And I love it. Because with the marketing and the Starbucks at the beginning of it, when he's in the room and they're showing him buying the yin yang table and all that stuff, I was just like, okay, I'm sold on this movie. It turned out to be even better than I had hoped.
What about those shitty movies that like popped up in, like 80s and 90s? Like I love like Tromaville movies, like the Toxic Avenger and stuff, right? But like you remember like stuff like Ghoulies, where like the box art had like the little monster coming out the toilet. You see like every time you go to the video store, like what the fuck is this, right? But Tremors, right?
Tremors, great movie.
That's a cult classic.
Yeah. But like
there are people who love that that series of movies, and it's like 7 of them now. I think it's almost it's kind of like there's the previous version of what Sharknado is now, right? That's what Tremors was. Tremors was the early Sharknado.
I mean, Sharknado is kind of like is just trying to do that same formula where it's like campy and stuff, but like there's a lot of movies like Killer Clowns from Outer Space, like Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, right? Like
Killer Clowns was classic. I mean that's just good fun.
Or zombie beavers.
Yeah, but we could talk about the greatest of them all, Tank Girl.
What about the movie They?
Good old Tank
which was
Girl.
giant ants. Girl. Back in the 50s, they used to have all kinds of weird ass movies back in.
We're talking Tank Girl.
That corporation is taking all your water. What are you gonna do? We want to tank them down, baby.
I had the fortune. I don't know how to classify it of sitting through Tank Girl relatively recently, having not watched it before.
It's a good movie.
It's a good movie.
It's a movie.
Wow.
Who's the actress? Who's the actress? Because I loved her in that movie. I can't remember what her name is though.
Crap, Rhino, it's so late.
I know I'm doing this. Now you know how it's like for me.
Hold
on a second.
That's just gonna hurt.
What about Waterworld, dude? Waterworld's fun.
I'll look it up.
Okay, all right, thanks. Head researcher Brian Holmes is gonna look up. Thanks, Ryan.
No, but like I think those are great. Like then like the Super Mario Brothers movie was campy as hell and nothing to do with the video game, right? It's just like what
Lori Petty.
But no, the Mario Brothers movies, even like the backstory when they talk about what the hell happened in that movie, that's what people kept talking about too, which is hilarious. So
I mean, like, you could probably make a list of like 50 movies that were just like dumb as shit like that, but like were cult classics because they're dumb as shit like that. I mean, like, besides like Tank Girl and Waterworld and like, God, what else did they fucking pump out during that time period?
Avatar.
well, it's always Shazam.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was a good one.
I mean, Avatar is just Pocahontas, right? So
Oh, we don't. Sorry, sir. There's only one Avatar in this on this network,
It's
and
the
it's the last
Airbender.
Airbender.
It's the Airbender, sir.
oh, you mean the movie? Yeah, I saw that movie.
Why would you do that to yourself? Jeez, Louise. No, like in true to form, there was a twist. M. Night did deliver, but the problem was the twist that the entire movie sucked.
Okay, Avatar: The Last Airbender movie did not completely suck. It was just in what everyone wanted. It was died from the hype. It was okay. And a lot of people, went after it for the wrong reasons. Okay.
Well, but you can understand, why would you want a
No,
movie that's
what
okay
reasons
on
were
a?
wrong?
Huh?
No, I'm sorry.
It was a good thing. They also condensed a lot of story into.
How was it good?
It was great.
You said it was a good thing.
Good thing. It was a good story, a good attempt, but I think they were just so worried they wouldn't get a sequel, and they condensed all of Burke 1 into one movie. I think they would have did a lot better if they knew they had the room and actually let that thing flesh out.
So your defense of that movie is we were worried we wouldn't get a sequel.
So we made it bad so we couldn't get a sequel.
They didn't make it bad. They just rushed things,
Making it bad.
Well, there's a problem with that. You're trying to convert
pacing of this
something.
movie is really. Oh yeah, this movie that has like a horror villain in it that has this mysterious twist villain. We decided to reveal who the twist villain is 5 minutes into the movie. That's amazing pacing. That makes this movie good. No, what you're arguing is bad.
So if it would have had like a 2-hour runtime, okay, I think it would have been better.
Okay, how long was the runtime, Harry?
Let me look this up. I know it wasn't 2 hours. Okay, all right.
It was like an hour and 50 minutes or some shit.
I just want Henry to do the Warhammer movie so we can cast John Goodman as fucking Papa Nurgle, bro. That'd be great.
At this point, John Goodman is Papa Nurgle.
Diseases.
4 out of 10. That's harsh. That's a harsh rating.
That's an
Oh.
accurate rating,
That's
sir.
harsh.
100%. Actually, that's generous.
It's a point. It's
What
very
about like
generous.
did you watch like the shitty horror movies like the Faces of Death series, which are like you did like the whole Tales from like it's kind of like Tales from the Crypt, but it's so much like horror shorts like
Oh,
the
it's
Blob.
not. No, it's not. Faces of Death is nothing like any of that stuff. Faces of Death is a whole other thing on itself. That is.
What's the one?
I've watched them.
43 minutes, Harry.
See, it needed those.
You would know better than I, right? What's the
minute.
what's the movie that had like the one where the meteor hit and the guy touched it, then he turned to like a grass monster?
Oh,
There's
that's the Stephen King's Creepshow.
there we go, Creepshow.
That was actually Stephen
One of
King who turned into the Moss Monster. But Faces of Death was just real life footage of people dying.
Oh, it's like gore.com.
Yeah, it's just like movies where you're just like, here's a magician who's doing a trick and he's got these knives hanging over his head, and because it's called Faces of Death, he's gonna flip and die. It's caught on camera. I mean, that's what this movie was just a series of those.
I know, spoiling the Faces of Death movie.
No, but like yeah, I guess it's just crazy. It's like, but it was like cool because they like there's weird like horror things. Like dude turns to fucking grass, right? He's like, I'm a grass monster. Well, how do I end it? I'm gonna blow my grass face off. It's like you're made out of grass at this point, bro. You're just gonna grow.
Well, and the
back.
best part about that Creepshow was actually just wonderfully done. But Stephen King kind of wrote those stories, and he played himself in there, and he was so funny doing it. Like he was like, "Oh, you done messed up now," and it just this whole mental thing he was doing was hilarious.
I'm actually gonna call Stephen King out. The Moss story, The Color from Outer Space. That's an H.P. Lovecraft story. I'm not calling Stephen King a hack, but You know,
Hey.
maybe write your own
Well,
material.
I mean, most of like the
Everybody steals.
space stuff of the alien
Mhm.
from all the space stuff is very much.
If you want to come on this podcast and talk about Stephen King while you steal material, we're here.
Allegedly.
Hope you're listening.
Parallel
No,
Hey,
thinking.
all
let's
artists
get
steal.
this back on track. Harry,
Chat
why
GPT.
the hell are you defending The Last Airbender by M. Night Shyamalan?
If it had the extra 20 minutes,
Shamalama ding
it would have
dong.
been a great movie.
Would it though?
No,
Would it
no.
though? Okay.
And
So
like-
explain the CGI.
What?
Explain the
it
shit
was
CGI.
So early in the year. No. Compared to modern CGI from Disney, that's good CGI.
You have 15 dudes doing a coordinated dance to move one rock.
They're very weak earthbenders.
We all can't be Toph.
Yeah.
Tough.
Toph.
What the fuck?
Is it
I'm
tough?
coming for you next. motherfucker.
Now we all want it tough.
Is
and
that the guy with the
boulder.
arrow on his head?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
I thought that was Aang.
Toph is the blind girl.
Or,
I know you're
as it's
beaming.
known in M. Night Land, Ong.
Okay.
You can't even pronounce the main character's name correctly for your hour and 43 minutes.
They did pronounce it correctly for
They cast fucking Kristen
Well,
Stewart.
there's Bopa and like
which
Kijara.
did a great job.
A great job being the
Kristen Stewart
blandest
couldn't act herself out of a wet paper bag.
in that movie, at least.
In any movie I've ever seen her in.
I think she finally figured out how to emote. But
I think he did a great job of what he was given. I think
Harry, he made a shitty blockbuster. Like Michael Bay could have made a better movie than that.
Michael Bay
It
would
would've
have at
been- it would've
least
been
got the
hype.
firebender
It would have
right.
been hype.
Yeah,
because
it would have
you know
been.
what
It would have been
happened? It would've been
explosions.
Earthbenders versus firebenders, and shit would have been insane.
you know who really should have. Michael Bay should have did the Halo TV series. I think, or
Yes.
movie.
Yes.
Michael Bay. probably-
Literally anybody except the team they put on the Halo series should have.
Harry, stop deflecting. I know you're trying to bring
Yeah,
Paul
you're
down.
desperately trying to
Stop
deflect.
defending
Guess what,
trash.
Harry? I have gone to therapy and I have gotten over the Halo series.
Okay, that's good.
I still love the Halo games. You still are going to play through the rest of them with me. But
What about that? What about that anime series that we that you watched recently? Have you got therapy for that yet?
yeah, you guys finally talked about it. It's over. It's dead.
Oh, so
that's
the-
the therapy he needed.
So you're over the light tubes.
Paul, do you know when like
that's another anime.
you know like when people die to get those NDEs? I just assume yours, right? When you're like NDE out, right? And you just see like images of what's going on. Like you're gonna have like Bill Gates and like the CEO of Bungie holding your shoulders. It's like I did get to play all the Halo games and some of them were bad. It's like don't worry, where you going? We got all the good Halo games. Halo 9, Halo 10.
And don't
And
worry,
then
all
I'll
the
go
magic
into the
cars
light.
are free.
But
Look,
Paul,
take your energy saber and go to the
I-
light.
beat the Halo. I thought we won Halo,
You beat the
right? We got Halo, right?
We are
Harry.
we are PlayStation
Stop
fans.
deflecting. Stop deflecting, sir.
We're play-
Anyways,
We are
Harry.
addressing the fact that you're defending trash.
See,
because
I thought
because
the Halo was so
Harry is
good
real
that they
reason.
actually did they borrow the ring world for Mandalorian.
No, it actually evolved to a series called Gears of War, which is slightly better. I can't say that with a straight face, bro.
I'm lying. I'm sorry.
I mean, it was a fun series, but nah. Anyways, back to
Aang.
Harry does that a lot. He likes to defend trash, and defend it in the most inane way
It was-
possible.
Okay, I watched it in the movie theater and I had an excellent time.
How many drinks were you in?
I was done. None. I was at the movie theater, an American movie theater with no booze. I was sober, sober.
it's like, yeah, I
Why would
shit
you go to one of
myself, but
those?
I was warm the entire time I did it.
I thought it was neatly well done. The pacing on it was a
What
little
was
bad.
it? How was it neat?
The Yeah, it was very crisp.
What was crisp?
The CGI.
No, it wasn't. It definitely was
Very
not.
crisp.
It definitely was
Now,
not.
I did not wear my glasses though.
There it is.
The
There
3D
it
was
They
is.
get
giving
the
me a
CGI
I had
team.
the 3D on. It was giving me a headache. So with the glasses, I took my glasses off.
Is
The
I
CGI
could
team who
barely
did that
see the
do the
screen, but
But
Sonic the Hedgehog or
oh yeah, well yeah. This
it was it's old Sonic. Are you talking about?
old Sonic goes slow.
Hey guys, it's me.
Ugly
Old
Sonic. Ugly
Hey,
Sonic goes slow.
But no, I think if it was given some more pacing or given
Or a better director, or
I think the director
more
was fine.
time,
I
or a
think-
better budget.
I
For
think
this.
also a better budget,
better
yes,
acting.
There's literally
better acting, better script writers, a person
Some
that
understanding of the
over
source
continuity
material.
that connected it to the actual series, made sure people say the character's name's correct. You know, the things that would have made the movie good. You're actually going, you know what? This movie would be good if it was good. That's your exact argument. This movie could have been
It's
really
like,
good if it was good.
I think-
Harry, I have to say, I realize the entire basis of our friendship is you seeing the good that isn't there, but stop doing it for these different franchises.
just thinking that it would, if given the time, and I think you guys should just see the
Watch it again with your
potential.
glasses on. Watch it again with your glasses on.
Does this have to be a movie night? Are we dragging a bigger TV than the studio TV into this house and just doing a react?
Forcing Harry to watch things he says, oh, it's actually pretty good. And they go, cool. Now watch it.
I think the guy who played Uncle Iroh did a great job.
One actor.
What other actors did a good job?
I think you really could feel his presence. Okay.
What
you
other
know,
actors did a good job?
I think.
That's right, Harry.
Well, they're kids. They were kids. They
defending
were kids.
Dad.
The kid that played the Moon Princess, she did a great job. You know, she had like 6 lines, but she did a great job.
Yes.
Great.
One of the most pivotal characters for another character's development that moves the entire plot forward with their sacrifice. 6 lines.
Yeah, and they also gave her the inane bad hair that everybody memed because the movie was so shit they had nothing else to talk about.
Was it bad? Okay, it was bad.
Okay, can we do hard mode? Can you buff up and gas up the Dragon Ball Z live action movie like you just did the Avatar one?
Yeah.
Oh,
Explain
gas
why
it up.
Evolution's good.
Oh god, I
'Cause-
can't. That movie's
Because
awful.
that's
No,
that's
just
what
have
he's doing right
just have him talk about how good Ghost in the Shell movie was.
But he could do that. He has enough redeeming qualities in it that he can
Cowboy
actually
Bebop
argue
live
that's decent.
action.
That's
Alright.
trash, and shut the fuck up about it.
All right, so the Ghost in the Shell live action movie, right? There are like good scenes.
There's enough
That's not a
movie-
good movie.
He can argue.
They
right?
are scenes,
There's scenes.
but that's not a good movie.
No.
Like with them attacking Aramaki, that's the scene. That was just amazing scene. You know, when they like the when Aramaki like they start shooting at him and his suitcase turns into armor and he takes out his revolver. Mwah, mwah.
Here,
Okay.
I'll make the weebs in the comment. Hey, chatters. I think the new Trigun's art style is better than the old one
Why? Why did you do this?
Why would you? No.
Why would you do
No.
this?
because I want the hate.
I want the
I want the
hate.
hate.
Ace goes, James Cameron with the same budget would have made it look amazing. Look at Terminator 2. Okay, yeah, okay. I
Yeah,
would give
get
that one.
fucked, Harry.
It
Oh,
would've-
also,
What?
case in point. You're talking about a movie that you thought was not a good movie. You said, it has great. You're able to recount immediately, instant scene. There's like and moments in these scenes that you're able to count off the top of your head with accuracy. And I go, all right, what? Talk about your favorite scene in Avatar.
Okay, it's the right on the end when Uncle Iroh comes up and he just like intimidates the other firebenders after they kill the princess. Boom, boom.
Hey, spoilers! Come on,
Here's it.
spoiler alert!
I found my one scene. I can't do any more, but I got my one.
Okay, there was some bad moments. You're right. The earth bending scene with all of them doing
Some-
that, it was so
some bad moments.
and,
The opening monologue, and then that bad moment extends to about where the end credits
okay,
start.
so some of the middle's also kind of bad. I will admit.
Well, yeah,
when they
that's
were-
included in the one bad
Um,
moment in the movie.
Well, but there are some good. Like, it's an okay movie. It's not the best, not the worst. It's got
Harry would be the
middle of the road.
worst critic because he would give everything like 6s, even if they're shit. He was an IGN critic. Harry's over here putting IGN scores on shit movies. Get out of
Now
here.
tell us
Whoa.
how great Phantom Menace was.
Okay, all right. My favorite part is when Iroh touched the Fire Nation flag with sadness and start. Yeah, okay, yeah. See, yeah. The Phantom Menace. I don't know. Honestly, I'm not a huge Star Wars fan. I can barely remember that movie, but I remember it sucking.
It only sucked because of the time it came out.
I remember
Everybody had different expectations,
I
and when you look at it now, it's not as shit as it was when it came out.
I agree with
remember
that.
hating it
That's-
because when it came out, I was a very young Star Trek fan. So, and
Also-
the other tribe, so I had to hate it.
a lot of people are also now that they've seen the last 3 movies
Mm-hmm.
go, Phantom Menace wasn't as bad.
No.
Well, because the last 3 movies,
Like, man,
are
I'd
just-
rather take Jar Jar Binks than Rose.
God.
Yeah, so
And then, the problem with the last 3 movies, like we said it before, is like they had so many routes they could have did to make the movies better, and they just didn't. Like they
They
could have
just
did
chose-
something with
I don't
Poe
know.
and
Yeah.
Finn. They didn't do anything like that. I think the rise of Skywalker would have been better if they would have had Rey turn to the dark side and had Adam
Kylo
Driver
switch.
Kylo switch.
They switched
Skywalker
classes.
coming back to the light and
Mhm.
like coming back.
yeah, because that
And then
would've
then
been-
pull her back, yeah, or something. If you want
In
to
the
have
third
that
movie,
ending.
yeah,
or
yeah.
strike her the f down because
She's a Palpatine for
Right.
some
Once
whatever
she's a
reason.
Palpatine and power's just coming to her, she's just jumping into the dark side. Would have been neat for her to just jump.
yeah,
you know?
no, like for the only way that you could have saved the writing in that is to have Kylo become the light side and for her to somehow switch because that would have made his arc mirror his idol Darth Vader's arc as like, oh, well, now I finally see what
Mhm.
actually happened.
Yeah, like she goes to the dark side and it's like, whoa, I'm dark, but I don't know what the fuck you are. That's
Right.
just awful.
Or you could even make the ending so much better if she dies instead of Kylo, and he has to live with the fact that he caused all this,
Mhm. Mhm.
but he gets to die a hero.
She-
And she
He's a
and she
dying
gets to live off her life as a Skywalker.
Yeah, the
Right.
Palpatines win.
Yeah, exactly. Palpatine wins. Yeah,
I would just make her sassy, bro. Like I would have them like in a final duel, right? And just be like, the reason your name is Skywalker, not Landwalker, is because you never learned to take the fucking high ground. Just slices them right up right there. If only you were a Landwalker, just keep her sassy.
The issue is, niece, is that people don't understand what it means to be the difference between being sassy and being an asshole.
Mhm.
And when they write those characters come off as assholes, even though they're supposed to have character growth, you're supposed to sympathize with them.
I mean, that's like
No.
that's like fifth wall breaking, though. You know what I mean? Like that's the meme for it.
Yeah.
But it'd be kind of
That
funny.
would have been neat.
Yeah.
But the issue is that I don't trust a lot of people to write, oh, these characters are quippy or sassy, because it's either they write them just like Whedon wrote the Avengers movies. So they make all the heroes super duper quippy for no reason. They have no reason to be this quippy, but that's just how they do humor. It's like, oh my god. Or they just go these at opposite where they go cringe, and they also make the main character an asshole, but everybody's like, oh, we love you, even though you literally talk down to us every second you open your mouth.
I just still wait for
Well,
the
and
one day the Sundari is just like, I don't want to spend time with you. And the main character goes, okay. Walks off. I'm like,
the
yeah.
part that was really bad about the Star Wars thing is that there are
Absolute
so many
unit.
good books out there that they
Right.
could have pulled from that take place after. They could have pulled from some of that stuff, and
Yeah,
I think had a
but-
better story.
But no, that's all. That's all.
Those
dead.
extended universe, sir, that wasn't the Disney canon.
That's
that-
It's not
that-
canon anymore.
Yeah, they got made before we bought it, so it doesn't count.
They didn't want to pay those royalties. Hey, that's the that means. They didn't want to pay those royalties.
Right. And
Well,
then
it really
they
frustrates me.
realized,
George Lucas really frustrates me because he tried coming out and saying that he had no intention of making 9 movies, and I'm like, that's bullshit. I know you did, because after the second movie came out, there was a article in a magazine I was reading where they listed out what each movie was supposed to be,
Mm-hmm.
and there were details in there that matched what happened. I mean, it wasn't like, he had thought of it and then later they changed it. I mean, it was like the fight with, where he becomes Darth Vader and goes into lava. That was all detailed out in this magazine. So it's frustrating that they changed the last 3 from what he had originally put. But the thing with George Lucas is he sucked when he didn't have his editor making the characters interesting. When he was writing those first 3 movies, he was married, and Han Solo was going to be a horrible character until she said he needs to be funnier. He needs to have more of a personality. She critiqued him, made him change it, and he became one of the best characters. I mean, that was the kind of thing, is when she was there taking care of it, those movies were good. When they got divorced, it was over. Should have just ended.
I mean, when you have writers that care about things and editors that care about things, like just look at the Clone Saga, the Clone Wars, the movie, the animated shows.
Yeah.
The animated shows are super awesome. And that's why Ahsoka was popular enough where they go, well, I guess we got to put her in our live action stuff,
Right.
even though we didn't want to touch any of this other stuff that wasn't before us.
Yeah, and like the hearing like the story of Ahsoka's character, they're like, we wanted you guys to hate her and to twist us in the back like that. It was a huge plan, and they actually had a plan laid out on, we're gonna make you hate her, and then we're gonna make you love her.
Right.
I mean, the whole series
Character
was
development.
the whole series with Star Wars. I just imagine like the shows, right? The Disney shows and the movies, like they're constantly bickering with each other, or like what's better, or like what's actually like the best way to produce it. And then in the back of like the bar, you have Knights of the Old Republic, the fucking game. There's like some Giga Chad that's like, I am all the lore and all the lore that will ever be.
Right.
You
They
know,
don't wanna talk
Yeah,
about
that all takes place like thousands of years before any of this stuff.
but that's the
happens.
best Star Wars. Like if you go to any comment over trailers over like Knights of the Old Republic, every comment is like these trailers, the CGI trailers for like Darth Malgus and shit like that, are like 1,000 times better than the last 6 movies combined. And it's just like it is
Well,
so
that was-
good.
Knights, that game, I still play that game.
Yep.
The good thing about that one was that it was a time before there was a single Sith, right? So it used to be you had one Sith Lord, you had his apprentice, and that was it. Back then, it was like tons of dark side people all doing all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah,
So,
it's more Wild West, and that's what
Mhm.
people like when like I'm talking about a
Clone
space,
Wars, Clone Wars
yeah, like a space opera. Effectively, it's like if there's
but that's what,
multiple
that's what the
angles.
original Star Wars was just because I remember going to see it, and a friend of mine saw it, and his dad said that was a great Western, because that's really what it was. It was kind of a Western movie.
Oh yeah,
it. Even Han Solo's like the Lone Ranger character and all that fun stuff.
right. But you can only have one Sith and one apprentice, and a Grand Inquisitor and a slew of Inquisitors. And why aren't they Sith? Because we don't teach them correctly.
If you-
They're still Jedi, but we say so.
They're dark Jedi.
when you
Well, how does that fit in with the Sith Jedi duality?
when you say like Star Wars is a Western, the only thing that goes through my mind is like Anakin being on Mustafar and like Obi-Wan coming out from a saloon being like, I'll be your Huckleberry. It's like it's like, oh, I was just joshing. I wouldn't. Legal too. Like, God damn. But no. Like legit. Like the Knights of the Old Republic lore, everything from like 5,000 BBY up until like where the Empire is, it is effectively better in terms of story building because it's an actual large scale world. You're not just going to the same shitty 4 planets. We're going to Coruscant. We're going to like Tatooine. It's like immersive. You're going to like deep wild space. You're dealing with interesting characters. You're dealing with Sith that don't like other Sith, right? It's not like, oh, we're just one unified dark force to fight it. It's like, you know what? Like, fuck that guy. He's kind of stupid. Or this guy, I know he told you these orders, but don't listen to him. He's like weak as shit. We're gonna kill him, at some point anyway. There was a lot of intrigue and a lot of treachery. So it's like that Roman Empire thing where you have like a Senate of Siths that are just backstabbing each other all the time. It's intriguing. Then you get the new stuff where it's like me dark side, you white side, you be Jesus, me be devil, me go on for 4 movies. That's not.
There's no
Well, and it was
complexity.
and it was not just that it was complex. It was even within the idea of dark and light, there were grays.
Right.
There's a whole gray thing going on in
But
there too.
The issue
to get
is
talked about.
that only Sith deal in absolute.
Except for us.
But Nice, like it's really difficult to compare the world building of a game where you're going to spend 40 hours
If not
versus
more.
a movie where you get hopefully more than an hour and 43 minutes in order to build a world. But on the low end, you get that much.
You know what I say to that? The directors have like billions of dollars to make good movies like that. Get good. Game gapped.
Game gap, bro.
Well, I mean, at this point, we're dealing with
Time
everything
investment.
being a mini series where you get 10 1-hour episodes. Like, okay, now we're actually building a world. And
Except that's
There's
not
some-
enough for Wheel of Time is the problem. We're
CGI
seeing with that
gap.
series.
CGI diff. Just hit them with that every time.
Yeah.
Like,
And then most
So-
of the games are like built by
Yeah.
EA, live services, season pass, bull crap.
Those are
No.
dying right now, by the way, which is good. Finally, thank God.
Good.
I'm so glad that they're dying because
mean, Maybe I'll buy a new game.
well, and sure, EA is bad and all, but then they also come out with Jedi Fallen Order, which by all accounts is a fantastic game and not KOTOR levels of length and lore building, but a very solid single player experience.
well, they're making a new open world Star Wars game from I forget the studio, but it should be out in like next 2 years, where it's going to be like Hogwarts Legacy, but in Star
if
Wars.
they don't cancel it,
They will.
they cancel all their good Star Wars.
It's so
games.
hyped up by the
Yeah,
KOTOR
which is another
community.
reason why
It's so
Fallen
hyped up.
Order is such a miraculous thing to have snuck through.
And for me, I was kind of struggling because it very much
I
feels like it was built to be kind of close to like the Souls like kind of concept of it, which I'm not a fan of. But
do you remember when they did like microtransactions for Battlefront 2? Oh
like
my
that
god!
as soon as it came out, and then you had to spend like over like $4,000 to get one character to
Like
max
you
level.
would drop like $100. You drop like $100 on it. Tell people to get good. Like get good. Like I didn't buy a fucking lightsaber. Well, get good. Maybe you should.
Yeah, it's just kind of I'm really glad that the games of service model is crashing and burning and going away,
Yes.
because all those games that were super hyped up to be games of service
Mhm.
died because they were not good, they were not interesting, and the
Mhm.
ones that were popular like Destiny and that are just kind of gone. They're still in the back burner. Like people who want to play Destiny, they're still going to keep playing Destiny.
It's the software developer trap, because when you have games as a service and you do like consistent patching, like for example, Overwatch, right? Because it's now free to play and you do like weekly, balance patches. The problem with that is like your developers get really lazy. So like I could put out like a shit game and we'll call it pre-release or like alpha or like whatever. And people be like, here's 50 fucking problems with the game. We'll fix like 5 or 10. We'll go to beta because like, oh, they're making progress. They fix 5 or 10. Then they fix like 4 or 5 more and introduce 30 more problems.
Right.
So now it's live release, but there's like 20 of these things are broken in my game, but no problem. Or live release. So we'll do a hot fix every week and fix 1 or 2 problems while breaking 5 other things. The only thing the devs are doing are hot fixing on like go through the Jenkins pipeline. Oh, guns do too much damage. We'll fix it.
Yeah, that's just kind of how it. That's the issue with a lot of
Yeah.
those. That's why it's really interesting to see that there aren't as many as. I can't read that.
They don't cancel all good Star Wars games. Some get released and made crap through updates like SWTOR.
That's fair.
I like SWTOR. Guild Wars 2 is out there just having a resurgence, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which
like
is
a
but that's
Renaissance.
different. That's an MMO.
Yeah, it's a different concept of it. It's more of like there are games that are free to play, which are different than like live service games. Because like live service were stuff like when the Avengers game came out, like this is a live service. We're gonna here's our roadmap for this game and what's gonna happen into the future. But then you get a game like a Babylon Fall that came out that had 3 concurrent players with 50 being the peak on release.
Jesus.
Well, the devs also get like comped out too, because these devs, right? They'll be like when a game sucks or it fails, and the devs are like, well, we were kind of like hamstrung by management. It's like, I don't think the management cares what happens in the game as long as they're making money. You know what I mean? So like, they don't
Well,
care.
a lot of times, yeah, a lot of times you'll see companies like that that'll like ArenaNet's famous for introducing microtransactions really horribly into their games. They own Guild Wars, Guild Wars 2, and they somehow prevented them from doing that. Like the whole mindset behind Guild Wars 2 is the exact opposite of what ArenaNet normally does with those microtransactions and forcing that into the game. So I'm not sure how they got away with it, but you see that a lot with a lot of different publishers where they're like, we don't care about the game, we want to make money, so put this stuff in there to make us money, and then you work around it.
I mean, it's not just the microtransactions. It's the fact that like developers don't listen to like player feedback over like, this is a really shitty mechanic.
High risk.
And they don't fix the game besides dropping new skins or new things, or even worse, it's like, well, we know there's like 50 problems with the game in terms of balance. You know, things are shifting to like this one meta pretty hard. It's a very unfun meta. So we're going to release a character so you guys get flashy fixed on this character for 3 weeks. We don't fix the meta. We just add a new character, which little here, but we'll make it a little bit overpowered. So like it's, you know, at the highest level play, you're still playing the meta. At the medium to lower level play, you got this broken character that they just released because they didn't like do any play testing for it, and you got to suffer, you know, through it until you get. And eventually you get through it, where it's like, man, I don't have to deal with this broken character more, and you get stonewalled by this like terrible meta that you're just like, man, this game just isn't fun. I lose all the time. And it's not just the microtransaction; it's the balancing that happens that way. They don't listen.
On my screen, better kill it within 5 seconds. I don't need to aim. Even better.
Like a perfect example of it is League of Legends. That game has been around for, it's like on season like 12 or 13. Jesus. And like they have to try to make this game relevant when they have like 160 champions.
Half the roster is useless,
and you have to balance them in some way, shape, or form to try to make cool. You have 160 champions. Make these work in the game. You have to make. Oh, you're making this one character that's super strong. Well, now we have to nerf them to the ground. Oh, that character actually is only strong because it got rid of other characters in the meta because this character just countered how they play. Cool. Now those characters are back in the meta. Now they have to get nerfed so other things get played. It's literally a ridiculous cycle of bullshit over and over and over.
It's because they try to make it an esport. Like the problem with like a MOBA or like some sort of hero shooter as an esport is like, to keep it relevant, you have to keep adding content, which is new characters, new maps. What makes Counter-Strike and StarCraft a very good esport is they just don't fucking change. Like the Counter-Strike you played 20 years ago, same fucking Counter-Strike you're gonna play today.
There's a little power balance here and there.
Yeah.
And frame rate fixes. That's
right.
But they're not wildly new characters, new guns and
powers,
shit. Yeah.
Right. That's the thing about that. That's when you look at something like League of Legends, where you have this is the one map. Now you have to make all your characters work in this one map, and then every season you have to make it so people want to keep playing. So once a year you change everything about the game for no reason. And now you have to make everybody go, cool. You mean that this character I've been playing for 3 years that does the thing where I just run into the enemies and kill them all, that doesn't work anymore because you've made it so that all the items I used are shit and I can't play this character anymore? Well, I guess I have to learn to play this other character that is a completely different play style, but it's the only meta thing I have. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. All right. Guys, we have gone past our 4 hours. Ryan Holland is clearly out buying Dells. I'm guessing thin clients because he likes to put everything in one machine. Thank you for all who tuned in for this live episode. I had a blast sitting here. We did not get to talk about ChatGPT or OpenAI at all.
That's fine.
And I blame Nice.
That's fine.
I did not bring up sex druids, bro. Like, it was appalling.
Paul brought that good.
I will claim responsibility for that.
That's where I think it went off the rails when we were talking about music for 5 minutes, and then Reinhold
Yeah,
gave
the
me
Reinhold
the whole history of rock and
So it
roll.
started off 5 minutes.
It was like a
Reinhold-
5-minute discussion, but then Reinhold came in like a wrecking ball and gave us the entire history of radio for an hour and a
Yeah,
half.
he argued that music
Another-
sucks now. We still didn't get his top 5
Yeah.
bands.
like
He
a
comes
wrecking
back
ball.
before some-
Another thing that was ubiquitous.
I mean, that was his topic today, bro. He just went forever on the music.
There's no people there ubiquitous. Like, you want me to list? I can list.
All right. Let's go ahead.
Once he gets back, we
Let's
can-
go ahead. Let's go around the table and wrap up while we wait for Ryan to go. So, Nee, since you're the special guest, do you have anything you want to get off your chest before we go?
No, man. I don't know. Me and Paul got to figure out this Magic the Gathering game because it was a stalemate. I had Heart of the Cards, bro. I was ready to go, and we'll figure it out some other time. So we'll do it here on live on air. You can place donations. We'll see where it goes.
All right, Vincent.
Everybody just be safe and enjoy the things you enjoy. It's okay to like things that other people hate. It makes
Unless you're Harry.
no, he can like what other people hate because he likes SAO. I hate SAO. He likes it, so that's neither here nor there. But it's don't let everybody yuck your yum, and
I tolerate it. Sony makes it, so I have to.
don't let anybody yuck your yum. And if you enjoy something, just enjoy it with your whole heart.
Yes, agree. It was a fun show. Good night. Thanks for coming, Paul.
Yeah, so had a lot of fun tonight. I'm sorry for my contributions to your nightmares, and my challenge to the audience is spend some time out in the woods, find some druid's secret stash, and maybe take that and put it under the mattress at a hotel.
Reinhold, final thoughts?
He doesn't have his ears on yet.
He can't
All
hear
right,
you.
let's get it. Got it. Final thoughts, Reinhold? In lieu of Reinhold giving his top 5, here's mine. Metallica. Oh, okay, I'm going to get sued for that one. Tech 9. All right, nice. All That Remains. Pre-Gene Sagan, former bassist. Okay. Chris Calico. Okay. All right. Hollywood Undead. All right. Oh,
Show me
Hollywood
your
Undead.
show me your
Hollywood Undead
hot
has some
topic bands.
problematic language in some of their songs, but yeah.
He just showed me his hot topic fans.
But I do like Hollywood Undead. I like the one that was like, my feet are dangling off the edge.
So my final thoughts are: where are the bits at in the jar?
I knew it would come up.
She's like, I just don't understand why my bits are in the jar. Don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know why the bits are in the jar either.
Technology, even for producer Paul's didn't show up except that one.
Good damn it.
Refreshed it. We're gonna go. Nope.
It's not-
It's not happening, is it?
Oh, it's not happening.
I was just kind of curious to see what it would look like with all of them hitting in the jar. If it would pop out, it'd be kind of fun. But
I know, right? It'd be cool, right?
God damn it.
He took it away from me.
He took the glass away. I was holding it.
Stop touching my glass, Paul.
It's trash.
Uh-oh. I refreshed it.
Yeah.
It should go.
Yeah, Reinhold. We also never got your top 5 bands.
That part doesn't probably show up. There. Oh, God.
what?
Oh, you missed it.
I got it.
1500 bit.
All right. Okay.
Bands. Just off the top of my head, not scientific, and probably would change it if you asked me again another time.
William Horton.
We're talking about Meatloaf and Supertramp,
Okay.
Queen,
Queen.
Okay.
Bare Naked Ladies, Beatles.
Oh, the Beatles.
I was really
Wow. When I made the meme of Oh man, after the Beatles were stopped being popular, all music went to shit. That was a meme, Reinhold. I was memeing you, not being truthful. Come on.
It's okay. Reinhold's
Saying.
probably the people. He probably likes to mess with the people who play the Beatles song "Revolution," and it's just like, are you actually listening to the lyrics of this song? You are Reinhold, don't you? Don't you? When
He-
you listen to people,
He
yeah,
probably
I'm like,
hates Across the Universe.
No, I love it. Across the Universe is awesome. Especially the version that what's her name, Fiona Apple did for Pleasantville. Beautiful. Well
I
done.
was talking about the movie.
Oh, the movie? I don't think I've seen the movie.
Yeah.
I should probably do that one of these days.
all right. We'll end this episode. Thank you for everybody who came out. Thanks for the bits. Thanks for the chatters who came out and hang out with us here on this live episode. We'll try to do another long one in March again. Try to do these once a month. I enjoy doing it. I enjoy getting people here at the studio here talking. It's a blast. I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Like that.
No. I'm
Ruining my ending monologue.
not. You're welcome.
But like I said, you could listen to anything else in the world, but you decided to listen to us, and that I thank you. So have a good night. Enjoy a good weekend. See you guys Monday.
Take it easy, guys.
I won't lie, porn